Imagine being eaten alive thousands of times because the person you loved used you as monster bait. She was a loyal tank who just wanted to help, but her boyfriend locked the dungeon door and left her to rot in a nest of insects. But instead of dying, she found a cursed ring that forced her body to regenerate, endlessly keeping her trapped in a cycle of pure agony. What he didn't realize is that he wasn't burying her. He was planting a seed that would grow into his worst nightmare. By the time she breaks out, she is no longer human and she is coming for his head. Let's go back to the moment the door slammed shut and the real hunt began. We open with a seriously gruesome sight as a giant insect monster sinks its mandibles deep into flesh, sending blood splattering everywhere. The crunching sound is so visceral, you know this is not going to be a good day for whoever's on the receiving end. The full scale of the horror is revealed as dozens of these green, mantis-like monsters swarm a dark-haired hunter, skewering him from every single angle. He looks completely broken, gasping out a desperate plea for someone to just kill him and finally end the misery. We get an up-close shot of the guy's eyes glowing a haunting pink as tears and blood stream down his face. He's completely given up, begging for death because the pain of being eaten alive is just too much for anyone to bear. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a mysterious ripple in what looks like glowing blue energy or water. A single drop falls, creating a shockwave of light that seems to signal some kind of supernatural intervention or maybe the start of a flashback. Now we're seeing a group of hunters standing before a massive dungeon gate. This one guy, Hyan-chan, is trying to convince the team to do something reckless, and you can already tell he's the type to prioritize greed over safety. Hyun-chan lays out the plan, explaining that they found a hidden dungeon and want to keep it a secret so they can pocket all the loot for themselves. The dark-haired girl looks skeptical, but the guy in the red tracksuit is already all in on this get-rich-quick scheme. The team leader, a brown-haired guy, is complaining that their usual payout is barely minimum wage. He's got that look in his eye that just screams he's about to make a very bad decision for some extra cash. The whole squad is gathered, and the leader makes the call to clear the dungeon on their own without reporting it. It's that classic moment right before a total disaster, and this decision would change everything for them. The dark-haired girl, Choi, is the only one with any common sense, asking if maybe they should just skip this one. But the leader immediately gets in her space, grabbing her arm to shut down any hesitation. He tightens his grip on her shoulder, and you can see just how uncomfortable she is. He's not just leading, he's physically intimidating her into staying quiet and going along with the plan. He leans in way too close, gaslighting her by asking why she's the only one being difficult. He's totally playing on her insecurities to make her feel like she's the problem for being cautious. This dude is a real piece of work, telling her she's embarrassing him in front of the whole team. Choi looks absolutely terrified, stuttering out an apology while remembering a previous encounter with bug monsters that clearly left her traumatized. Hyun-chan flashes a fake, condescending smile, asking her how long she's going to be scared of bugs. He's throwing her past troubles in her face to make her feel like she owes the guild, and this is just the beginning of his manipulation. The manipulation goes even deeper as he tells her they don't even need a C-rank tank like her. He's making her feel completely worthless so she won't even think about leaving the group. He hits her with the ultimate toxic boyfriend line, asking if she thinks any other guild would even take her without him. Choi looks absolutely crushed, quietly agreeing that she's nothing without him. He's got her right where he wants her, touching her chin while telling her to just trust him. She's completely fallen for the gaslighting, convincing herself that he's right and she's the one being unreasonable. Poor Choi is thinking she's being selfish for having fears, telling herself she's only even in this guild because of Hyan-chan. The mental gymnastics people do to justify a toxic relationship is honestly heartbreaking to see. Hyun-chan towers over her in the shadows, looking like a total villain while claiming he's only saying these things because he cares about her. Yeah, sure buddy, that's exactly what care looks like. Choi puts on a strained smile and thanks him, but you can see the sweat beads on her face because she's terrified. She's forcing herself to be okay with this, brainwashed into thinking she's lucky to have him. The screen goes white with her internal monologue, thinking that Hyun-chan's the only one who could love someone like her. This girl's self-esteem is in the basement, and he's the one who put it there. Hyun-chan switches back to leader mode, telling Choi to go in first since she's the tank. He's literally using his girlfriend as a human shield while he stays safely behind her, but fate had other plans for them. She heads into the dark corridor, carrying a massive shield that looks almost too heavy for her. Her only thought is that she doesn't want to let him down again, which is a recipe for a suicide mission. The group follows her into the dungeon, with Choi leading the way into the shadows. You can see the tension in her stance as she prepares to face whatever is waiting for them in the dark. Down in the depths, we see the glowing red eyes of a massive swarm of monsters. They're just waiting for the hunters to step right into their trap, and Choi is the first one in line. The guy in the red jacket panics immediately, screaming that there are way too many monsters. The situation went from easy money to we're all gonna die in record time. Two massive bug monsters charge forward with terrifying speed, their red eyes glowing in the dark. These things look like they could snap a person in half with a single swipe of their claws. The battle erupts into total chaos, with Choi planted right in the center, trying to fend off the swarm. The rest of the team is struggling to keep up as magic and steel clash against insect carapaces. Hyunchan shouts from the back, telling Choi to just focus on holding the line while they handle the rest. He's putting all the pressure on her to take the brunt of the attacks while he hangs back. A monster slams into Choi's shield with a deafening impact. She's being pushed back by the sheer force, grit, and determination etched on her face as she tries to hold her ground. Choi is putting everything she has into the defense, her shield glowing with a pink energy barrier. She knows if she slips up for even a second, the whole team is finished, and things are about to get worse. The monsters are relentless, with one of them slashing its claw right past her face. She lets out a scream, the terror of her past trauma finally catching up to her as the line starts to buckle. She tries to keep it together, shouting at herself not to panic. She's doing her job perfectly, but you can tell the weight of the entire swarm is becoming too much for one person to handle. One of the bug monsters gets skewered right through the mouth, green blood spraying everywhere. The hunters are fighting back, but for every one they kill, 10 more seem to appear. The orange-haired guy and the red jacket hunter are starting to freak out, seeing the endless sea of red eyes closing in. They look at Hyunchan, desperate for a plan, but he looks just as overwhelmed. Hyunchan is staring into the darkness, paralyzed by fear. His perfect plan is falling apart, and his team is begging him for orders while the monsters get closer and closer. Choi is taking a brutal beating, the monster's claws scraping against her energy shield with a horrific grinding sound. She's grunting in pain, her arms shaking as she tries to keep the barrier from shattering. Surrounded by dozens of monsters, Choi is reaching her limit, her shield flashing as it takes hit after hit. She's crying out in pain, wondering how much longer she can possibly hold out in this nightmare. She screams for Hyunchan to give her a heal, her face covered in sweat and desperation. She's literally the only thing keeping the monsters away from the rest of the group, and she's failing. She looks back, expecting help, but her eyes widen in shock as she sees her entire team, including her boyfriend, sprinting toward the exit. They're abandoning her to the swarm without a second thought. The realization hits her like a truck as she watches their retreating backs. She's been left all alone in the dark to face the monsters she was so terrified of, and that's when everything changed. Hyunchan's true colors finally show as he looks back with a face full of rage and disgust. Instead of feeling guilty, he's actually angry at Choi for not holding the line long enough for him to escape comfortably. What an absolute coward. A monster delivers a massive overhead slam, cracking the ground and nearly crushing Choi's shield. She's barely holding on, the impact of the blow vibrating through her entire body. She makes a desperate run for it, chasing after Hyunchan and begging him not to leave her behind. The terror in her voice is gut-wrenching as she tries to reach the closing dungeon doors. Back at the entrance, the blue-haired girl tries to stop Hyunchan, but he's gone full survival mode and tells her to let go. He doesn't care who he has to leave behind as long as he makes it out alive. Choi reaches the door just as it slams shut with a heavy, final thud. She's trapped inside the dungeon, the cold stone barrier cutting off her only hope of escape. She bangs her fists against the door, screaming for Hyunchan to open it. Her voice is cracking with desperation, but the silence from the other side is deafening. Hyunchan's voice echoes through the door, cold and heartless, as he claims they'll all die if they wait for her. He's already written her off as dead, showing that all his talk about love was a total lie. Alone in the dark, Choi slowly turns around to face the monsters that are closing in. The screeching of the insects fills the room as she realizes that the person she trusted most has just signed her death warrant. Choi wipes the blood from her face, her eyes narrowing with a newfound resolve. She realizes she can't afford to just give up and wallow in despair if she wants to get out of this alive. She stands alone in a dark, forest-like section of the dungeon, the oppressive atmosphere weighing down on her. The silence is eerie, and she's clearly looking for any possible way to escape this nightmare. Picking up the pace, she starts sprinting through the trees, her boots thudding against the mossy ground. Her internal monologue shows she's still clinging to a desperate hope, telling herself she just has to focus on surviving. As she runs, she's actually still delusional enough to believe that as long as she stays alive, Hyunchan will come back to save her. Girl, he literally locked the door on you. Wake up. Her eyes widen as a brilliant green light suddenly illuminates the dark woods around her. She stops dead in her tracks, transfixed by something massive and glowing just ahead. But what happens next is hard to believe. Before her lies the colossal remains of some ancient creature, its massive ribcage glowing with a powerful green aura. It looks like she just stumbled upon the hidden item that Hyunchan was so greedy for. Resting atop the massive stone-like structure is a tiny, glowing object that catches her eye immediately. She stares up at it in disbelief, wondering if this is the secret treasure that's supposed to change everything. The mysterious item slowly floats down toward her outstretched hand, pulsing with a soft, ethereal light. It's like the dungeon itself is presenting her with a gift in her darkest hour. She catches the item and sees it's a simple gold ring set with a brilliant blue gemstone. At first glance, it looks like a standard high-tier accessory, but there's definitely something more to it. Choi clutches the ring to her chest, her heart racing as she wonders if she just found an EX rank hidden item. In a world of hunters, a find like this is basically winning the lottery. The ring begins to glow with an intense, blinding white light in the palm of her hand. The sparkle effect isn't just for show, the item is activating and binding itself to its new master. A blue holographic status window suddenly snaps into existence right in front of her face. She's completely stunned, her mouth hanging open as the system starts feeding her information. The window reveals the item's name is the Ring of Parasite, and it's officially confirmed as an EX rank item. This is the kind of stuff legends are made of, and it just fell into her lap. More notifications pop up, detailing how the ring affects the wearer's growth, life, and even provides regeneration. Choi looks absolutely thrilled, thinking her luck has finally turned around. But then, an ominous red window appears with a chilling message, stating that she cannot die until incubation is complete. That doesn't sound like a normal buff, that sounds like a curse in disguise. Clueless about the danger, Choi slides the ring onto her finger and grins, seeing the blue light and thinking it's just a simple stat boost. She asks if that's it, clearly underestimating the nightmare she just signed up for. She stands back in the dark, monster-infested area, trying to figure out how to actually activate the ring's powers. She's complaining about not knowing how to use it, completely unaware that the use is passive and terrifying. Little did she know what was coming next. Her complaining is cut short as the bug monsters suddenly swarm back in, lunging at her with their terrifying mandibles. She lets out a blood-curdling scream as she's knocked off her feet. Up close, a monster's giant red eye is the last thing she sees as its jaws close in on her face. She's sobbing and begging for help, the reality of her situation finally crashing back down. The screen goes black, with her desperate internal plea for someone to please help her. It's the sound of someone who has officially reached their breaking point. We're back to the gruesome reality from the start, with dozens of insect monsters literally tearing her apart. It's a scene of pure, unadulterated horror as she's buried under a pile of chitinous limbs. Choi's face is a mask of agony, blood dripping from her mouth as she pleads for the pain to stop. She's being eaten alive, and there's absolutely nothing she can do to fight back. Her blood-stained hand lies limp on the grass, looking completely lifeless. It seems like this is finally the end for poor Choi, but the ring on her finger has other plans. Suddenly, a surge of vibrant green energy erupts from her hand, pulsing with an unnatural light. The regeneration effect is kicking in, but it's not exactly a healing spell. The message flashes again in a haunting red, reminding her she cannot die until incubation is complete. This ring is literally holding her soul inside a broken body so it can finish its mysterious process. She lets out a guttural scream as her body is violently reconstructed while the monsters are still chewing on her. The incubation is basically an endless loop of being eaten and reborn. Choi bolts upright, gasping for air as if she just woke up from a nightmare, except the blood on her clothes proves it was real. She's hyperventilating, completely traumatized by the sensation of dying and coming back. She stares at her blood-soaked hands in utter shock, realizing she's somehow alive despite having her throat ripped out seconds ago. The sheer impossibility of it is starting to break her mind. A sharp skittering sound makes her jump, and her eyes widen in fear as she hears the monsters approaching again. She barely has time to process her resurrection before the nightmare restarts, and this is just the beginning. The bug monsters are standing right over her, their red eyes glowing as they prepare to finish their meal. They don't care that she's alive again, she's just more fresh meat to them. She tries to crawl away, screaming in terror, but it's useless. The monsters lunge back in, their claws shredding her clothes and skin all over again. A massive claw slams into her, and she coughs up a spray of blood with a sickening sound. She's being tossed around like a rag doll, completely helpless against the swarm. The swarm completely covers her again, the green carapaces blocking out the light. You can hear her muffled cries of pain as the cycle of being eaten starts its second round. The status window pops up one more time, mockingly stating that she cannot die. This isn't immortality, it's an eternal prison of physical torture. Choi is on her knees, her face covered in tears and blood as she begs for someone, anyone, to help her. She doesn't want to be a hunter anymore, she just wants the darkness to finally take her. A monster delivers a brutal slash right through the middle of her face, blood splattering the ground. She lets out a final, piercing scream as her vision goes dark again. The horror gets even worse as a monster literally starts munching on her leg while she's still conscious. She's screaming about her leg being eaten, pleading with the beast to just stop. Even now, in her final moments of lucidity, she's still calling out for Hun-chan to save her. It's honestly painful to see her cling to the memory of the man who literally murdered her by proxy. Her eyes go dull and lifeless as she simply stares into space, her mind finally shutting down from the sheer amount of trauma. She's become a living corpse, being picked apart by scavengers. Another monster closes in for the killing blow, its red eyes filling the frame. But we already know what's coming next. The ring isn't going to let her find peace just yet. The red warning message appears again, pulsing like a heartbeat against the black background. The incubation continues, and the ring demands that its host remains intact at all costs. The screen is literally filled with dozens of the same notification popping up over and over. It's like the system is screaming at her that there's no escape from this eternal feast. The notification window stands alone again, a simple, cold reminder of her cursed situation. She's been caught in this loop for who knows how long now, but fate had other plans. We see a distant shot of the monster swarm, a literal mountain of insects piled on top of her. Choi's voice drifts from the middle of the pile, wondering how many years or decades she's been trapped in this hell. She looks like a ghost of her former self, her skin pale and her eyes vacant. She's lost all track of time, wondering if she's even capable of dying anymore or if this is just her life now. She stares up at the dark ceiling, blood trickling from her mouth, asking herself if she's just destined to be Monster Chow forever. She's reached the absolute bottom of human despair. Her eyes suddenly focus on an object lying just a few feet away in the grass. It's a simple longsword, its blade catching the faint light of the dungeon. She remembers that Hyun-chan gave her that sword for her birthday, and it's been lying there the whole time. A monster is already hovering over her, ready to start the next meal, but something in her eyes has changed. The realization finally hits her like a bolt of lightning as she thinks about that bastard. All the excuses she made for Hun-chan vanish in an instant, replaced by a cold, hard truth. Her expression shifts into one of pure, psychotic hatred, her eyes wide and bloodshot. She remembers clearly now. She told him she didn't want to go in, and he didn't care. He shoved her into this hell just for the chance of finding a hidden item. He valued a piece of loot more than her life, and that thought finally snaps the last thread of her sanity. A vertical line of blood-red text spells out her new life's purpose. She's going to kill him. The victim is officially dead, and a monster is being born in her place. She lunges forward and grabs the hilt of her sword with a bone-crushing grip. The time for crying is over. It's time for some much-deserved payback. In a single, massive horizontal sweep, she slashes through several bug monsters at once. A powerful sound echoes through the cavern as green blood sprays everywhere. A new kind of notification pops up, confirming a monster was defeated and her strength increased by 2. It turns out that being an immortal target practice dummy comes with some serious leveling up perks. Choi stares at the notification in shock, still kneeling on the ground. She's finally realized that she isn't just stuck here to be eaten, she's stuck here to become the ultimate predator, and that's when everything changed. She stands up slowly, her body wreathed in green regeneration energy as more monsters close in. She isn't scared anymore, she's looking at them like they're just walking experience points. The text is huge and bold as she realizes the insanity of her situation, questioning how her stats could go up this easily. She's found a way to turn her eternal torture into an infinite leveling exploit. She goes on an absolute rampage, slicing a monster's head clean off in one fluid motion. Another notification pings, confirming her accuracy increased by 1. She's becoming faster and more precise with every kill. She drives her blade straight through the chest of another bug, her eyes glowing with a feral intensity. Her stamina increases by 1. The monsters that used to be her nightmares are now just fodder for her growth. As she stands amidst the carnage, the system notifies her that all her battle wounds are healing instantly. She lets out a low, chilling laugh as she feels the power coursing through her. She looks down at the ring of parasite on her finger, seeing it in a whole new light. She finally understands the true nature of this EX rank item and how she's going to use it to get her revenge. Choi throws her head back and starts laughing like a total maniac, her face splattered with green blood. This is the laugh of someone who has completely lost their mind and found something much more dangerous in its place. She stands ready with her bloodied sword as the remaining monsters in the swarm begin to back away in fear. She sneers and tells the bastards to bring it on, promising to kill every single one of them. A vision of Hyun-chan's angry face flashes in her mind, and her expression goes dark with a promise of violence. She's coming for him, and she's going to make sure he pays for every second of hell he put her through. The final shot shows her standing tall, looking absolutely terrifying with that deranged smile. She tells him to just wait a little, and the heart emoji in her thought bubble definitely doesn't mean she's sending him love letters. The ground is littered with the corpses of those giant mantis monsters, their pink blood staining the floor. Even in death, the few remaining ones are letting out final, pathetic screeches. Choi isn't just surviving, she's thriving in the carnage, swinging her sword in a massive white arc that cuts through the air. She looks like a woman possessed, covered in blood but refusing to back down. But this is just the beginning. Her blade is a blur as it skewers multiple monsters at once, sending sprays of dark blood everywhere. The sheer force of her attack is enough to tear through their tough exoskeletons like paper. Things get dicey for a second as a monster manages to get close, but Choi keeps her cool and holds its claw back with her bare hand. She's panting from the effort, but there's a new, dangerous light in her eyes. The ring of parasite on her finger pulses with a sickly green light as it continues its work. It's the only thing keeping her body from falling apart under the constant assault of the swarm. She grits her teeth and prepares for the next wave, screaming out her rage as another beast lunges from above. She bellows at the damn bastard, and you can tell she's picturing a certain someone's face right now. Another monster gets its head cleanly lopped off, falling to the ground with a wet thud and a splash of purple ichor. Joy isn't showing any mercy anymore. She's become a literal harvesting machine. Even after getting impaled straight through the gut, she just looks down at the monster's appendage with a bored expression. She mutters that it's pierced through cleanly, showing just how much her sense of pain has been warped. She leaps into the air with insane agility, descending on a new group of screeching mantises like a dark angel of death. They don't stand a chance against her enhanced speed and power. Joy stands her ground with a confident smirk, daring the remaining monsters to come and get her. Glowing green energy swirls around her feet, signaling that her stats are continuing to skyrocket. A massive army of the insect beasts gathers in front of her, their red eyes glowing in the darkness. She just stands there waiting for the charge, looking completely unbothered by the overwhelming numbers. She actually seems disappointed that they're hesitating, sporting a deranged grin as her eyes glow with a haunting pink light. She asks if they're not coming at her, sounding like she's genuinely enjoying the slaughter. The swarm finally loses its patience and charges all at once, their screeches filling the air. Joy doesn't even flinch, keeping her sword at the ready for the inevitable clash. She becomes a literal whirlwind of steel and blood, spinning through the center of the swarm with a manic laugh. Limbs and heads are flying in every direction as she carves a path through the monsters. This girl has officially lost it, laughing wildly while she shreds through the monsters. She's reveling in the joy of becoming stronger, finding a sick satisfaction in the endless cycle of violence. Crouched over a pile of her latest kills, she looks less like a human and more like a predator. Her only thought now is that she wants to kill more. The bloodlust has completely taken over. She leaps high into the air, silhouetted against the dark ceiling as she dives back into the fray. It's like she's playing a game, and the monsters are just toys for her to break. Close up, her face is absolutely terrifying, twisted into a psychotic grin as she screams for the bastards to die. Any trace of the timid girl who was abandoned is officially gone. A massive, blinding explosion of red and white energy rocks the entire dungeon floor. This is it, the final clear-out move that's going to end this marathon of slaughter once and for all. When the dust settles, Choi is the only thing left standing in a room overflowing with monster corpses. A system window pops up, confirming the Sanctuary of Eternity is cleared. With a total time of over 624 hours, that's nearly a whole month. She looks absolutely drained, standing amidst the carnage with weird pink markings on her face. She's been through hell for weeks, and the mental toll is clearly showing. She looks up, her eyes glowing a sinister red while those pink streaks crawl across her skin. She doesn't even look like the same person anymore. She's become something far more dangerous. The rewards for her insane grind finally show up as the system promotes her straight to GR8A. She just skipped a whole bunch of ranks thanks to this hellish training camp. What happens next is hard to believe. She stares at the massive dungeon gate from the inside, realization finally hitting her. She wonders if it's over, almost sounding disappointed that she has to stop killing. A dark, wicked grin spreads across her face as she remembers how long she's been trapped in this place. The month she spent in this hell has felt like an eternity, and her mind is officially warped. One final monster is still twitching on the ground, letting out a weak screech as it tries to crawl away. It looks like Choi missed a spot, but she's not about to let it go. She brings her heavy boot down with a sickening crunch, crushing the creature's head into the dirt. Purple blood sprays everywhere as she finishes off the very last entity in the dungeon. She lets out a hysterical laugh, clutching her face as she thinks about her teammates waiting outside. The red text overlay says it all, wondering if she should go out now and tear those bastards apart. We cut to the other side of the dungeon door, where the rest of the group is having a heated argument. They've clearly been waiting there for a while, but definitely not a month. Nara is absolutely fuming, screaming at Hyun-chan for his cowardice. She can't believe he just bossed Choi around and then abandoned her the moment things got dangerous. Hyun-chan just stands there with his arms crossed, making pathetic excuses about how they'd all be dead if they stayed. He even has the nerve to act like Nara is the one starting a fight for no reason. The guy in the red tracksuit backs him up, laughing off the betrayal as survival of the fittest. Nara looks like she wants to punch both of them right then and there. The orange-haired woman chimes in too, mocking Nara for being a weak C rank just because she has a conscience. These people are a bunch of snakes, honestly. Nara has officially reached her breaking point with these sociopaths. She tells them off, saying she can't deal with them acting like they're some high-rank masters just because they survived. The red tracksuit guy looks genuinely shocked as Nara vows to expose their betrayal to everyone once they get out of here. He's starting to realize that dead girls don't tell tales, but survivors do. Hyun-chan's expression goes cold and calculating, while the orange-haired woman just watches Nara with a bored, condescending look. You can tell they're already thinking of how to silence her. Hyun-chan calls out to Nara, his voice dripping with that fake, manipulative sweetness that makes your skin crawl. He's about to drop the mask completely. He leans in and asks her what would happen if they left her behind next time. It's not a hypothetical, it's a direct threat to her life. Nara is frozen with fear as he mocks her for being a weak C rank. He's basically telling her that if she speaks up, she's going to fall behind just like Choi did. He slams his hands onto her shoulders, gripping her tight so she can't pull away. He asks what she's so scared of, his eyes filled with a predatory light. He pulls her into a mock embrace, whispering that they should all just get out of here nicely. It's pure psychological warfare, and Nara looks like she's about to have a panic attack. A close-up of his face shows him laughing like a villain as he gaslights her one last time. He tells her that Choi didn't get abandoned, she fell behind on her own. This guy is a total monster. Suddenly, a massive shockwave of blue energy explodes from the dungeon gate, catching the whole team off guard. Something very powerful is breaking its way out from the other side. Hyunchan and Nara are blown back by the force of the blast, their faces twisted in pure shock. They were just talking about how Choi was dead, and now the door is literally being blown off its hinges. And that's when everything changed. A pair of blood-stained boots steps out from the dust and smoke. A voice calls out, mocking them for still being the same after all this time, though for her, it's been weeks. Choi steps into the light, looking like she just crawled out of a mass grave. She's covered in blood, her clothes are shredded, and she's sporting a grin that would make a demon sweat. Hyunchan and Nara can only stare in absolute silence as they realize who it is. Hyunchan stutters out her name like he's seen a ghost, which, to him, he basically has. Hyunchan looks like his world is crumbling, completely baffled by her long time no see comment. In his head, it's only been minutes or hours, and he has no clue she's been living in a nightmare for a month. Close up, Choi looks absolutely terrifying. Her gaze is cold, sharp, and totally devoid of her old warmth. Hyunchan is panicking internally, wondering how on earth a weak C-rank could have survived that swarm. Nara is still in shock, her hand clutched to her face as she tries to process that Choi is actually standing right there. It's a mix of relief and pure horror at how much she's changed. Hyunchan, being the master manipulator he is, immediately switches to his caring boyfriend act. He runs over and pulls her into a hug, shouting about how glad he is that she's alive. He puts on a whole fake crying performance, looking down with regret while telling her how sorry he is that he couldn't save her. It's honestly nauseating to watch. He buries his face in her shoulder, claiming he only left her for everyone's sake. He thinks he can still control her, completely unaware that the girl he knew is long dead. Choi just stands there with a sinister, knowing smile while he hugs her. Her thought reveals she understands exactly what's going on. She's just playing along for now, and you know his days are numbered. Hyunchan keeps up the act, thanking Choi for being so kind and understanding. He's totally leaning into the manipulation, trying to make her feel guilty for even thinking of being mad. Choi's face says it all though. She's smiling, but those red eyes are cold as ice. She's thinking about how he used to talk to her with that fake affection. Hyunchan starts to look a bit uneasy, probably sensing that the vibe is completely different now. He's staring at her, trying to figure out if she's really buying his lies or if he should start worrying. Little did he know what was coming next. He looks down and notices something truly bizarre. Despite her clothes being ripped to shreds, Choi doesn't have a single scratch on her. He's wondering how she doesn't have a single wound, and yeah, that's a massive red flag, buddy. Sweat starts dripping down Hyunchan's face as the realization sets in. He thinks something's off, and he's finally realizing that the weak tank he abandoned might have brought something back from that dungeon. The guy in the red tracksuit comes up and claps Choi on the shoulder, totally oblivious to the danger. Choi just keeps that calm, eerie expression, letting them think they're still in control. Red Jacket Guy is acting all buddy-buddy now, saying it's such a relief she made it back alive. It's the fakest group of people you've ever seen, all acting like they didn't just try to leave her for dead. He even has the audacity to suggest they go hunt the boss together again. They literally want to put her right back on the front lines as their human shield after she just crawled out of a month-long nightmare. Choi giggles and puts a hand over her mouth, acting all surprised that they haven't finished the boss yet. She asks with the most sarcastic tone ever if they were waiting for her. Hyunchan is still stuck in his own head, wondering if he's just being too sensitive or if there's actually something to be worried about. Big mistake, dude. Trust your gut on this one. The Red Jacket Guy is already celebrating, throwing his arms up like they've already won. He's totally convinced that having their tank back means an easy payday and an easy fight. The team starts heading out into the forest, with Hyunchan trailing behind and glancing back at Choi. He's still got that uneasy look, like he's waiting for the other shoe to drop. We get another close-up of Choi's terrifyingly calm face as she watches them. Her eyes are glowing red again, and she's just letting Hyunchan wonder if he's imagining things. Hyunchan is deep in thought, clearly trying to shake off the feeling that he's in trouble. He's trying to convince himself that everything is fine, which is always the first sign that things are about to go south. The scene transitions to the lush greenery of the forest where the boss is hiding. Birds are flying away in the background. Sensing the dark energy that's about to collide here, we see the massive, powerful legs of their target stepping onto the grass. The weight of this thing alone is enough to shake the ground and alert the hunters. There it is, the Dire Knuckle, a C-rank boss monster that looks like a giant demonic deer. With those glowing red eyes and massive antlers, it's definitely not something you want to mess with. Hyun-chan peeks out from behind a tree, assessing the situation. He's still playing the role of the tactical leader, but he has no idea the real monster is standing right next to him. But things are about to get worse. Hyun-chan tells everyone to get ready and do it like they always do. He's back to bossing everyone around, assuming Choi will just fall into line like she used to. He tells Choi to draw the aggro while the rest of them wait for the right moment to attack. He's literally using the same plan that got her trapped in the first place, and the red jacket guy is all for it. Hyun-chan gets right in Choi's face, reminding her that she has to keep all the attention on herself. Choi just gives a playful response with a smile that should honestly be scaring the life out of him. Hyun-chan thinks he's so clever, smirking as he tells them to proceed as planned. He's probably thinking he can just use her again, and maybe this time he won't have to deal with her afterward. Choi takes off like a rocket, charging straight at the boss with her shield held high. The speed she's moving at is way beyond anything a normal C rank should be capable of. The guys are completely blindsided by her sudden burst of initiative. The red jacket guy screams, wondering why she's going off on her own, while Hyun-chan just looks confused and worried. Choi unleashes a massive shout skill, sending out a shockwave of blue energy that rocks the entire area. She's not just drawing aggro, she's practically begging the boss to focus everything on her. The force of the shout is so intense, it literally shakes the trees and sends debris flying. She's putting out way more power than she ever has before, and the boys are starting to panic. The boss monster's eye flares up as it locks onto the source of the noise. It lets out a terrifying roar, clearly annoyed at being disturbed by such a loud challenger. The dire knuckle rears up on its hind legs, towering over the forest floor. It's absolutely massive, and now it's focused entirely on the group thanks to Choi's little performance. Hyun-chan and Red Jacket Guy are absolutely losing their minds, screaming at Choi for drawing way too much aggro. They realize too late that she's making sure the boss is as angry as possible. The group is in a full-blown scramble as the boss starts its charge. Hyun-chan is yelling for everyone to get behind Choi, still thinking she's going to protect them from the incoming disaster. The monster comes barreling in like a freight train, its red eyes fixed on the small figure in front of it. Choi is just standing her ground, waiting for the perfect moment to move. Hyun-chan is trying to stay calm, telling himself it's just a B-rank boss anyway, even though the system said C-rank. He's desperately clinging to the hope that Choi can handle it. The impact is massive as the monster slams into Choi's shield, or at least that's what it looks like from a distance. There's a huge impact sound as the force of the charge hits. Hyun-chan screams out that as long as Choi tanks up front, they'll be totally fine. He's so focused on his own safety that he doesn't see what's really happening. And then, the ultimate betrayal. At the very last second, Choi just steps aside and let the boss go right past her. She's literally just opened the front door for the monster to eat her team. The look on Hyun-chan's face is priceless. He's falling backwards in slow motion as he realizes he's about to be pulverized. He's completely defenseless without his tank in the way. The red jacket guy screams, wondering why she ran away, as he watches Choi dodge with insane grace and speed. He's the next one in line, and he's finally realizing that they're the ones who were actually abandoned, and that's when everything changed. Red jacket guy is in full panic mode, shouting at Choi for dodging the attack. He's realizing that the monster is now headed straight for him with zero obstacles in its path. He screams in pure, unadulterated terror as the boss closes in. He knows he's not a tank, and he's about to find out exactly what happens when you get hit. The dire knuckle's head, antlers and all, fills his vision as it closes the distance in a blur. There's no time to run, no time to hide, just the inevitable impact. The monster gores him right through the chest, a brutal sound accompanying the spray of blood. He's literally pinned to the monster's antlers, and it's definitely over for this guy. Nara is watching from the sidelines, her hands clamped over her mouth in horror. She can't believe what she's seeing, and the orange-haired girl next to her looks just as stunned. Hyun-chan is staring at the carnage, his mouth hanging open and his face pale with shock. He finally understands that Choi didn't just survive the dungeon, she brought the dungeon's cruelty back with her. Choi is perched casually on top of the boss monster's back, watching the guy she just got killed bleed out. She's completely unfazed, looking down with cold indifference. She stands over the dying man with a twisted, beautiful smile as he groans on the ground. She's officially enjoying this, and she's not even trying to hide it anymore. Choi giggles and gives the most fake apology ever, saying she was so scared she dodged by accident. She asks if everyone understands, while Hyun-chan trembles in the background, knowing he's next. High-stakes revenge is officially in session. Choi shifts her weight, her feet sliding across the dirt with a heavy sound effect. She's making a deliberate move to get out of the way, showing off that new A-rank agility. The scale of the situation is insane as we see Choi perched right on the boss monster's head. She's riding the dire knuckle like it's a personal mount, guiding it straight toward her former team. Hyun-chan and the others are blown back by the sheer force of the monster's charge. They're screaming and grunting as the ground explodes around them, realizing too late that their tank has turned into their hunter. Hyun-chan is on the ground, looking up with a face full of dirt and pure rage. He's screaming at Choi, demanding to know if she's lost her mind. "Buddy, I think she found it, and you're the first one on the list." Choi just sits there casually on the beast's back, leaning on her shield like she's on vacation. She gives him a mocking look and asks what it looks like she's doing. The level of disrespect is off the charts. A wide shot of the chaos shows the team scattered across the field while Choi looms over them from the monster's back. Hyun-chan is still yelling for her to stop fooling around, but he has no idea the game is already over. Choi gives a chilling, red-eyed grin as she repeats his words about fooling around. You can tell she's savoring the look of pure terror on his face. We get a gruesome shot of the guy in the red tracksuit, completely impaled on the monster's massive antlers. He's coughing up blood, his eyes rolling back. This is the first casualty of Choi's revenge tour. Hyun-chan, Nara, and the orange-haired girl stare up in absolute silence, paralyzed by the sight of their dead teammate. The reality that Choi isn't joking is finally sinking in, and it's a total nightmare. Choi grabs the monster's fur with a firm grip, ready to steer it into the next round of slaughter. She's completely in control of the B-rank beast, which should be impossible for a weak C-rank. She looks down at them with a predatory expression, her red eyes glowing with a sinister light. She declares they should see who lasts the longest, officially turning this hunt into a survival game for her friends. The dire knuckle rears up on its hind legs and lets out a deafening roar. The shockwave alone is enough to shake the trees and send a clear message. Nobody is getting out of here in one piece. The monster slams its front hooves down with a massive impact, sending green energy and debris flying everywhere. The sheer power of the attack is enough to flatten anything in its path. A bird's eye view shows the surviving team members huffing and puffing, already reaching their limit. They're exhausted, terrified, and realize they're being hunted by their own teammate. The orange-haired girl looks like she's about to have a breakdown, asking what they're supposed to do. She's never seen a monster or a person this terrifying before. Hyun-chan tries to scramble back into leader mode, telling the orange-haired girl to focus on tanking while he heals. He's still trying to hide behind everyone else like the coward he is. The poor girl panics even more, shouting that she's never tanked a boss monster before. She knows she's about to be turned into a human pancake if she tries to stand in front of that thing, but things are about to get worse. Hyun-chan snaps at her, his face contorted with stress and desperation. He tells her that if she doesn't do it, they're all going to die immediately. Talk about a great motivational speech. He grabs her shoulders, his face inches from hers as he tries to manipulate her one last time. He's sweating bullets, realizing that his usual gaslighting isn't working on the person who actually matters, Choi. An extreme close-up of Hyun-chan's eyes shows him gritting his teeth, his facade completely crumbling. He promises to back her up, but you can see the look in his gaze that says he's going to sacrifice her. The boss monster stands tall, looking like an absolute mountain of muscle and dark fur. It's a terrifying silhouette against the forest, and it's 100% focused on the people Hyun-chan is trying to lead. Choi looks down from her perch, looking completely bored by their little drama. She asks if they are all done talking, ready to restart the massacre. The orange-haired girl takes a defensive stance with her dual blades, while Hyun-chan prepares a magic circle for a buff or heal. They're trying to mount a defense, but you can see Nara in the back just watching the train wreck happen. The dire knuckle charges again, its glowing red eyes a blur of motion. Hyun-chan is panicking internally, wondering how on earth a weak C-rank is controlling a B-rank boss like it's a pet. The monster's head looms over the group, its massive antlers looking like spears aimed right at them. The perspective makes the hunters look like tiny, insignificant bugs. Hyun-chan screams for her to block it as the monster's head comes crashing down. He's putting all the weight of their survival on the one person left who still listens to him. The orange-haired girl lets out a piercing scream as she braces for the impact. She's giving it everything she has, but you can already tell it won't be enough. A massive guard notification pops up as she actually manages to catch the monster's attack. Purple energy sparks fly everywhere from the collision, showing the sheer force she's holding back. She's shocked that she actually blocked it, but Nara's silent, wide-eyed stare in the background tells you something is very wrong. Suddenly, the guard shatters into a million pieces with a deafening crash. The monster's power was way beyond her limit, and her defenses are completely deleted. The orange-haired girl is crushed on the ground in a pool of blood, looking completely lifeless. Hyun-chan and Nara can only gasp in shock as their team is systematically picked apart. Hyun-chan is a total mess, sweat and dirt covering his face as he gasps for air. He's reaching his breaking point, and he knows there's no way out of this forest. Choi is still sitting calmly on the monster's back, watching the carnage with a cold gaze. Hyun-chan looks up, wondering how she's so strong and why this monster is acting like her loyal bodyguard. A blue holographic status window pops up, inspecting the boss monster. It reveals that the dire knuckle is actually an A-rank threat now, with stats that would crush a normal team, and this is just the beginning. The scan moves to Choi herself, confirming the impossible. She's been promoted to A-rank. Hyun-chan is absolutely baffled, thinking she was just a C-rank trash tier tank a few hours ago. Another notification reveals a buff status called Blessing of Something Redacted. Hyunchan is losing his mind trying to figure out who or what could have blessed the girl he tried to kill. Choi stares down at her own status window with a calm, calculating look. She's fully aware of her power now, and she's just waiting for the perfect moment to finish the job. Hyunchan goes full desperate villain, charging forward with his teeth bared. He decides to kill him first and figure it out later, which is a bold move for someone who's currently a level 1 crook facing a level 100 boss. He gets absolutely wrecked by a shockwave from the monster, sending him flying backward with a pained scream. The ground literally erupts under him. He's clearly outmatched. Choi looks down at him from her throne on the monster's head, her voice mockingly sweet. She asks if he can still manage, knowing full well he's finished. Hyunchan is on his knees, gasping for breath as he looks up at the girl he used to control. The tables haven't just turned, they've been smashed and set on fire. Choi just gives him a blank, deadpan response while staring him down. She's completely devoid of any emotion except cold, hard satisfaction. Hyunchan stares up, realization finally hitting him like a truck. He's looking at a version of Choi that he doesn't recognize, a version that has no more kindness left to exploit. A wide shot showing the massive, dire knuckle looming over a broken Hyunchan. He notes that her personality has completely flipped, and he's finally realizing that she's the true monster in this forest. A close-up of Choi's eye narrowing with a sinister, red glint. Hyunchan lets out a pathetic apology, trying to use the same pity card that used to work on her. Hyunchan is fully on his knees now, head bowed in a submissive apology. It's a total 100 from his earlier arrogance, but it's too little, too late. Choi looks down at him with an icy expression, asking what he's sorry for. She's forcing him to list every single one of his sins before she ends him. Hyunchan starts listing his crimes, abandoning her, running away, and shutting the door. Choi just keeps repeating a cold question about what else he did. He admits to forcing her to understand his toxic behavior and putting everyone else's lives above hers. Choi's only response is another cold question, wanting more. He starts sobbing, claiming he messed up everything. It's a pathetic performance from a man who only cares about his own skin, and Choi isn't buying a single second of it. Choi stands over him, stating that this is his problem, not hers. She asks if he really doesn't know why she's angry, and he looks up with a totally clueless expression. Hyunchan is so self-absorbed that he genuinely doesn't get it. He's staring at her like a confused puppy, proving that he hasn't learned a single thing from this entire experience. Choi stares him down with a chillingly calm face, her eyes glowing red. She tells him she's angry about just one thing, and the tension in the air reaches a boiling point. What happens next is hard to believe. Hyunchan switches back to a fake, desperate smile. He asks if she could tell him what it is then, still thinking he can talk his way out of a death sentence. Choi's face is wreathed in shadows as she delivers the final verdict, telling the little bastard his very existence is the problem. The mask is off, and the killer is finally speaking. Hyunchan looks up in sheer terror as the monster's massive hoof looms directly over his head. His final word is a confused question as the light of his life finally goes out. A massive splatter of blood hits the background with a sickening crunch. Hyunchan has been crushed like a grape, and his existence problem has been officially solved. The monster's hoof is planted firmly in a crater of blood and bone. Choi lets out a manic laugh as she celebrates the final moment of her revenge against the guild leader. Choi throws her head back and laughs hysterically, the blood on her face highlighting her descent into madness. She's finally free of the man who tortured her, and she's loving every second of it. A close-up of her eye shows a psychotic, red pupil. She's not the victim anymore, she's the apex predator, and she's just getting started. Choi jumps down from her mount and looks over at Nara, who is still standing there frozen in fear. She almost forgot there was one person left to deal with. Nara is shaking like a leaf, stuttering as Choi approaches her. She's just seen her entire team get obliterated in the most brutal way possible. Choi stands over her, looking absolutely terrifying. She asks if she should let her live, while Nara falls to her knees and begs for her life. A flashback reminds us why Nara is still breathing. She was the only one who tried to stop Hyunchan from locking the door. That one moment of humanity just saved her life. Choi gives a wicked smirk, her eyes glowing red. She's decided that Nara is useful, but only if she plays by her new rules. Choi commands Nara to listen to her from now on. Nara immediately agrees, stuttering out her compliance while she still can. Choi leans in close, telling Nara she's sparing her because of that door moment. She adds that they shouldn't forget their humanity, which is hilarious coming from a girl who just turned her boyfriend into a pancake. Nara is nodding frantically, saying she's got it. She's completely broken and terrified, which is exactly how Choi wants her. The two of them start walking past the boss monster's carcass, as Choi mentions there's one more thing they need to do. Nara is just trying to keep her legs from giving out. Choi grabs the hilt of a sword with a bone-crushing grip. She warns Nara that if she says anything stupid once they get back, she's dead, no second chances. With a massive swing, Choi slashes through something off-screen. Her strength is now so high that she can cut through steel and bone like it's butter. She's literally split the boss monster's head clean in half, blood spraying everywhere. Nara is tiny in the background, letting out a terrified yelp at the sheer violence of it. Choi stands amidst the gore with a blood-splattered face and a chilling smile. She asks Nara if she understands, reinforcing her dominance over the last survivor. Nara is crying now, her face a mess of tears and snot. She's stuttering out more agreements, completely under Choi's thumb. They walk together through the forest, leaving a trail of blood behind them. Choi reminds Nara that they're on the same team now, and any betrayal will result in immediate death. They stand over the monster's remains to collect mana stones, acting like they just finished a normal hunt. Choi is totally casual about the slaughter, which is way more terrifying than if she were angry. The scene shifts to the dungeon exit, where a massive explosion of blue light marks the portal. A heavy sound marks them stepping back into the real world. Choi and Nara walk out of the portal together, their silhouettes dark and ominous against the light. They look like they've just returned from a war, and in a way, they have. The Hanshin Guild's management team is waiting at the exit, and they're surprised to see only 2 people coming back. The manager looks genuinely concerned about the rest of the group. Choi wants to pass them with a fake, casual explanation that they all died. The management team is absolutely floored by her bluntness and lack of emotion. Nara jumps in with the lies Choi told her to say, claiming the boss monster's rank suddenly went up. She tells them the others died protecting them, which is the funniest lie I've ever heard. Choi lets out a snort and hides her face. She's literally laughing at the manager's reaction and how easily they're buying the story. The managers see her shaking and assume she's crying from the trauma. They comment on her crying, totally falling for the act while Choi laughs her head off internally. Nara continues the performance, saying they're struggling a bit right now and need to head in. She's doing a great job of playing the traumatized survivor while Choi just follows along. The management team is whispering, confused how 2 C-rankers made it out of an up-ranked dungeon alive. They know something is fishy, but they don't have any proof. Choi and Nara walk away from the crowd, their mission successful. Choi looks completely unfazed, but Nara looks like she's about to have a heart attack from all the lying. We're introduced to the Hanshin Guildmaster, An Baek-deok, who also happens to be Hanshan's uncle. He looks like a stern, powerful old man, and he's demanding a full explanation of what happened. This is where things are going to get really interesting. Guildmaster An Baek-deok is absolutely losing it, screaming in disbelief with enough force to pop a vein. He couldn't care less about the boss's rank going up, he's just looking for someone to blame for the mess. He continues his temper tantrum, berating both Choi and Nara for the mission's failure. Nara looks like she wants to disappear, but Choi just stands there with her arms crossed, completely unimpressed. Choi is literally yawning right in the middle of his lecture. Imagine being so powerful now that a raging guildmaster's threats just bore you to death. Nara is sweating bullets, thinking about how Choi is acting so calm after murdering the whole team. She's terrified that if the truth leaks out, they're both headed straight to prison. The old man is stressing hard, wondering how he's going to explain Hanshan's death to his father. Apparently, the guild is already circling the drain financially, and this was the last thing they needed. He mentions the company is in bad shape while wearing a gold watch that probably costs more than a house. Talk about a walk-in contradiction. Choi's eyes half close, glowing with that same eerie pink light as she listens to his whining. She's clearly cooking up something spicy. She drops a truth bomb, asking how he claims to be broke while decked out in luxury goods. The guildmaster is absolutely flabbergasted that she's actually talking back. She starts listing off his expensive suit brand and the multi-million-dollar car he drove in with. He just stands there frozen, sweat beads starting to roll down his face. Choi points out the insanity of them risking their lives for minimum wage while he's out here spending money like it's water. She's officially done being the quiet little tank, but this decision would change everything. He lets out a frustrated groan and glares at her, unable to form a real comeback. His employees in the back are just awkward witnesses to his public roasting. The guy is sweating through his shirt, wondering where this sudden attitude came from. He really thought she was still the same pushover she used to be. He flashes back to the old Choi, remembering her as someone who used to just tremble silently like a criminal. Too bad for him, that girl is long gone. He tries to pivot back to his boss persona, telling them they need to take full responsibility and forget about resting. Nara looks genuinely shocked by his lack of empathy. He points his finger and orders them to find a new dungeon to enter tomorrow. Nara tries to speak up, saying this is going way too far, but he's not having it. He shouts her down, telling her to shut it and be grateful while mentioning that hunters are hard to find. The entitlement on this dude is actually insane. He stomps away, fuming about how he's supposed to run a guild without his nephew around. He's more worried about his bottom line than the actual people who died. The guy lights up a cigarette, cursing that Hyun Choi brat and wishing she'd been the one to die instead of Hyun Chan. Big mistake saying that out loud, buddy. He continues his walk of shame, thinking that at least he still has one C rank left to squeeze some work out of. He really thinks he's still in charge here. He's puffing away on his cigarette, walking off with a smug look like he's won the argument. He has zero idea of the freight train that's about to hit him. Suddenly, a fist comes out of nowhere and absolute rockets into his face. His glasses go flying and his cigarette is the least of his problems now. The guildmaster is down for the count, groaning in the dirt with a mangled face and blood everywhere. Ouch! That's gotta hurt. The guild staff and Nara are absolutely losing their minds at what they just saw. Nara is just staring in horror, thinking Choi has officially lost her marbles. Choi stands over him, laughing her heart out while he lies there face down begging for someone to help. The tables haven't just turned, they've been pulverized. She looms over him like a final boss, telling him not to act like a baby while he grovells at her feet. Total boss move. She suggests that if he's so worried about money, he should just enter the dungeons himself. Then she mockingly adds that it's scary and he hates it, doesn't he? The guy is a complete mess, drooling on the floor and asking if she's crazy for showing her true colors now. He still can't believe his weak employee just decked him. Choi is laughing so hard she's clutching her stomach, finding it hilarious that he and Hyunshan even have the same lame dialogue. It really runs in the family. She wipes away a tear from laughing, her eyes glowing red with a chilling intensity. She's clearly having the time of her life. She squats down right in his face and admits that, yeah, she's crazy for not dying in his precious nephew's place. The sarcasm is dripping off every word. He's trembling and sweating, stuttering out his shock as he stares into her terrifying eyes. The realization of his situation is finally sinking in. She looks at him with total indifference, calling him a dumbass and telling him she's completely done with Hyunshan. She orders him never to bring that name up again, and you can tell she means it. Choi stands up to walk away, casually announcing that she's quitting the guild. Baek Deok panics on the floor, knowing his business is toast without her. She throws one last insult over her shoulder, telling him he should have treated her better when he had the chance. Hard to argue with that logic. He flinches back with a terrified yelp as she makes a sudden move. She asks him if he wants another punch, and the guy looks like he's about to have a heart attack. She pauses for a second, looking back with those piercing red eyes. She adds that she's not quite finished with her exit. She tosses a small bill onto the ground right in front of him. It's like she's tipping him for the entertainment he provided. It's a measly 5,001 bill. She calls it a condolence gift for Hyunshan, which is basically the ultimate middle finger. The guildmaster is shaking with pure, unadulterated rage, gritting his teeth as he glares at the money. He's never been this humiliated in his life. He lets out a massive scream of frustration, while Choi just walks away yawning like she's heading home for a nap. Nara quickly follows, thanking the guild for the memories, or lack thereof. Nara is still worried, asking if the non-awakened leader is going to be okay. Choi just shrugs it off, saying he's fine and probably didn't explode. We get a shot of an apartment building at night under a dark, cloudy sky. Looks like the drama is moving indoors for now. Inside, Choi is trying on a baggy white t-shirt and asking Nara if she's into rock bands. She looks way more relaxed now that she isn't covered in monster guts. Nara is doing the laundry and says she just grabbed it from a store. Choi says it's cool and decides this is her new style from now on, much to Nara's confusion. Choi mentions that Hyunshan didn't like these kinds of clothes. Her expression is neutral, but there's a cold edge to her gaze that's hard to ignore. Nara looks at her with a deadpan expression and just reminds her that he's dead. I mean, she isn't wrong. Choi's face instantly lights up with a cheerful, creepy smile. She says, "Oh right, he is dead," like she just remembered she won the lottery. She dives onto the bed, cheering and laughing like a kid. She happily shouts that she's the one who killed him while Nara just watches her, probably rethinking their friendship. Nara asks why Choi suddenly showed up at her place and if she's even got a home to go to. Choi is just lounging around like she owns the place. Choi sits up, her playful mood suddenly shifting into something a bit more serious and quiet. She looks Nara in the eyes and asks if she can stay for a while. Nara looks like she's about to have another panic attack. Choi winks and explains she was living with Hyunshan and has zero desire to go back there. Yeah, living in your dead boyfriend's house sounds like a total buzzkill. Nara is sweating and thinking to herself that she's too scared to say no. She's convinced if she rejects the request, Choi will just delete her from existence. She nervously agrees, and Choi is absolutely thrilled, hugging a blue fish plushie and thanking her profusely. It's almost adorable if you forget about the whole murder thing. Nara mentions she left the guild too and asks what the plan is for the future. She's probably hoping Choi has some actual goals beyond staying on her couch. Choi, still clutching that plushie, admits she hasn't even thought about a new guild yet. She looks like she's just vibing for now. Nara asks about how she's going to pay for things. Choi says she's got 20 million won in the bank and thinks she can manage somehow. Nara is floored that she only has that much, pointing out that Hyunshan bragged to everyone about paying for all her expenses. Looks like the lies started long before the dungeon, but things are about to get worse. Choi looks genuinely confused, explaining that they split everything and he only covered the initial deposit. The guy was a total cheapskate on top of being a coward. Nara just facepalms, realizing what a massive liar Hyunshan really was. The more they talk, the more she realizes Choi was basically his personal piggy bank. Choi jokes about finding Nara and killing her if she ever tries to kick her out. Nara is terrified, thinking she knew it, while Choi just smiles sweetly. Nara stammers out a thank you for being spared, looking like her soul is leaving her body. She's officially the world's most stressed roommate. Choi bursts out laughing, telling Nara her reaction was hilarious. She's really enjoying messing with the poor girl's head. Choi's expression goes a bit distant and soft as she looks down at the bed. She's definitely got a lot on her mind. Nara asks if she's hungry, and Choi confirms she's ready to eat. It's about time for some non-monster food. Nara points out they haven't eaten all day and starts listing off options like fried chicken or joke ball. Now we're talking. Choi says anything is fine, mentioning Hyunshan never let her eat late because he didn't want her to gain weight. The guy was controlling her down to the last calorie. A close-up on Nara's eye as she screams in total disbelief. She's reaching new levels of being done with Hyunshan's crap. Nara is absolutely fuming, calling him a crazy bastard and saying good riddance for the 10th time. Her blood is boiling on Choi's behalf. Choi is confused, asking why she's so mad all of a sudden. Nara just asks if anyone wouldn't be, and she's 100% right. Choi gives a genuine, warm smile and tells Nara she's the first person who's ever gotten mad for her sake. It's a rare moment of actual human connection for her. Nara is already on her phone, saying anyone on the street would agree the guy was insane. She orders some food and tells Choi they should eat and get some sleep. We get a shot of the apartment from outside while Nara thinks about the insanity of Choi being expected to tank while starving. The food arrives and they settle in for some joke ball. Nara is passed out and snoring, finally getting some rest after a legendary day. Choi is wide awake next to her, staring up at the ceiling with a thoughtful expression. She's clearly not ready to sleep yet. She's thinking about her future and what she actually wants to do now that she's free. It's been a long time since she had to make decisions for herself. A close-up of Nara's foot twitching in her sleep, just a random moment of domestic normalcy in an otherwise chaotic life. Choi's eyes are wide as she realizes she has zero desire to go back into dungeons or join another guild. She just wants to rest and live a normal life for once. She dreams about living comfortably and just doing odd jobs here and there to get by. It sounds like a peaceful, boring dream, the exact opposite of her current reality. Suddenly, her eyes snap open, glowing with a terrifying, pulsing pink light. Something is very wrong, and that's when everything changed. She lets out a sharp gasp of pain, clutching herself as a surge of energy rocks her body. Choi bolts upright in bed, panting and sweating like she just ran a marathon. Nara is still out cold, completely oblivious to the drama. She clutches her stomach, trembling as she wonders what that was just now. She looks absolutely terrified. She sits there in the dark, gasping for air and trying to make sense of the sensation. The nightmare isn't over yet. A final, haunting thought crosses her mind as she wonders if something is inside her stomach. The parasite ring is definitely starting its next phase. Choi wakes up in the middle of the night, clutching her stomach with a grimace. It feels like there's something alive inside her, and honestly, that's a nightmare nobody wants to deal with. She sits there in the dark, her eyes glowing with a faint, eerie pink light as she processes the pain. You can tell she's starting to realize that the reward she found might be a curse in disguise. She looks down at her hand, where the parasite ring is pulsing with a soft glow. She thinks she needs to remove it, reaching over to try and slide the cursed jewelry off her finger. The system immediately shuts that idea down with a bright blue notification window. It clearly states that once the parasitic ring is worn, it cannot be removed. Big mistake putting that thing on, Choi. The notification window lingers, a cold reminder that she's stuck with this EX rank item for better or worse. Immortality comes with a lot of fine print, apparently. Choi just stares at the status screen, looking completely drained. She's wondering if it's some kind of bound item, but the name Parasite is what's really starting to keep her up at night. She's not giving up that easily though, gritting her teeth and pulling at the ring with everything she's got. She yells that she doesn't care, she's just gonna take it off, but the ring isn't budging an inch. A sudden burst of dark energy wraps around her hand as she tries to force the ring off, letting out a pained gasp. It's like the item is fighting back, refusing to let go of its new host. A blinding flash of white light erupts from the ring, and Choi screams as the feedback hits her. This isn't just a stubborn piece of jewelry, it's practically a part of her nervous system now. She collapses back on the bed, clutching her stomach again as the internal pain flares up. She wonders what this is, looking completely terrified of her own body. She stares at her hands, where a tiny green spark remains on the gemstone of the ring. The reality of her situation is finally sinking in. She's literally stuck with a parasite that won't leave. Another system window pops up to drop even more bad news. It explains that her death is impossible until something called hatching is complete, which sounds incredibly ominous. The screen zooms in on that final chilling sentence. The word impossible until hatching is complete, yeah, that's definitely not a good sign for her long-term survival. But this is just the beginning. Choi starts connecting the dots, remembering a similar message from her time in the dungeons. She's trying to stay calm, but the question of what exactly is supposed to hatch is eating her alive. She has a horrific vision of a monster literally bursting out of a person's torso in a spray of blood. She's wondering if it could be that, her face going pale as she imagines a literal chestburster situation. The shadow over her face says it all. She's absolutely horrified. The immortality she gained is starting to look like a very slow, very painful death sentence. She slumps over on the bed, looking totally defeated while holding her midsection. She thinks that this thing saved her life, but the weight of the consequences is finally hitting her. She raises her hand, the ring glowing with a deceptive beauty in the dark room. She knows she can't afford to relax even for a second with a ticking time bomb attached to her finger. Choi looks at the ring with a hardened gaze, her resolve finally overriding her fear. She's determined to find a way to remove it before whatever is inside her decides it's time to come out. Morning arrives, and we see Choi sitting on the edge of her bed while her roommate Nara is still knocked out on the floor. Choi knows she needs to figure out what this item is, but going through official channels is way too risky. She looks over at the sleeping Nara, thinking about the massive target an EX-grade item puts on her back. To keep the secret and find answers, she realizes she's going to have to take the illegal route. Sunlight streams through the blinds as the birds start chirping outside. It's a peaceful-looking morning for everyone else, but for Choi, it's the start of a very dangerous journey. She sits alone in the morning light, her long hair casting a shadow down her back. She's lost in thought, planning her next move in a world that just got a whole lot more complicated. A close-up reveals a sharp, determined smile on her face. She whispers that it's not over yet, ready to face whatever underground nightmare she has to find to get this ring off. Cut to a taxi cruising down the highway with the girls inside. Nara is naturally worried, asking why Choi suddenly ran off to the hospital, but Choi just plays it off as a simple stomachache. Choi looks out the window, looking way too calm for someone with a literal parasite in their gut. She's already moving on to the next problem, their living situation. Nara is in full-blown panic mode, yelling no right in Choi's face. Apparently, Choi made a suggestion that Nara is definitely not on board with. The argument gets heated as Choi argues that if she pays the rent, everything is fine, but Nara isn't having it, screaming that their current place is already way too small for both of them. Choi just gives her this smug, playful look and a simple question. She clearly has a plan that Nara hasn't fully grasped yet. Nara looks completely baffled as Choi casually suggests they just move into a bigger house if space is the problem. It's a bold move for someone who was just broke 5 minutes ago. Nara is still shouting, even though she admits the idea of a bigger place is tempting. She's trying to be the voice of reason while Choi just sits there with a mischievous look on her face. Choi hits her with a cold suggestion to die then, which is a bit harsh, but Nara just yells back asking why she's talking like that. When Choi offers for Nara to just live with her, the answer is still a hard no. Choi's expression goes serious as she promises to leave as soon as she saves up enough money. One thing is for sure, she is absolutely never going back to her dead boyfriend's house. The conversation turns to money, and we see little chibi versions of the girls. Choi suggests they combine their funds, but Nara shut that down instantly with a very firm nope. Nara asks the real question. How is Choi going to make any money after quitting the guild yesterday? Choi's answer is as simple that she'll just get a part-time job, but her face tells a different story. Nara looks like she's about to have a heart attack, screaming and asking if she's crazy. She knows exactly what kind of dangerous places those dogfights really are. Choi just smirks and tells Nara she'll make her some money too. She tells her to bet on her with a chilling level of confidence that Nara is definitely not comfortable with. The screen goes black with the words "a dogfight" in bold white. It's an ominous transition into the dark underbelly of the hunter world. We get a look at the arena. It's a grimy, underground cage fighting ring surrounded by a rowdy crowd. This is the illegal route Choi was talking about. The narration explains that a dogfight isn't actually about fighting animals. It's something much more brutal than that. We see two muscular guys tearing into each other inside the cage. It turns out these fights are about putting awakened people against each other for sport. The rules are simple. C rankers or below fight it out while a winner is crowned in the ring. It's a brutal way to make a living, but the payouts are huge. The explanation finishes by calling it what it really is: illegal combat gambling. People bet on the winning side, and the house takes a massive cut. Back in the taxi, Nara is doing the math and realizes Choi isn't actually a C rank anymore. She's worried that hiding her true rank to fight in these rings is straight up fraud. Choi just shrugs it off with a sly grin, pointing out that her official license still says she's C rank. She's more than happy to use that loophole to her advantage. A close-up of her smirk shows she's fully embraced the dark side. She questions if a little fraud is going to make it worse when it's already illegal, which is some flawless logic. Choi leans back in the taxi seat looking totally relaxed while Nara just stares at her with a deadpan expression. Nara mutters that it's true, but knows she's officially lost the argument to her crazy new roommate. Nara is still in the taxi, looking like she's second-guessing this whole illegal gambling idea. She's giving Choi a long, silent stare that says everything about how worried she is. Choi just gives a sly little smirk and a simple agreement. It looks like she's agreeing to some ground rules Nara laid down, probably to keep from getting them both arrested. Nara's tune changes real quick when she thinks about the payout. She asks if the money is solid if they raise the odds. Yeah, she's officially caught the gambling bug. Choi just chuckles to herself, looking out the window while Nara finally gets on board. It's a bit scary how fast she went from "we're gonna go to jail" to "let's maximize our profits." They arrive at this super generic looking building that honestly looks like a boring office or a supply store. Nara is skeptical, asking if this really is the legendary dogfight arena. Choi reveals she heard about this place from her little sibling, which completely blindsides Nara. Nara's reaction is priceless as she realizes how little she actually knows about Choi. Choi is all business, telling Nara to stop stalling and just go in. Nara is still panicking, worried they might have the wrong place and are about to walk into a random store like idiots. We get a close-up of Choi's boots as she steps through the door, accompanied by a soft bell chime. It's such a mundane sound for a place that's supposed to be a den of illegal combat. Inside, we see an old woman peacefully knitting behind a counter. She looks like someone's sweet grandmother, but in this world, that usually means she's the most dangerous person in the room. Choi walks right up to the counter and tells the old lady she's looking for something. She's playing it cool, waiting for the woman to drop the act. The lady doesn't even stop knitting as she looks up and asks what she's looking for. The tension in the air is thick enough to cut with a knife. Choi pulls out a dark, official-looking Hunter ID card, which gets an immediate reaction from the old woman. The knitting stops, and the real conversation is about to start. The card reveals Choi's official status. Hyan Choi, rank C, tanker. It looks like a perfectly normal ID, but we know her current stats are anything but average. The woman gives Choi a warning, telling her not to get hurt and to just stick to a regular guild. She's seen plenty of ambitious young hunters disappear into the underground, and she's trying to be the voice of reason, but fate had other plans. Choi flashes a confident smile and casually mentions she quit the guild yesterday. She's done with the safe, corporate life of a hunter and is looking for something much more lucrative. She tells the lady she's just sick of it all and wants to take a break. The woman just stares at her, probably thinking she's just another arrogant kid who doesn't know what she's getting into. The lady's expression goes cold as she calls Choi spoiled for complaining. She questions what there is to be sick of, clearly not impressed by Choi's boredom. Choi just stands there with a blank, polite smile while Nara looks like she's having a minor heart attack in the background. Choi is being insulted by a grandma and she's just taking it with a grin. The old woman narrows her eyes behind her glasses, studying Choi with a piercing gaze. You can tell she's looking for something specific, searching for the real person behind the mask. She drops a bombshell, asking Choi point blank if she's killed someone. The accusation hangs in the air, and even Nara is stunned into silence. Choi's glowing red eye tells the real story, even as she stays silent. The old woman has definitely clocked the darkness lurking just beneath the surface. Choi quickly tries to laugh it off, waving her hand and claiming she's never done anything like that. But the lady is already over it, telling them they've got the wrong place and to just go home. Choi isn't leaving that easily, leaning forward and planting her hands on the counter. The polite girl act is starting to slip, replaced by something much more aggressive. She gives the most terrifyingly beautiful grin I've ever seen and asks what it would take for her to let her in. She's officially stopped playing games. The lady actually smirks back, clearly liking Choi's change in attitude. She's finally found the real Choi, and it looks like she's exactly what they need for the arena. The woman makes a subtle "come here" gesture with her finger, beckoning Choi to lean in closer. The gatekeeper is finally about to let them pass. She puts a finger to her lips, telling Choi to keep it quiet. They're moving into territory where words can get you killed, and secrecy is the only currency that matters. Choi leans back with a satisfied look, knowing she's successfully navigated the entrance exam. She's got that look on her face like she's already won the first fight, and this is just the beginning. The lady goes back to being a grumbly shopkeeper, warning them the next time it's cash only. She's processing something on an old school machine, probably an entrance fee. The machine spits out a receipt, and the woman gives them a cheeky confirmation. The transaction is complete, and the door to the underground is officially open. She points towards a dark back hallway, telling them to just go straight down. Choi and Nara start their walk into the unknown, leaving the normal world behind. Choi pushes aside a beaded curtain, and we get a look into the dark tunnel beyond. It's like they're walking into the mouth of a beast, and only one of them is actually excited about it. Nara is having a total meltdown about the entrance fee, asking if it's okay for their budget. Poor girl is more worried about rent than her life right now. Choi doesn't even slow down, telling Nara it's not a big deal since she's going to make a ton of money anyway. Her confidence is either inspiring or completely insane, possibly both. They emerge into a massive underground arena packed with cheering fans. The atmosphere is electric, fueled by bloodlust and gambling debts. In the center, we see the dogs in action, two shirtless guys pummeling each other in a cage. Nara is suddenly wishing she'd brought some cash of her own so she could get in on the action. Choi sits down in a stadium seat, but Nara has completely vanished. Choi wonders where she went, looking around the crowded stands. Her red eyes are darting back and forth, trying to spot her roommate in the sea of faces. You can see the confusion starting to set in. Cut to Nara at the betting counter, handing over a massive stack of cash with a determined look. She really is a ride or die friend, or she's just really, really broke. Nara comes back to the seats and Choi greets her with a sharp look. She's definitely not happy about whatever Nara was just doing. Choi is straight up glaring at her, veins popping on her head while little sparks fly from her eyes. Nara is in the "what did I do" phase of the argument. Nara is screaming, asking what's with that look and what she did wrong. She's completely clueless about why her support is being met with such a terrifying face. Choi explains that she had to spend a whopping 1.1 million won on the entrance fee because Nara stayed completely silent earlier. Basically, Choi paid for both of them and she's fuming about her dwindling savings. Nara yells back, asking who has extra money to spare in this economy. She throws it back in Choi's face, saying she's got that deposit money from her old apartment. They're in a full-blown chibi-style brawl now, Nara screaming that half her landlord's house belongs to the bank and she has nowhere else to go. They're basically arguing about who's more destitute in the middle of a gladiator pit. Suddenly, someone's voice breaks through their bickering, asking if they are new here. Choi looks up, her eyes wide as she realizes they've been spotted. A tall guy with flame-red hair and a dark leather jacket looms over them, looking like a total main character. He's definitely not just another random fan in the stands. He gives a cool, confident smile and asks if he can sit next to Choi. This guy is either a potential ally or the next person Choi is going to have to hospitalize. Guess we'll find out. Choi gives a casual shrug, basically telling the red-haired guy that she doesn't care about his opinion. She's already focused on the matches, ignoring his attempt at being mysterious. The red-haired guy leans in, looking curious about who the girls are planning to put their money on. He's acting all friendly now, but you can tell he's just sizing them up. The first fighter is introduced, the Desert, Park Deok-soo. He looks like a classic brawler, covered in scars and ready to break some bones in the cage. The opponent is the Sea, Shim Ba-yeon. He's a bald, stocky guy who looks like he could take a punch from a freight train and not even blink. Choi drops a bombshell, telling the guy she's not here to bet, she's here to participate. Nara looks a bit worried in the background, knowing Choi's participation usually involves a lot of property damage. Choi looks over at him, her gaze sharpening as she wonders what his deal is. She repeats his words, clearly suspicious of this guy's true strength. A close-up of Choi's eye narrowing as she suspects he might be hiding his true power. She's wondering if he already checked her rank while they were talking. Choi tries to use her inspect skill on the red-haired stranger, but the window just shows a bunch of question marks. This dude is a total enigma, and that's never a good sign in an illegal fight club. She looks genuinely shocked that her skill is failing her. If she can't see his stats, it means this guy is either at her level or way, way higher. The realization hits her. This guy is currently an A-rank hunter or even higher. It makes no sense for someone that powerful to be hanging out in a C-rank illegal gambling den, but things are about to get worse. The red-haired guy just sits there, looking bored and slightly annoyed. He's probably wondering the same thing about Choi. Why is a top-tier hunter slumming it here? He points out the obvious, reminding her that the participant level here is restricted to C rank. He asks why she is participating, basically calling her out for sandbagging. A close-up of his eyes shows him mentioning there's no way the hosts didn't check her hunter's license. He's definitely onto her fake C rank scheme. He asks point-blank if she's a fraudulent registrant. Choi just gives him a cold stare, clearly not appreciating being called out on her scam. Choi snaps back, telling him he's the one creepily peeking at other people's ranks. She tells him to mind his own business and just enjoy the fight. Nara jumps in to defend Choi, telling the mister that they have legitimate licenses. She's playing the clueless innocent role perfectly while Choi stays stoic. The red-haired guy just lets out a puff of air and smirks. He says, yeah, right, clearly not buying their story for a single second. Nara is getting genuinely annoyed now, telling him that if he's drunk, he should just watch the match quietly. She warns him not to go around picking fights with random people. Poor Nara is pointing right at the red-haired guy, calling him a balding old man to his face. Choi looks like she's trying her hardest not to burst out laughing at the insult. In Nara's head, she's seeing a drunk, red-nosed old man who's just country trash. Her imagination is doing some heavy lifting to justify why she's so annoyed with him. Choi tries to correct her, pointing out that the guy is clearly their age. Nara is having none of it, screaming that he's definitely an old man. Choi finally loses it and starts laughing, pointing out that his hair is super full. Nara is still fuming in the background, looking like a total chibi rage monster. The red-haired guy is actually laughing now, finding Nara's confusion hilarious. Nara just looks confused, wondering what everyone is laughing about. Choi's laughter dies down as she wonders if he used a special item to hide his true appearance or rank. She knows something is fishy, and it's not just Nara's bad attitude. The chibi red-haired guy is still cackling away, clearly enjoying the chaos the girls brought to his section. The bell rings with a loud sound, signaling that the main event is finally starting. The crowd's cheering reaches a fever pitch. The match between the Master of the Desert and the Storm of the Sea kicks off. Both fighters look ready to tear each other's heads off in the cage. Nara is all smiles, cheering because the fight is finally starting. She's probably dreaming about the payout for her bet. The red-haired guy tells Nara to watch quietly if she doesn't want to get kicked out. Nara is fuming, muttering that her money is on the line so she can cheer as loud as she wants. The red-haired guy explains that the place is filled with low-ranked hunters who can't even recognize a high-rank's face. He's basically saying he's invisible to everyone except Choi. We get a stat check on Park Deok-soo, rank E. He looks way tougher than his rank suggests, which is a common trick in these illegal fights. The opponent, Shim Bayan, is rank D. On paper, he should have the advantage, but in this cage, rank doesn't always tell the whole story. Choi watches the fighters, her arms crossed as she states that rank trumps all. She knows the power difference between a D and an E is usually too much to overcome. Nara is super confident, telling Choi that's exactly why she bet on the D rank. She thinks she's guaranteed to win some easy cash. The fight starts, and it's brutal. The E-rank fighter is taking a massive knee to the gut, the impact vibrating through his entire body. Nara's already screaming for her guy to finish it. The E-ranker Deok-soo is getting pummeled, his face covered in blood as he takes hit after hit. It looks like a total blowout for the D-rank fighter. Nara is losing it, screaming for him to get up as her money starts looking like it's about to disappear into someone else's pocket. The ground and pound is relentless, with the D-ranker raining down blows on Deok-soo. Choi watches silently, her eyes following every movement of the weaker fighter. Suddenly, the E-rank fighter lets out a pained roar and bites the other guy's arm. Blood sprays everywhere as he ignores the rules to survive. The red-haired guy casually mentions that the E-ranker is going to win. Nara is fuming, yelling at him not to say ominous things like that. Little did she know what was coming next. The E-ranker has turned the tables, pinning the D-ranker down and slamming his head into the mat. Choi notes that he's playing real dirty to overcome the rank gap. Nara is still in denial, shouting at Choi about how the D rank has to win. She's desperate for her 300-hit combo prediction to come true. The referee raises Deok-soo's hand as the winner. The underdog pull-off has the crowd going wild, but it means Nara just lost everything. Nara's soul is literally leaving her body as she stares into space. She whimpers about her money, her dreams of wealth officially shattered. Nara is full-on crying now, screaming about her bet while money with wings flies away in the background. She's absolutely devastated. The red-haired guy gives her a smug look, telling her she should have listened to him. Nara is just a puddle of misery on the ground now. Choi starts laughing, saying that brawl was hilarious. She's clearly enjoyed seeing Nara's confidence get crushed more than the actual fight. Nara grabs Choi by the shirt, screaming about how she promised the D rank would win. She's looking for someone to blame for her terrible gambling luck. Nara is clutching Choi's shirt, crying about her lost money. Choi just stands there silently, her expression starting to shift from amusement to something much darker. Choi's eyes glow with that terrifying red light as she stares down at Nara. She asks what she is doing right now, the coldness in her voice enough to freeze the room. Nara's eyes go wide as she realizes she's crossed a major line. The fun and games Choi is officially gone, replaced by the dungeon survivor. Nara immediately backs off, stuttering that she lost her mind for a second. She asks Choi when she's going to fight, hoping to change the subject before she gets throttled. Choi just turns around and starts walking away, saying she changed her mind. Nara is left standing there, totally confused by the sudden shift. Nara chases after her, screaming about how Choi promised to help her make money. Choi just tells her to be thankful she didn't throttle her harder. Nara thinks to herself that Choi probably left because she noticed those items earlier looked illegal. She realizes Choi is way more cautious than she lets on. The red-haired guy is also walking away, his hands in his pockets. He's clearly finished with the show for today. He calls out to Choi, smirking as he says he guesses she has a conscience after all. He thinks she's quitting the fight because she doesn't want to cheat. Choi stops and looks at him, Nara hovering nervously in the background. Choi is already planning her next move with this mysterious A-ranker. The red-haired guy tells her not to waste her rank here and to go join a guild instead. He's trying to be helpful, but you can tell he's still keeping secrets. Choi asks him why he is here then. She's not letting him play the moral high ground when he's also hanging out in an illegal cage fighting den. A close-up of Choi's eyes shows her accusing him of using illegal items to hide his presence. She's basically telling him she's caught onto his scam. He just shrugs and says it's also a hobby. He even mentions he pretended not to notice her scamming people. This guy is just as manipulative as Choi is. Choi leans in, her voice dropping as she says she needs access to the distribution channels. She's finally revealed her real reason for coming here, and that's when everything changed. She looks him dead in the eye and says she wants that item. She's looking for the gear he's using to hide his power. He gives her a smirk and asks if she's planning to become a criminal. He tells her he has no intention of telling her anything, shutting her down completely. Choi calls him uptight, a little puff of air coming from her mouth. She's clearly annoyed by his refusal to cooperate. Suddenly, they both look alerted, a sharp exclamation appearing between them. Something is happening in the arena that's caught even these two off guard. Raid. A group of armored hunters and police burst into the room, screaming that it's an illegal gambling raid. It's total chaos as everyone scrambles to escape. The red-haired guy lets out a sigh, looking more annoyed than scared. He says getting caught would be a hassle and suggests they just get out of there. He reaches out and grabs Choi by the wrist, pulling her along. Nara is left behind in the confusion as he takes charge of their escape. He looks back at Choi, his expression serious for once. He tells her to choose, giving her a literal "come with me if you want to live" moment. Choi gives him a wicked, red-eyed grin as she holds onto his arm. She threatens to take him with her if she gets arrested. Looks like she's got the leverage now. Choi clenches her hand around Kim Dongju's arm with a grip that means business. She isn't letting this guy go until she gets exactly what she wants. In a hilarious chibi-style struggle, Dongju is losing his mind, screaming for Choi to let go. Choi just laughs like a maniac, promising she isn't letting go even if she dies. The scene snaps back to reality where Dongju is fuming as a hunter in a cap points them out to the authorities. Choi is playing the damsel card, calling for the officer to take the creepy guy away. We get an exterior shot of a small, nondescript building tucked away in the forest as the sun begins to set. It looks peaceful enough, but you know something is about to go boom. And there it is. The building goes up in a massive, fiery explosion. Debris is flying everywhere as the structure is completely leveled in a split second. Through the smoke and flames, Choi and Dongju are seen leaping through the air to safety. It's a total action movie moment as they narrowingly escape the blast. Dongju hits the ground hard while Choi lands on her feet, already on the move. The explosion behind them is massive, turning the whole area into a scorched wasteland. Choi runs ahead, looking back at a stunned Dongju with a cheeky grin. She's worried if wrecking buildings is really okay, but he just tells her to shut up and follow him. Dongju takes the lead as they head deeper into the woods, his back turned to Choi. She's starting to get suspicious, asking if he's trying to become a real criminal with all these explosions. Choi gives a sly smile, explaining her actual motive. She just needs an appraisal for her new item. She even tosses out the idea that she might buy anything else useful she finds. The two are absolute blurs as they sprint through the forest, the vertical motion lines showing off their insane speed. Choi tries to pry, asking what his rank is, but he isn't giving up any secrets. Dongju hits her with some cold logic, telling her to just raise her own rank if it bothers her so much. Choi's chibi reaction says it all. This guy makes impossible things sound way too easy. The woods go quiet for a moment, the only sound being the heavy gasps of someone reaching their physical limit. The dark blue tones make the atmosphere feel heavy and tense. Choi is leaning against a tree, panting and wiping sweat from her forehead. Even with her boosted stats, keeping up with Dongju is clearly a workout. We see a long shot of the two of them moving through the dark forest. Choi is internally cursing at how fast he is, concluding that he's definitely not just a normal A rank. Dongju stops suddenly and looks back, his eyes glowing with an intense light. He's found what they were looking for, and he's ready to move in. Dongju announces that they're here as they reach a clearing. Choi catches up, still catching her breath, and looks around at their destination. Choi's eyes go wide as she lets out a confused sound. Whatever is in front of her is clearly not what she expected from an appraisal shop. They walk together down a misty path flanked by gnarled trees. The vibe is getting creepier by the second, moving from a legal market to haunted forest real quick. Dongju reaches out and touches the seemingly empty air, causing ripples to appear. It looks like they found a hidden entrance protected by some high-level illusion magic. Dongju gives Choi a final warning. Once they're inside, she is absolutely not allowed to call him by his real name. Choi is still skeptical, asking if he's really that famous of a hunter. He introduces himself properly as Kim Dongju, noting that she's probably the only hunter in the country who hasn't heard of him. He's got that cool guy arrogance down to a science. Choi just gives a devious little smirk and agrees to his terms. She's playing along for now, but you know she's storing his name away for future leverage. What happens next is hard to believe. A bright, star-like light erupts at the entrance as they step through. Amidst the magic, Choi casually asks how old he is, and he hits her back with a simple 26. They realize they're the same age, which is always the start of a great rivalry or a terrible partnership. The light fades, revealing the path into the hidden market. The scale of the place is revealed, a massive, bustling underground market hidden deep inside a cave system. It's like a secret city for hunters and criminals alike. They pass by stalls overflowing with weird scrolls, ancient books, and magical trinkets. Choi is amazed, wondering who even has the time or resources to dig out a place this huge. Kim Dongju explains that this is the kind of work hunters do when they're not in dungeons. It's the grittier, less glamorous side of the profession. He mentions that the people here either have criminal records or committed crimes after they awakened. It's basically a safe haven for the black market elite. Choi picks up on his detailed knowledge, asking how he knows so much. He tries to play it off by saying he used to wander around here, but Choi isn't buying it, calling him a former criminal to his face. Choi points a playful finger at him, asking if someone at his level is actually running a guild of his own. She's trying to peel back his cool guy exterior to see what he's really about. He admits he's just part of one, but when Choi pushes for a name, he shuts her down immediately. A close-up of his mouth shows a smug, irritating smirk as he simply says, "It's a secret." He's clearly enjoying being the mysterious one in this dynamic. They finally sit down with an old woman appraiser in a room filled with artifacts and chests. The lady looks experienced, but even she seems a bit confused by what Choi is showing her. Choi holds out her hand, the ring of parasite glowing with an ominous green light. The appraiser leans in, asking Choi where on earth she found such a strange item. Choi keeps it vague, saying she found it in a dungeon and explaining that it's a bound item she can't remove. She's looking for answers, and this old lady is her best bet. The appraiser looks skeptical, saying it doesn't sound right that an item should be completely unremovable. She's never seen a bound item with this kind of properties before. Dongju watches from the background as the lady admits this is the first time she's encountered something like this. The mystery of the ring is only getting deeper. Choi sits in silence, staring at the old woman with a neutral expression. You can tell she's disappointed that even an underground expert is stumped. Choi's internal monologue flashes across the screen, saying she can't figure this one out either. She's starting to realize the ring might be more unique and more dangerous than she thought. The old lady asks for permission to try removing it herself. Choi agrees, knowing that if she can't do it with her bare hands, maybe a little expert help will do the trick. The appraiser grips Choi's hand and starts pulling at the ring with all her might. She's putting her back into it, but the ring looks like it's fused to Choi's skin. Suddenly, a massive burst of red energy erupts from the ring, throwing off a shockwave. The ring is literally defending itself from being taken. The old lady is blown back, letting out a shocked sound as she nearly falls out of her chair. That ring has a mind of its own, and it clearly doesn't want to leave its host. Choi just sighs, noting it was the same way last night when she tried to take it off. The appraiser is left staring in awe, calling it one of the strangest items she's ever seen. The lady decides to try a different approach, asking for the name of the item. If she can't remove it, maybe she can at least find it in a database. A close-up on Choi's face shows her hesitating. She knows the name parasite sounds like a death sentence, but she needs the help. She decides to play it safe, telling the lady that the system just says unknown. She knows she can't go around telling people the real name of an EX rank parasitic item just yet. The old lady sighs and admits the item is out of her league, meaning she won't even charge Choi for the attempt. That's how you know you found something truly legendary. Choi looks down, her face shadowed with a mix of frustration and worry. Her one lead on removing the ring just hit a dead end. She stands up to leave, thanking the lady for her time. She's done here, but her eyes catch something on a nearby shelf that changes everything. Choi spots a specific piece of jewelry and her eyes go wide. She's found something she didn't even know she was looking for. It's a simple gold needle-style earring resting on a velvet cushion. It doesn't look like much, but in the world of hunters, looks are always deceiving. A system window pops up, revealing it's a shadow earring. Its special ability is concealing the wearer's stats, though it won't work on people more than 2 ranks above her. Choi picks up the earring, her red eyes reflecting the golden shine. This is the perfect tool for her to hide her new A-rank power from the rest of the world. She lets out a dark smirk, thinking about how even S ranks won't be able to see through her disguise. She's becoming the ultimate ghost. Choi is all smiles now, admiring the earring and looking genuinely happy. It's funny how a little shopping therapy can turn your whole mood around after a failed appraisal. The old lady points a finger and says the price is 300. She then adds that someone of Choi's low rank probably doesn't even need something that hides stats. Little does she know. In a cute chibi panel, Choi asks if they take cards. She's totally broke, but she's determined to get this item. Kim Dongju lets out a long sigh, tells her to hand it over, and says he'll pay for it. He's officially become her reluctant sugar daddy for the day. Choi puts on the earring and gives the camera a satisfied, mischievous grin. She looks like a totally different person, or at least that's what the stats will say. As they walk away, Choi asks if he can still see her rank. Dongju gives a simple nope and notes that since she's A rank, her status is now hidden from anyone up to S rank. Dongju points out it will stop working against S+ ranks and above, but he adds that it's not like they'll run into someone like that anyway. Famous last words, buddy. He gives a cool look and asks why not, that could happen. He's clearly not as worried about S-rank hunters as a normal person should be. Choi stops at another stall, her eyes gleaming. She's wowed by something cool, her speed leaving Dongju in the dust. She's officially gone full shopping mode. Dongju just lets out a short sound of annoyance and watches her, looking annoyed but staying close. They're a weird pair, but they're starting to work together. Choi is squatting on the ground, lost in thought. She's trying to figure out if she should try a different appraiser or if that would just start dangerous rumors. She clutches her stomach, the physical reminder of the parasite still bothering her. She knows she can't just leave it like this, but the other way is starting to look very dangerous. Her eyes snap open as an idea hits her like a lightning bolt. An exclamation appears in the panel as she realizes exactly where she needs to go. A vision of the hidden dungeon door appears in her mind. If that's where the ring came from, then that's where she'll find the way to get it off. The narration explains that only 11 hidden dungeons have ever appeared worldwide, and one of them was recently discovered right here in Korea. It's a literal 1 in a billion location. A map of the world shows the locations of these rare dungeons. Apparently, there are 2 that have appeared more than once, making them even more mysterious. Choi touches her ring, remembering that hidden dungeons don't disappear when cleared, they reset. This means the place that ruined her life is still out there somewhere. She resolves to explore as many dungeons as possible to find the original one and return the ring to where it belongs. She's going back to the source. She lets out a long sigh, realizing the biggest problem: you can't enter dungeons unless you're part of a guild. The thought of joining another one after what happened with Hyeon-chan is making her sick. A close-up of Kim Dongju's eyes shows him watching her closely, sensing her inner turmoil. This guy is definitely planning something. He starts haggling with the old lady again over a piece of junk that costs 300. They're going back and forth between 200 and 230, with the old lady calling him a scammer. Dongju looks at his wallet with a frustrated expression, while the old lady tells him maybe it's just time to retire. The banter between them is hilarious and shows they've known each other a long time. The old woman just sits back and grumbles to retire, clearly not ready to hang up her appraising tools. She knows Dongju isn't going anywhere. Dongju's gaze is intense and focused. He's moved past the jokes and is back to being the sharp hunter we saw at the start. He hands over a check for 300 and smiles at the old lady. He asks if it's right, finally giving in to her price just to move things along. He waves goodbye, calling her old lady one last time. She shouts after him, telling him not to call her that while they head back into the darkness of the exit tunnel. Once they're outside, Dongju turns to her and asks if her name was Hyeon Choi. She gives him a confused response, wondering why he's using her real name now. He flashes a charming, slightly dangerous smile and admits he has a hobby of collecting items. He's finally dropping the act and showing his true interest in Choi. He asks point blank if she wants this, referring to the ring. Choi reminds him that it literally won't come off, so his offer is a bit pointless. Dongju suddenly grabs her hand with a firm grip, shocking her. He says it doesn't matter, there's always a way, with a look that is definitely not friendly anymore. The atmosphere goes dark as a red aura surrounds him. He whispers he can just take the whole finger. This guy went from cool helper to potential murderer in about 2 seconds. Choi doesn't back down, meeting his gaze with her own menacing look. She sneers about his nasty hobby, not letting herself be intimidated by his threat. Dongju looks down at the ring on her hand, noting that no new dungeons have appeared recently. He's doing the math and he doesn't like the result. He leans in close to her ear, his eyes shadowed and creepy. He asks if she went to a hidden dungeon, and the world goes quiet as he hits the nail on the head. Choi grits her teeth and curses under her breath. She thought she was being smart, but she just walked right into another predator's trap. The screen goes white with a final realization that this is why she was so eager to bring her here quietly. It looks like the old lady was in on the trap from the beginning. Talk about a bad day at the market. Dongju is literally towering over Choi here, radiating this intense blue pressure. He's figured out she was hiding some serious mana, and he is not looking happy about it. A close-up on the red-haired guy shows him looking straight-up villainous with that shadow over his eyes. He's impressed she managed to hide that much power, but it clearly didn't save her from being cornered. Choi is physically struggling under the weight of his aura, her hand trembling against the ground. She thinks to herself that just a 1-rank difference shouldn't feel this oppressive, which is a major red flag about this guy's actual level. Suddenly, she flashes back to the nightmare in the hidden dungeon where the insect monsters were literally tearing her apart. The red glow and the swarm of eyes represent the absolute lowest point of her life. Her eye is wide and bloodshot as she stares into the void of her past trauma. She tells herself that compared to the despair of that day, this guy's little pressure play is basically nothing. Choi lets out a guttural, wide-mouthed scream that could probably wake the dead. She's done being the victim, and she's about to blow the roof off this place. Dongju looks absolutely blindsided as a massive surge of blue energy erupts right in his face. He clearly didn't expect the weak girl to have a countermove this loud. Choi unleashes her shout skill, sending a literal hurricane of magic through the room. Dongju is practically flying backwards, and you can see Nara caught in the blast zone too. The red-haired guy is clutching his head in total agony, his ears probably ringing like crazy. He's yelling about what the hell is happening because using a skill this powerful outside a dungeon is basically a war crime. The shockwave is so intense, it's ripping up the floor and sending chunks of debris everywhere. Nara is cowering in the back while Choi just keeps pouring on the power. Dongju is struggling to even keep his eyes open as the mana storm rages around him. He thinks about how most people naturally submit to a higher rank, but something is very different about Choi. Choi looks absolutely deranged, her hair flying wild and her eyes glowing with a feral intensity. That survival instinct most hunters have is completely missing from her, replaced by pure, unadulterated spite. We get a weird visual of scissors cutting through a starry background, symbolizing Choi's sanity being forcibly cut out. She's not just a hunter anymore, she's something else entirely. The scene shifts back to the hidden dungeon gate, asking if her change was innate or acquired later. The mystery of the ring and its effects on her mind is only getting deeper. Everything goes quiet as the dust settles, with both of them gasping for air. Choi is standing tall while Dongju is just staring at her, probably re-evaluating his entire life choices. Choi has this terrifyingly beautiful grin on her face as she calls him a bastard and tells him to take it. She's daring him to make a move, and honestly, I wouldn't if I were him. The screen goes white with a single line. She just feels a strong conviction right now. She's found her purpose, and it definitely involves a lot of violence. Suddenly, the tension snaps as Dongju puts his hands up with a charming smile. He claims the joke went too far and tries to act like he wasn't just threatening to take her finger 2 minutes ago. The narration points out that if it's this woman, she might actually be the one to find the hidden dungeon again. She's become a variable that nobody in the hunter world expected. They're back in the warehouse, and Dongju is laying out a plan. He realizes she needs to figure out the ring, and he's decided there's only one way to make that happen. Dongju offers a partnership, telling her they should search for the hidden dungeon together. Choi just gives him a silent, piercing look, probably wondering if she should trust him or just shout at him again. Cut back to the apartment, and Nora is face down on the bed, radiating pure depression. She's pouting and refusing to eat, probably still mourning the loss of her 300 million won. Choi walks in with a giant bag of food, trying to tempt Nara with some joke ball. Nara just grumbles from the pillows, acting like the world has ended just because she's broke. Choi threatens to eat it all herself, which finally gets Nara to sit up. She's still super salty though, asking if joke ball is really the priority when they're basically homeless. Nara goes full aggro, shaking Choi and yelling about being left behind at the arena. She's having a total meltdown while Choi just stands there calmly holding the groceries. We get an outside shot of the apartment as the girls' bickering echoes through the night. Nara is trying to be mad, but it's hard to stay angry when there's delicious food right in front of you. And just like that, Choi is munching away on a giant piece of meat, looking totally unbothered. She asks Nara if she's calmed down yet, knowing that food is the ultimate peacemaker. Nara has her cheeks stuffed like a squirrel, admitting through a sniffle that she's fine now. It's hilarious how quickly she crumbled once the meat was served. Nara gets serious for a second, asking how they're going to handle living expenses now that the illegal arena is gone. She even suggests they start preparing for a legitimate guild job together. Choi just keeps chewing, casually announcing she's going to find the hidden dungeon again. She warns Nara that she'll be coming home late for a while, acting like she's just taking on extra shifts at a convenience store. Nara lets out a shocked sound and asks how she's even planning on doing that. She's genuinely worried about her friend's mental state, and rightfully so. In a cute chibi panel, Nara points out that Choi is unaffiliated, so going into a high-level dungeon is basically impossible. She's trying to be the voice of reason, but Choi is already miles ahead. Choi smiles and drops the bombshell that Kim Dongju said he'd help her out. Nara is left hanging with a confused look while Choi enjoys her meal. Nara freezes, her eyes wide as she asks if she means that S-rank Kim Dongju. She knows the name, but she hasn't connected the dots to the old man from earlier yet. Choi is confused, asking how Nara recognized the name but didn't recognize the guy sitting right next to her. The look on Choi's face is basically asking if she's blind. Chibi Nara is screaming that Choi is a liar because why would an S-rank go to a back alley fight? She's convinced the guy from before was just some random old dude and Choi is making things up. Nara pulls out her phone, determined to show Choi what the noble face of Kim Dongju actually looks like. She's about to get a major reality check. The phone shows an epic shot of Dongju standing on top of a massive dead boss monster. Nara is yelling that the age difference is obvious and there's no way it was him. We see a cool shot of the real Kim Dongju looking over his shoulder. Nara is finally realizing that the guy she called a balding old man is actually a superstar from the Paihyak Guild. Nara slams her hands on the table, her face turning bright red with embarrassment. The realization that she insulted one of the strongest hunters in the world is hitting her like a truck. She's losing her mind, stuttering that there's no way and wondering how he could possibly be real. Her world has been completely turned upside down. She remembers hearing that he uses items to change his appearance and just lets out a massive, soul-crushing scream. I'd probably want to disappear too if I called an S-rank balding to his face. Nara is in a purple cloud of pure despair while Choi just keeps eating, telling her it's fine and he doesn't care. Choi is the ultimate chill roommate, even when her friend is having a crisis. Nara is still shaken, too nervous to even think about asking to join his guild now. Choi asks what's so special about Paihyak anyway, and boy is she about to find out. Nara goes full fangirl, screaming that Paihyak is the peak of the hunter world. She tells Choi that if you get in there, your financial problems are gone forever. We see a silhouette of a legendary hunter against a moon-like background. Nara explains that out of the only 8 S ranks in the country, a massive 3 of them are in this one guild. The guild's crest is a majestic blue shield, and Nara mentions it was founded by one of only 2 SS rankers in the entire world. This is basically the Avengers of the hunter world. A montage shows a powerful woman summoning magic circles and other elite hunters in action. Paihyak isn't just a guild, it's an absolute powerhouse. We get a shot of their massive skyscraper headquarters that looks like it belongs in the future. Nara claims the guild's influence is so huge it basically rivals that of a whole nation. In a hilarious contrast, we cut back to Chibi Choi chewing on a bone like a dog. Nara tells her that getting into that guild is a 1,000 to 1 shot, and Choi just wonders if it's good. Choi just shrugs and tells Nara to eat more, totally unimpressed by the guild's legendary status. She's got her own agenda, and S-rank fame isn't on it. Later, Choi is standing in a lush green forest, looking prepared for a fight. She's moved on from the joke ball and is ready to get back to business. She looks over at Dongju, who is giving her a confused look. He's clearly trying to figure out what's going on in her head. Choi admits she thinks it's kind of cool that he's a Paehyok member. Dongju is genuinely surprised she figured it out, since he was trying so hard to keep it a secret. Choi is carrying a massive wooden shield on her back, and Dongju asks why she even brought that. He thought they were going on a recon mission, not a boss raid. Chibi Dongju just smirks and says she'll see when they get there. He's back to his mysterious ways, leading Choi further into the unknown. They walk through the dense woods together, with Choi yelling at him to just tell her the plan already. This dynamic is honestly comedy gold. Choi stops for a second, sensing a shift in Dongju's tone. He's about to drop some actual advice for once. Dongju turns back with a dark, serious expression that would make anyone's blood run cold. He warns her never to let her guard down, because illegal dungeons are way more lethal than anything she's faced before. Big mistake if she thinks this is going to be easy. We start off with an absolute scrub of a monster, an F-rank lizard soldier, screaming its lungs out. Poor guy has no idea he's just a warm-up for our main characters. And just like that, the lizard soldier gets flattened into the dirt with a satisfying impact. The system label confirms it was just a low-tier regular monster, basically trash mobs for Choi at this point. Choi stands there looking completely bored, not even breaking a sweat while she wipes blood off her hands. She tells Dongju that he warned her to stay alert, but this whole dungeon is feeling like a walk in the park. Dongju calls her an idiot for actually believing his stay alert advice, explaining that most illegal dungeons are capped at D rank. Choi is clearly annoyed, but she asks if these weak spots are all they need to find the hidden dungeons. Dongju casually slashes through another lizard as he explains that most hidden dungeons start in these low-tier spots anyway. He's the type to be thorough, searching every nook and cranny whether it's legal or not. Dongju gets a bit petty, telling Choi that her massive shield is annoying and she should just put it in her inventory. He mocks her for trying to act like an A rank, and Choi hits him back with a very justified demand to shut it. Suddenly, a massive green claw slams into the ground, shaking the entire area. The heavy sound effect tells us something much bigger than an F rank is finally stepping into the light. It's a lizard general, an E-rank boss monster, and it looks ready for a fight. Choi and Dongju are just chilling on a cliff above, looking down at the beast like they're watching a movie. Dongju looks over at Choi, asking if they should search around more or just finish the boss now. It's wild how they treat an E-rank boss like a minor inconvenience instead of a threat. Choi gives a thoughtful sound, her red eyes staring down at the monster. She's definitely got something cooking in that head of hers. The lizard general looks up, letting out a confused sound as it spots the two hunters. It's about to realize that it's not the apex predator in this room. Choi doesn't wait for an answer, leaping off the cliff with a massive vertical slash. She's a blur of speed and steel, diving straight for the boss's neck. The fight is over before it even started, with the boss's head getting cleanly lopped off. Dongju sighs, saying they shouldn't waste time since the hidden dungeon entrance clearly isn't here. Choi starts walking away from the carnage, dragging the monster's head along for the ride. She's in a hurry, telling Dongju she doesn't have any time to waste. We get a close-up of the ring of parasite glowing with a sinister blue light on her finger. This cursed item is the real reason she's in such a rush to find answers. A thought bubble appears as she decides they should just head to a different dungeon immediately. She's not stopping until she finds the source of her immortality. Suddenly, we get a flashback of an insect monster screeching in Choi's face. The red eyes and jagged teeth are the stuff of nightmares. Past Choi is shown desperately holding the line with her shield, the pink energy barrier buckling under the pressure. This was the day everything went wrong. In her memories, Choi is screaming for Hun-chan to help her because she can't hold out any longer. She really trusted this guy to have her back, which was a huge mistake. Hyun-chan's hand lands on her shoulder, but it's not a comforting gesture. He whispers her name with a coldness that should have been her first warning sign. Hyun-chan reveals his true colors, looking down at her with dead eyes while telling her to die in his place. He's literally using his girlfriend as a sacrifice to save himself. We get a chilling close-up of Hyun-chan's sadistic smirk. He's actually enjoying the fact that he's found a way to escape by throwing someone else to the wolves. Hyun-chan lets go of her shoulder, pulling his hand away as she starts to slip. He's officially cut ties with her, leaving her to the swarm. Choi falls backwards, tears streaming down her face as she watches her world collapse. The betrayal is even more painful than the monster claws waiting for her. She falls into the dark abyss, surrounded by a sea of glowing red eyes. Hyun-chan's final parting words are for her to earn her keep. What an absolute monster. Choi bolts upright in her bed with a terrified scream. It was just a nightmare, but the fear is still fresh as she tries to catch her breath. She's gasping for air, sweat dripping down her face as she stares into the darkness. Her eyes are glowing red, showing that even in sleep, her powers are active. She stares at her trembling hand, finally clenching it into a determined fist. She mutters that dead means dead, trying to force the memories back down. Choi sits on the edge of the bed, fuming that Hunchan is now even invading her dreams. She can't seem to escape the shadow of the man who killed her. She looks over at Nara, who is snoring away without a care in the world. Choi feels a pang of bitterness, noting that some people can sleep soundly while she's trapped in a mental hell. Her thoughts turn dark as she watches Nara, thinking about how her roommate is only groveling now to survive. She's becoming increasingly cynical about human nature. Choi predicts that Nara will probably abandon her someday too, just like everyone else. Her trust in people is officially non-existent. Choi stands in the middle of the room, looking like a total villain in the moonlight. She thinks to herself that killing Nara is always an option, but decides that now isn't the right time. She heads to the kitchen, opening the fridge while her mind stays focused on the parasite. She thinks once she deals with what's inside her belly, hinting at a very violent removal process. Standing at the open fridge, she vows that once she's free of the ring, she'll never step foot in a dungeon again. She just wants to be untethered from this dangerous world. Water pours into a mug as she finishes her internal monologue. She's thinking about when that time comes, leaving us wondering what her ultimate plan for freedom really is. The scene shifts to a frantic morning as Choi is getting dressed, screaming that she's late. It's a complete 180 from her dark thoughts the night before. Nara is rushing out the door in a business suit, heading to an interview with the Wajong Guild. Choi just stands there with her coffee, watching the chaos. Nara is fuming that her alarm didn't go off, while Choi casually takes a sip of her coffee. She asks if Nara wants a ride, sounding way more helpful than she was feeling a few hours ago. Nara looks at her like she's grown a second head, pointing out that Choi doesn't even own a car. She's too stressed to deal with Choi's jokes right now. Suddenly, a sleek black luxury car pulls up outside, and Nara's jaw hits the floor. She's absolutely losing it at the sight of such an expensive ride in their neighborhood. The window rolls down to reveal Kim Dongju in the driver's seat. He recognizes Nara and gives her a friendly greeting, which is basically a death sentence for her heart. Nara lets out a high-pitched yelp and starts stuttering, asking how an S rank like him is even here. She's officially entered full-blown panic mode. Choi tells Nara to just speak casually since Dongju is their age, but Dongju hit back asking who gave her the right to decide that. He's really leaning into that arrogant S rank energy. Nara is internally screaming, convinced that her life is over because of how she treated him before. She's apologizing profusely in her head, hoping he doesn't delete her. We get a close-up of Nara's face as she lets out a final, pathetic sound. The stress of being in the presence of greatness is too much for her C-rank brain. Nara literally faints, her soul leaving her body as she begs for her life in a ghost-like speech bubble. She's officially reached her limit for the day. Chibi Choi just notes that Nara passed out, while Chibi Dongju thinks Choi has a funny friend. Their casual attitude toward Nara's near-death experience is hilarious. Cut to the black luxury car cruising down the highway. It's a very classy way for a pair of rankers to get around town. Inside the car, Nara has recovered but looks like she's attending a funeral. Choi asks where the traffic light is so they can drop her off for her interview. Dongju asks which guild she's interviewing for, and Nara weakly answers Hwajeon. He's got that cool one-handed steering style down. Choi mentions that the Hwajeon guild leader recently cleared a hidden dungeon, and the guild has exploded in size. She's keeping up with the industry news. Dongju gets a cold look, flatly stating that he doesn't like that guild and they don't get along. He's definitely got some history with the competition, and this is just the beginning. Dongju turns to Choi and asks if they get along well enough for her to want his fingers. Choi just deadpans that they're cooperating, but Dongju reminds her that he's the one doing the heavy lifting here. Dongju pulls up to the dungeon site where a couple of guys in suits are waiting for him. They greet him with a respectful welcome, making it clear this dude has some serious clout in the underground scene. Dongju doesn't waste any time, immediately asking for a status report on the dungeon. The suits tell him everything is clear and they can head right inside whenever they're ready. Choi is immediately sketched out, asking who these thubs are. Dongju just rolls his eyes and explains that they're actually guild members tasked with managing this illegal site. Even criminals have HR departments, apparently. Dongju mocks Choi for being an idiot and thinking an illegal dungeon wouldn't have any oversight. He jokingly threatens that she's dead meat and asks if he should just report her right now for trespassing. He flashes a smug grin, telling her that if he reports her, she'll be in just as much trouble as he is. Then he suggests she should just go in with the Hwajeon guild leader if she's so worried about it. Choi is done with the banter, telling him to just shut up so they can go inside already. She wants to find whatever she's looking for quickly so she can ditch this guy and go her separate way. Dongju stands there with a deadpan expression while Nara freaks out in the background. It's pretty clear he's getting a kick out of how much Nara is panicking. One of the suited guards gets a little too close, and Dongju snaps at him, asking what he's looking at. He tells the punks to just stay outside and keep watch while the professionals handle the interior. Dongju scratches the back of his neck, looking genuinely annoyed as the guard starts snickering behind his back. He grumbles about what's so funny, but you can tell he's just ready to get this mission over with. A close-up on Dongju's face shows he is definitely not in a joking mood anymore. Those eyes are sharp, and he's clearly shifting into S-rank hunter mode. We cut to Choi waiting outside in the forest, looking impatient as she checks her surroundings. She's wondering what's taking the boys so long and just wants to get this grind finished. Suddenly, we see a close-up of the ring on Choi's finger, and it's pulsing with an ominous red light. Something is reacting to the mana in the air, and it's definitely not a good sign. Choi flinches, clutching her hand as she wonders what the hell is happening all of a sudden. The ring is starting to act up again, and the timing couldn't be worse. We get another look at the ring, and it's glowing bright enough to be seen from space. Whatever is hatching inside her is definitely getting restless. Choi stares at the glowing gem with a look of pure dread, asking herself if she's just imagining things. Spoiler alert, when your finger starts glowing like a neon sign, you're usually not imagining it. She remembers the weird dream she had last night and starts seriously considering if she should just tear the whole finger off. I mean, it's a bit extreme, but better than being an incubator for a monster, right? Choi snaps out of it and starts screaming at Dongju for being late. She's taking her stress out on him, and honestly, the guy just takes it with a blank stare. Dongju just keeps walking, ignoring her tantrum entirely. The text says it all. He's acting like a total boss while Choi is fuming in the background like a madwoman. Choi calms down enough to realize she still needs more information about the ring. She knows that even if she somehow forces the parasite out, the damage it's doing to her body might be permanent. The screen fades to white with a time skip 1 month later. Looks like the search for the hidden dungeon is becoming a long-term project. The new setting is a floating island dungeon with massive chunks of rock suspended in a bright blue sky. This place looks high-level and incredibly dangerous. A swarm of giant, three-eyed bird monsters fills the sky, screeching as they circle their prey. These things look like they could pick up a tank and drop it from a mile up. One of the massive birds dives down, its razor-sharp talons reaching out to grab Choi. She's just standing there, looking like she's done this 1,000 times already. Chaos erupts as Choi defends herself, energy clashing against bird feathers. It's a messy, high-stakes brawl in the middle of a literal floating wasteland. Choi unleashes a massive, sweeping, golden slash that carves through the air. She's moving with way more precision and power than she did a month ago. She becomes a total blur of violence, shredding through the bird monsters in a whirlwind of blood and feathers. She's officially an A-rank threat now. Dongju watches from the side, swatting a bird away like it's a fly while noting that Choi is being way too aggressive today. He's starting to see that her desperation is making her reckless. Dongju lets out a sigh, thinking that they won't find the hidden dungeon today either. He calls out to Choi, telling her they should just give up for the day and head back. A close-up on Choi's eye shows it glowing red with an intense, focused light. She's not listening to a word he says, she's too far gone in the heat of the hunt. She ignores him completely, charging forward for another kill. Dongju is just left standing there in the foreground, watching her spiral further into her obsession. Suddenly, Dongju grabs both of Choi's hands, pinning her in place with a smug, knowing smirk. He asks her why she is acting like this all of a sudden, and you can feel the power dynamic shifting. Choi is absolutely livid, her eyes glowing like twin suns as she glares at him. She growls, asking if he's trying to challenge her, and honestly, this looks like the start of a fight that's going to level the whole island. Choi clenches her shirt, her hand trembling as she fights to keep her composure. The mental strain of the dungeon is starting to leak through her tough exterior. She thinks that she won't hold back as blue energy ripples around her. She's officially done playing nice and is ready to let her true power explode. She leaps backward with insane speed, becoming a blur against the bright sky. It's like she's trying to put as much distance as possible between herself and her past. She lands in a massive crater of dust and debris, looking down at her hands in shock. The raw power she just unleashed is even surprising to her. Through her messy hair, her eyes glow with a terrifying, hollow white light. She looks more like a ghost or a monster than a human right now. Up close, her eyes shift back to a piercing red, full of confusion and fear. She's finally coming to her senses after that brief blackout of rage. Choi is sweating buckets, gasping and wondering what that was just now. She's genuinely terrified of the power she just displayed outside of a dungeon. Dongju looks over his shoulder and tells her she looks tired, suggesting she takes a break while he handles the boss. He's acting all casual, but you can tell he's keeping a very close eye on her. The red-haired guy walks off toward the floating islands, leaving Choi alone in the grass. He's moving with a level of confidence that only an S rank could have. Choi clutches her head, hyperventilating as the adrenaline finally starts to wear off. The gasping sounds show just how close she is to a total mental breakdown. The screen is dominated by one single thought, wondering what the hell she just did. She's realizing that her actions are becoming more and more unpredictable. Gritting her teeth, she stares into the distance with a look of pure doubt. She's starting to wonder if finding the hidden dungeon again is actually the right move, or just a suicide mission. As she walks away, the narration notes that the more time passes, the stranger her body feels. It's like the parasite ring is slowly trying to take over her entire being. She looks down at the cursed ring, which is pulsing with an ominous light. She wonders what she should do, realizing she's running out of time before the hatching happens. Cut to the apartment building late at night, a rare moment of peace in a chaotic story. Choi calls out a tired greeting to Nara as she nears the door. Choi walks in carrying a bag of groceries, but she immediately notices something is wrong. She asks Nara what's with that face, because her roommate looks like she just watched her dog die. Nara is sitting on the couch, looking absolutely defeated with bags under her eyes. She reveals she got rejected again today, and it's clear her job hunt is going about as well as a dumpster fire. Nara moans about how hard it is to get a job these days, while Choi admits she hasn't had any progress either. They're basically two broke hunters sitting in a dimly lit living room, which is a big mood. Choi tries to lighten the mood by dropping the groceries and saying they should just eat. Sometimes the only cure for a terrible day is a giant pile of food. Nara perks up a tiny bit, looking at the bag and asking what it is. It's amazing how fast a depressed person can recover when there's a chance of free takeout. Choi pulls out the main course, jokeball. She mentions they have soju at home too, which is basically the Korean starter pack for drinking away your sorrows. Nara slams a shot glass down with a loud sound, screaming in frustration. She's officially entered the angry drunk stage of her unemployment crisis. Tears stream down Nara's face as she yells about how hard it is to find work. She blames her basic-ass buffer class for no guilds wanting to hire her. She goes on a full rant, calling her life terrible and cursing the day she awakened as a buffer. Choi just sits there silently, letting her friend vent all that built-up frustration. Nara slumps over on the table, totally spent. Choi sighs and says she really has to find that hidden dungeon tomorrow because their bank accounts can't take much more of this. Nara looks up with a sad expression, saying she just wants to get stronger. She's tired of being the weak link that everyone looks down on. Choi gives her a deadpan look and asks if she can't just kill monsters and stack stats. Nara heads back that it would take 100 years, since buffers don't exactly excel at solo leveling. Chibi Choi just shrugs and says then there's nothing she can do, which is the coldest thing a friend could say. Nara lets out a high-pitched cry, calling her cruel for stating the obvious. Nara gets a serious, almost tearful look on her face as she stares at Choi. The playful banter is over, and things are about to get heavy. Nara finally asks the question she's been dying to know. How did Choi get so strong? She knows Choi wasn't this powerful a month ago and she wants the secret. Nara guesses that it must be because of the item Choi got from the hidden dungeon. She's looking for a shortcut to power, hoping a magical ring can solve all her problems too. A close-up on Choi's face shows her looking troubled. Nara suggests that maybe she should go hunt for hidden dungeons with Choi, but you can tell Choi thinks that's a terrible idea. A shadow falls over Choi as she thinks about her current situation. She thinks bitterly about how nice it must be, realizing Nara has no idea what she actually went through to get this luck. Nara keeps talking, saying that if she could just get strong from a single item like Choi, she could join a guild easily. She's romanticizing Choi's nightmare, which is a dangerous game, and that's when everything changed. Nara asks why she can't be lucky like her, looking genuinely envious. This is the exact moment where the friendship starts to feel some serious strain. The text about being lucky surrounded by mantises flashes as Choi's mind goes back to the horror. Nara's word choice really touched a nerve there. We get a gruesome flashback of Choi being swarmed by those giant green monsters. The text appears as the creatures tear into her, describing how she can't even die, just endlessly used. The flashback shows Choi's broken body as she's being eaten alive. This is the reality of her luck, an eternal cycle of being devoured and reborn. The internal monologue gets aggressive, thinking that she got strong because she had to survive. She's fuming that Nara is running her mouth without knowing a damn thing. Back in the present, Choi's eyes are glowing a menacing red as she glares at Nara. The vibe in the room just went from dinner with a friend to predator watching prey. A dark, terrifying thought bubble appears, asking if she should just kill her right now. Choi is officially losing her grip on her humanity, seeing her friend's ignorance as a personal insult. Nara is totally oblivious, sighing about being out of soju and how much money she'd make if she wasn't looked down on. She has no idea she was just milliseconds away from being deleted. Choi breaks the silence with a cold question, asking if Nara thinks she's lucky. Nara is caught completely off guard, letting out a confused sound. Choi stands up and pours another drink, her eyes narrowed with pure spite. She tells Nara that she must have lost all sense of guilt to be saying such bullshit. Nara looks absolutely terrified, sweat dripping down her face as she tries to backpedal. She stammers, trying to explain that's not what she meant, finally sensing the danger. Choi leans in with a psychotic half-smile that doesn't reach her eyes. She asks then, what did she mean, cornering Nara with her gaze alone. Nara is in a full panic, her eye wide with terror. She begs Choi to believe she just went crazy for a second because she was drunk, which is the ultimate please don't kill me excuse. Nara realizes she really messed up, thinking to herself that Choi barely made it out of that dungeon alive. She finally understands that she was being incredibly insensitive to a trauma survivor. Nara's face is hidden in shadow as she whispers a desperate apology, wondering what she should do now. She's realized that the power gap between them makes Choi a very scary person to offend. Nara is clutching her chest, her face a mask of regret. She knows she really messed up this time and is probably wondering if her roommate is about to kick her out, or worse. Choi just stares at her with a cold, unreadable expression. The silence in the room is heavy, and you can practically hear Nara's heart beating. Choi lets out a long sigh and closes her eyes, deciding to let it slide for now. She thinks to herself that it's only natural for someone like Nara to be curious, even if it's annoying. She tells Nara to just never say crap like that again. Nara is nodding like a bobblehead, yelling that she's got it while looking like she's about to cry with relief. The two of them go back to eating in awkward silence. The joke ball is still on the table, but the mood has been thoroughly killed. Choi stares into her drink, her expression softening into something more melancholy. She's about to share a truth that Nara isn't ready for. She says Nara's name, getting her friend's attention. Nara looks back with a nervous response, wondering if the lecture is about to continue. Choi explains that she almost died in that dungeon, but she also found the ring at the same time. She's finally opening up about the origin of her power. Nara asks the obvious follow-up, wondering if she survived because of the ring. She still thinks the ring is some kind of magical get-out-of-death-free card. Choi's face goes dark again, her red eye glowing as she reveals that the ring didn't have any convenient ability like that. She's about to shatter Nara's illusions about easy power. The screen goes white with a single, brutal fact. There's only one way to raise your stats, and we all know it's not going to be something Nara likes. Choi leans forward and says the secret is simply to just kill a lot, so many until you can't even count. It's a pure, violent grind that most people wouldn't survive. Nara is completely stunned, her eyes wide as she asks in disbelief. She can't wrap her head around the idea of killing that many monsters alone. Choi looks at Nara, her expression blank. Nara is still trying to process the logic, asking what doesn't make sense about the whole situation. Nara asks the logistical question, how could a tank kill that many mantises by themselves? It's a valid point since tanks are usually for defense, not mass slaughter. Nara points out that Choi came out of the dungeon not long after the gate was closed. She's questioning how Choi could have raised her stats that much in such a short amount of time. Choi reaches for a piece of food, her hand looking pale in the light. She's quiet for a moment before dropping the actual bombshell about how time works in hidden dungeons. Nara is sweating, her voice trembling as she asks how long she was in there. She's finally realized that a short amount of time was a total lie. Choi looks down at her plate and simply says she died a lot. She says it with the casual tone of someone talking about a bad dream, which makes it even creepier. The flashback returns, showing the mountain of mantis monsters piled on top of her. She reveals it was thousands of times, no, maybe tens of thousands, showing the true scale of her suffering. The images are horrific, Choi screaming as her limbs are torn off and her head is cut. But because of the ring, she kept coming back over and over again. She admits that through all that pain, she honestly wanted to die. It wasn't a heroic power-up, it was an eternal torture session. Choi turns to her with those glowing red eyes and explains that she just died a lot, and killed a lot too. She concludes by stating simply, that's how she became this. Back in the flashback, we see the young, terrified Choi buried under the monsters. She remembers feeling so bitter about it because she didn't want to be strong at the cost of her sanity. The close-up shows her dying face, tears and blood everywhere. She couldn't understand why she had to go through that level of physical and mental agony just for a rare item. Choi explains the final piece of the puzzle. When she finally cleared it and came out, time outside hadn't moved at all. To everyone else, she was gone for minutes. To her, it was a lifetime of hell. She gives Nara a cold, knowing smirk as she finishes her story. She says that's all there is to it, how she got strong. It's the ultimate be careful what you wish for lesson. Nara is left sitting in the dark, her eyes wide with pure, unadulterated horror. She's finally seen the monster that took her friend's place, and she's absolutely terrified. Choi drops the ultimate truth bomb, revealing that she raised her stats by systematically slaughtering the very monsters that were eating her. She's got this terrifyingly calm smile on her face that shows just how far gone she really is. She explains the mind-bending reality of the hidden dungeon. While she was living through a lifetime of torture, not a single second had passed on the outside. Nara is just standing there, frozen, realizing her roommate has basically lived a double life in the span of a heartbeat. The look on Nara's face is pure, unadulterated horror as the scale of Choi's isolation sinks in. She's finally seeing the ghost of the girl she used to know, replaced by someone who was forged in a literal hell. The text hits hard, wondering how she was alone in that place. It's a heavy moment as Nara finally asks the million-dollar question, how exactly did a C-rank tank become this strong? Nara is full-on crying now, her face a mess of guilt and regret. She remembers calling Choi lucky earlier and realized she basically insulted someone who survived a month of being eaten alive. A close-up on Nara's mouth shows her trembling, realizing she was completely clueless about the nightmare Choi was living through. The silence in the room is deafening as the weight of the truth settles between them. Nara looks down at her plate, her voice shaking as she admits that even after hearing everything, she still can't wrap her head around it. The trauma Choi described is just too big for a normal person to understand. Choi just gives a simple, chilly response that she doesn't need to understand. She's completely detached, telling Nara to just accept that this is what happened and move on. Nara stands up, leaning over the table to look Choi in the eye. She's desperate for one more answer, asking why Choi even bothered to save someone like her after everything she's been through. A chilling flashback shows Nara frozen in fear as the dungeon door closed, failing to help Choi when she needed it most. It's the memory that's been eating Nara alive, and she finally has to face it. Choi stares at her with a blank, unreadable expression. The tension is high as she processes Nara's confession of guilt, her red eyes showing no hint of her old self. Suddenly, Choi lets out a little snort and starts smirking. She's finding Nara's high-stakes emotional breakdown almost funny, which is honestly pretty disturbing to see. Choi breaks into a full-blown laugh, throwing Nara for a total loop. She's laughing like a manic villain while Nara just stands there, completely confused by the sudden change in mood. She wipes a tear from her eye, telling Nara she didn't save her because she was worth saving. Choi reveals it was just a random whim, proving she doesn't value human life, not even her friends, the way she used to. Nora slumps back down, her head bowed as the harsh truth hits her. She realized that to the new Choi, she's basically just an interesting pet or a useful tool. Nara whispers a soft apology, her eyes welling up with tears again. She's apologizing for the door, for the lucky comment, and for the fact that she survived while Choi suffered. A close-up of Choi's profile shows her staying completely silent. She doesn't offer any comfort or forgiveness, just lets the apology hang in the air like a bad smell. Nara is a sobbing mess now, her chibi-style face showing the absolute breakdown she's having. Choi just looks at her and asks if she's seriously crying, sounding more annoyed than sympathetic. Nara yells back that she's not crying, trying to maintain some shred of dignity while her face is covered in tears. It's a brief moment of levity in an otherwise soul-crushing conversation. The scene shifts to a quiet forest clearing where leaves are drifting through the air. The transition signals that the heavy talk is over and we're heading back into the world of hunters. We see Dongju leaning back, looking bored and tired as usual. He's surrounded by the remains of a recent fight, proving that his relaxing is more productive than most people's hard work. A massive monster charges through the brush, its eyes glowing as it prepares to attack. Dongju doesn't even move, showing just how little a threat a boss monster is to him. Choi looks back over her shoulder, her expression a mix of curiosity and wariness. She's watching Dongju work, likely analyzing the power of the guy she's currently in a fling with. Dongju is sitting casually on the back of the defeated boss, looking down at Choi. He asks her if she's ever been apologized to before, bringing the conversation back to her recent encounter with Nara. Choi looks out over a vast, sun-drenched field, her mind drifting to a memory from her childhood. It's a rare look at her life before the dungeons and the bud monsters changed everything. She replies, yeah, her gaze hardening. She reveals that she always thought she'd spend her whole life apologizing to people, showing just how low her self-esteem used to be. A flashback shows Choi desperately running toward the closing dungeon door, reaching out for a help that never came. It's a brutal reminder of the betrayal that started her descent into madness. Nara appears in the flashback, screaming at the door as it slams shut. This is the one moment that kept her alive, the fact that she actually tried to stop the tragedy, even if she failed. We get a close-up of Nara's face as she says sorry. It's the same apology from the living room, but now we see why it felt so heavy for both of them. Back in the present, Choi looks genuinely surprised, noting that she never expected an apology from someone like Nara. She realized it wasn't even Nara who should have been apologizing, which shows she still has some logic left. Choi gives a small, genuine-looking smile, thinking that it felt like for the first time, someone truly saw her. She thinks this feeling is new to her, showing a rare crack in her icy exterior. Dongju just watches her with a thoughtful expression, leaning his head on his hand. He's a sharp guy, and he can clearly tell that Choi is going through some major mental shifts. Choi asks him why he keeps picking on Nara, and Dongju just smirks, admitting he got caught. He's playing it off as a joke, but he's definitely testing Choi's boundaries. Dongju is at a high-tech keypad, punching in a code to a very fancy-looking apartment. He's thinking about how Choi didn't even throw a tantrum about not finding a hidden dungeon, and he wonders if it's thanks to Nara's influence. He leans against the wall, his brow furrowed as he weighs his options. He's thinking about bringing more people to the dungeons next time, but he's worried about the risk of being discovered by dangerous people. Dongju lets out a stressed sound and clutches his hair. He's clearly overthinking things, which is a big mood for someone trying to balance illegal dungeon diving and a homicidal girlfriend. Suddenly, a woman with short blonde hair and glowing blue eyes appears behind him, looking absolutely terrifying. Dongju screams, asking why there is a gorilla here, which is a bold choice of words for someone about to get beat up. Dongju mutters in frustration, sweat dripping down his face. He knows exactly who this is and that he's about to have a very bad day. It's his sister. She's standing there looking jacked in a tank top, lecturing him about ditching work while she was abroad on a business trip. She heard everything on her way back, and she is not happy. Dongju tries to play it cool, lounging back on the couch and claiming he just visited the black market for some new items. He's trying to avoid her gaze, but you can tell he's nervous. The sister sits down on the edge of the couch, looking directly at him with a suspicious glare. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a broadsword. She asks him point blank if he was searching for hidden dungeons while she was gone. She's officially cornered him, and Dongju doesn't have a good exit strategy. She crosses her arms, her expression going cold as she waits for an answer. She knows her brother too well, and he's a terrible liar when he's under pressure. Dongju lets out a frustrated denial, claiming he wasn't. He's getting defensive, which is basically a neon sign saying, "I did exactly what you're accusing me of." She delivers a lightning-fast strike to his gut, knocking the wind out of him. She's fuming that he had the nerve to swear at his own sister. Dongju is clutching his stomach, yelling and asking when he swore. He's getting worked over by his sister, and it's honestly kind of hilarious to see an S-rank hunter get bullied like this. She calls him a little brat and starts winding up for another hit. She's moving with insane speed, proving that the gorilla nickname might actually be a compliment to her strength. She charges in with a wide grin, clearly enjoying this way too much. She's using Dongju as a stress ball for all the frustration she built up on her trip. She yells at him to watch his manners with his sister as she lands another solid blow. She's taking him to school on basic respect while probably breaking a few of his ribs. The panels turn into a blur of motion as they brawl across the living room. It's total sibling chaos, explosions of energy and yelling everywhere. Dongju manages to catch her wrist, his face a mask of annoyance as he tries to stop the assault. He screams that he's telling her he wasn't playing around, finally getting a word in. The sister stops, her eyes narrowing as she demands to know what exactly he was doing then. She's looking for the real reason he's been missing lately. Dongju gives a sly, confident smirk and drops the bomb. He was dating. He's mentally apologizing to Choi for borrowing her name to get his sister off his back. His sister's eye goes wide in total shock at the news of him dating. The idea of her brother actually being in a relationship is apparently more unbelievable than him finding a hidden dungeon. She grabs him by the collar, shaking him and screaming, asking if he's insane. She's genuinely baffled how he managed to meet a girl given his terrible personality. Dongju looks totally done with this, asking if that's really something she should say to her brother. He's playing the hurt feelings card to distract her. The sister lets go and starts laughing, assuming it's just a ridiculous lie to cover his tracks. She asks where he supposedly met this mystery girl. Dongju tells her he went to watch a dogfight last month and happened to see her there. He's weaving a story that sounds just believable enough to pass the sibling lie detector test. A close-up of his eyes shows him looking super serious. He claims she's his type, which is a bold thing to say about a girl who literally eats monsters for breakfast. We get a shot of Choi in the arena, looking cold and indifferent. She was thinking back then about what's with this guy, proving that their romance is 100% one-sided in Dongju's head. Dongju continues the lie, saying they talked a bit and are now seeing each other. He's digging a very deep hole for himself, and I can't wait to see Choi's reaction when she finds out. The sister looks around the empty, luxurious apartment and sighs. She asks if she's not imaginary, which is a brutal roast of her brother's social life. She gets a serious look and asks if the girl is dangerous. As a high-rank hunter herself, she's more worried about her brother's safety than his love life. Dongju tells her she's just an unaffiliated C-rank hunter who recently quit her job to relax. He's making Choi sound like a normal, peaceful person, which is the funniest lie in the whole series. His sister muses, noting that she can spend her break meeting him. Dongju claims they're in a fling right now, trying to keep expectations low. Dongju sits back, looking satisfied with his performance. He's thinking about his busy life, completely unaware that his lie is about to spiral out of control. The sister hits him with more nagging, asking if he even has time for a fling and why he isn't going to work. She's relentless, proving that an S-rank sister is the final boss of any manhwa. Dongju yells back that she's being too naggy and promises he'll work. He's reaching his limit with the lecture, his face turning a frustrated red. She warns him to be careful, as the guild leader is waiting for him to slip up. It sounds like there's some serious internal politics going on in their guild. Dongju puts a finger to his chin, wondering if he should lay low for a while. He knows he's playing a dangerous game with Choi in the hidden dungeons. A chibi panel shows them both sighing on the couch. Dongju notes the only reason she's nagging him is because they're short on dungeon party members. Transition to a dungeon where a massive roar echoes through the halls. A group of demonic-looking monsters is charging, and someone yells for everyone to stay in position. A guy with blonde hair and a sword yells for them to wait for his signal. He's trying to lead the group, but you can tell he's about to lose control of the situation. Dongju and his sister are in the middle of the fight, looking bored. The sister lets out a surprise sound as Dongju moves in, clearly not interested in following the leader's signals. Dongju charges in with a wild grin, shouting that he'll win today. He's treating a life-or-death dungeon raid like a casual competition with his sister. A massive splash of blood covers the floor as he shreds through a monster in a single strike. These siblings are on a completely different level than the rest of their team. The sister leaps over him, grinning as she tells him not so fast. She's just as bloodthirsty as he is, turning the raid into a sibling rivalry match. The rest of the team just stands there in shock, looking totally useless. They're thinking about how you're supposed to follow instructions in a dungeon, but the siblings clearly don't care about rules. A monster with spiky green balls for eyes gets sliced into pieces. The siblings are moving so fast that the team can't even see their attacks. The sister laughs as Dongju gets sent flying by a monster's impact. She thinks his struggle is hilarious, calling his sword a useless toothpick. The leader guy and another girl are collapsed on the floor, looking totally defeated. They're groaning in pain, realizing they're only alive because the siblings are doing all the work. A montage shows the siblings causing problems in multiple parties. The narration explains that eventually other guild members stopped forming parties with them because they're such loose cannons. Back in the present, the sister asks if there's anyone decent they can find for the next recruitment. They need a third member who can actually survive their chaotic fighting style. Dongju suggests tricking some clueless newbie into joining them. He asks if they really have to go that far, looking skeptical about their chances of finding a victim. The sister doubts a newbie would be able to handle them. Dongju agrees, letting out a long sigh as the reality of their social isolation sets in. Dongju says he'll try looking, sounding totally uninspired. He's already thinking of a way to use Choi for this, isn't he? The sister smirks and asks what about his fling. She's found the perfect candidate for their recruitment, the girl Dongju is supposedly dating. Dongju looks absolutely blindsided, a stunned response escaping his lips. He realized too late that his lie has painted a giant target on Choi's back. He screams, asking if she's crazy and why her. The sister just looks confused, pointing out that she's a hunter, so why is he so shocked? She gives a wide, predatory grin and suggests they go on a dungeon date. She thinks it's a brilliant way to test her potential sister-in-law's skills. A close-up of the sister's eye closing as she tells Dongju not to mind her. She claims she doesn't care if they flirt or not, she just wants to kill monsters. The sister's eye goes wide and terrifying, glowing with a sinister light. She's clearly the crazy one in the family, and her bloodlust is starting to show. She says just imagining it is so delightful, wondering how many she can tear apart this time. This girl is definitely related to Dongju, alright? Dongju is literally leaning away from her in fear, asking why her eyes are like that. Even an S-rank hunter is terrified of his sister's psychotic break. She starts rapid-firing questions about Choi, where she lives, what food she likes, and when the family meeting should be. She's already planning the wedding while Dongju is just trying to survive. Dongju looks absolutely horrified, realizing he's created a monster he can't control. He mutters to himself, his face a mask of regret. The text overlay says it all. This gorilla has lost her mind. Dongju is officially trapped in his own lie, and Choi is about to get the most dangerous dinner invitation ever. Nara stands outside the apartment building under the night sky, letting out a heavy sigh. She's clearly dreading going back in after the bombshell Choi dropped on her earlier. She stands alone on the empty street, staring at the pavement with a look of pure hesitation. She thinks that she doesn't want to go home, realizing she never thought she'd be afraid to enter her own place. Nara's mind is racing, flashing back to the horrific story Choi told about dying and coming back thousands of times. The weight of that trauma is hitting her hard, making her feel even guiltier for her previous insensitive comments. The awkwardness is real, and Nara has no idea how to face Choi after that dinner conversation. She's stuck in a loop of worry, wondering how to act normal around someone who's basically a living ghost. Despite the fear, Nara reaches out to type in the door code, reminding herself that Choi is technically homeless without her. She's trying to be a good friend, even if that friend is now terrifyingly strong. Nara trudges through the hallway, resolving to treat Choi better as a way to make up for her ignorance. She looks absolutely drained, both physically and emotionally, after the longest night of her life. Nara gets the fright of her life when Choi suddenly pops her head out from a side room to greet her. The jump scare is real, and Nara lets out a high-pitched yelp that could wake the neighbors. Choi is acting unusually cheerful, laughing and saying she was waiting for Nara to get back. Nara is just standing there with her heart in her throat, wondering why Choi is suddenly so hyped up. Choi drops another bombshell with a huge, genuine smile. She's planning to move out. It seems like the dungeon dates with Dongju might be paying off sooner than expected. Nara is completely bewildered, staring at Choi in disbelief. She was just worried about Choi being homeless, and now the girl is acting like she's won the lottery. We see a brief flash of Choi's internal struggle as her expression goes flat and serious. She's sighing to herself, clearly hiding a lot of mental stress behind that forced smile. Lying on her bed, Choi stares up at her finger, frustrated by the lack of information on the parasite ring. She knows her body is changing in ways she can't control, and it's starting to freak her out. She thinks back to the raw power she unleashed in the dungeon, looking like a total monster in the shadows. Even though she's stable now, she's living in constant fear of the next hatching phase. She looks down at the ring while holding a pair of chopsticks, blaming the cursed item for everything going wrong. It's the source of her power, but also the source of her constant nightmare. Choi realizes that losing control in public would be a total disaster. She's hugging her blue fish plushie, trying to find some comfort while her mind spirals into worst-case scenarios. She clutches her chest, thinking about her daily routine. She's starting to realize that the parasite is most active when she's at rest, which makes her current home feel like a cage. Nara is quietly eating rice at the table, completely unaware of the dark thoughts Choi is having. She's just the roommate caught in the middle of a supernatural crisis. Choi tries to sound enthusiastic about moving out to protect Nara, while Nara just deadpans into her bowl. Nara thinks it's extreme, but after everything she's heard, she's not about to argue against some space. Nara asks the practical question about whether Choi has found a spot yet. Choi admits she hasn't found a place, but estimates she'll need about 2 weeks to start looking. Nara is impressed by the meal, complimenting Choi's cooking skills. She's genuinely surprised that Choi whipped up such a solid spread all by herself. Chibi, Choi, and Nara are all smiles as they dig into the food. Choi brags that she can make pretty much anything as long as she has the ingredients, showing off a bit of her old personality. Choi admits she was worried about being rusty since she hasn't cooked recently. She looks way more relaxed and human here than she did in the dungeon, which is a nice change of pace. Nara has a hilarious internal vision of herself telling Hyunchan to die, "You trash," while spitting out food. Even her daydreams are focused on getting some petty revenge on that guy. Nara starts choking on her food, and Choi tries to help, telling her to slow down. Nara, typical best friend style, immediately blames Choi for making her choke, classic roommate behavior. Nara grumbles as she continues eating, but she's interrupted by her phone vibrating on the table. It looks like someone is trying to get a hold of her at a very inconvenient time. She picks up the device with a curious look, wondering who could be calling during her dinner. The blue light of the screen reflects in her eyes as she prepares to check the message. Nara's eye goes wide in absolute shock as she reads the notification. Whatever just popped up on her screen is clearly a massive game changer. Nara lets out a loud sound of disbelief and nearly jumps out of her seat. Choi, still holding her chopsticks, looks up and asks what's wrong, concerned by her friend's sudden outburst. Tears of joy start forming in Nara's eyes as she reveals she actually passed the first round of the recruitment test. She's trembling with excitement, finally catching a break in her job hunt. Nara is screaming with joy, thanking the universe for getting a shot at the prestigious Pyeok Guild. Chibi Choi is just as surprised, leaning in to see the confirmation for herself. Chibi Nara is literally praying to a little angel icon, begging to pass the second round too. Choi asks when the next test is, trying to bring her back down to earth for a second. Nara explains that the second test is in 3 days and involves a literal training camp and dungeon raid. She's terrified but determined, knowing this is her big shot at joining the elite. The celebration is officially on as Nara cheers for some wild late-night drinking. Choi is totally down, joining in the soju party as they prepare to drink till they drop. Their drunken cheers to soak it up echo through the quiet neighborhood as they commit to the party. It's the most normal they've felt in weeks, even if it's fueled by too much alcohol. Nara is lying in bed with a goofy, drunken grin, completely lost in her own happiness. She's finally feeling like a winner, mumbling about how great life is. Nara says a sleepy goodnight while still giggling, totally wasted. Choi just watches her from the other bed, laughing at how lightweight her roommate turned out to be. Choi cuddles into her pillow, sighing at how soft it feels after a long month of training. She wishes Nara a good night, finally letting herself relax in the safety of their room. Nara has officially drifted off into a deep, soju-induced sleep. The room is quiet, and the tension from the dungeon raids seems to have finally faded for the night. Just as Choi is about to close her eyes, something catches her attention. She lets out a soft sound of curiosity as she senses a change in the atmosphere. Nara mumbles a question in her sleep, her anxiety about the upcoming test leaking through even while she's out cold. She asks if she'll do well. Choi teasingly asks if Nara is just fishing for compliments. Nara, even while half asleep, snaps back that she's absolutely not, creating a funny little moment of nighttime bickering. Nara rolls over, pouting and blushing as she grumbles to herself. She's acting all offended, even though you can tell she really appreciates Choi being there. Nara lets out a confused sound as Choi continues the conversation. She wasn't expecting Choi to actually give her the serious advice she was looking for. Choi gives her a rare, encouraging smile, telling her she's already proven herself at the Hanshin Guild. She's trying to boost Nara's confidence by reminding her that she's already passed the hardest part. Nara is stunned into silence by the sudden sincerity. She's staring at Choi with wide eyes, clearly moved by the unexpected pep talk. A small, soft smile finally appears on Nara's face as she gives a quiet thanks. She's feeling a lot better about her chances now that she has Choi's support. Chibi Choi can't help but laugh, calling Nara out for actually wanting the compliments after all. Nara just gives an embarrassed goodnight and hides under the covers to end the talk. Choi is just settling in when her own phone starts buzzing on the nightstand. She lets out a confused sound as she realizes she's getting a very late-night message. Nara is fast asleep while Choi reaches over to check her device. The room is dimly lit, creating a quiet, secretive vibe for this midnight correspondence. The message is from Kim Dongju, and it's a direct invite to join the Paehyeok Guild. It's the ultimate recruitment offer, coming straight from an S-rank hunter. Choi looks at the screen with a knowing, mischievous grin. She's not exactly jumping for joy, but she's definitely amused by how persistent this guy is. She lets out a short laugh, finding the timing of the offer absolutely perfect. It seems she's already made up her mind about how to respond. Choi just tosses her phone onto the pillow and flops over to go to sleep. She tells him he should just take her to a hidden dungeon instead, showing she's got zero interest in his guild. On the other side of the city, Dongju lets out a long, frustrated sigh. He's clutching his head, clearly annoyed that his scouting offer didn't get the reaction he wanted. Suddenly, Dongju's sister is standing right in front of Choi, looking super cool in her sunglasses. She greets Choi formally, and you can already tell this conversation is going to be intense. Choi is completely caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the gorilla sister. She just lets out a bewildered sound as she tries to figure out how this woman found her. The sister looms over Choi and Dongju, stating she's heard plenty about this mysterious girlfriend. Dongju is just standing there looking like he wants the ground to swallow him whole. Choi's eye glows a sharp red as she analyzes the situation. She's immediately on guard, wondering why on earth Dongju's terrifying sister has specifically come to find her. Dongju is frantically trying to quiet his sister down, looking absolutely terrified of what she might say next. Choi just watches him with total confusion, wondering what his problem is. The sister lowers her shades with a cool smirk, telling them both to knock off the drama. She says she just wanted to see Choi in person, but her eyes suggest there's a much deeper motive at play. She reveals that Choi is a total legend for turning down an offer from the world's strongest guild. She's not here for a family meeting, she's here to make the scouting offer again, officially. The sister extends her hand with an inviting gesture, making the final pitch for the Paehyeok Guild. Choi just stands there, looking up at the high-rank hunter as the tension reaches a boiling point. Yeon Kim is laying on the charm, extending her hand to Choi with an official scouting offer for the Paehyeok Guild. She's got that high-rank confidence, asking Choi if she's ready to step up and join the elite. She leans in with a smug smile, calling it an offer no hunter in their right mind could refuse. She's promising benefits and perks that most hunters spend their whole lives dreaming about. The sister points out that it's basically a miracle for an unknown, C-rank hunter to get scouted in such an exclusive circle. She's really trying to make Choi feel like she just won the lottery. Yeon Kim makes it sound like a vacation, saying all Choi has to do is go dungeon hopping with them. She casually mentions that Dongju will keep her completely unscratched, while Dongju looks like he's already over this conversation. She gets right in Choi's face, her predatory eyes gleaming with greed. She hits her with the ultimate closer, that she'll make a lot of money. Choi doesn't even blink, looking back with a face as cold as ice. She drops a single, crushing no that completely sucks the air out of the room. Yeon Kim's brain practically short-circuits as she screams in total disbelief. She really thought the money talk would be the home run. Dongju just smirks in the background, thinking to himself that Choi is absolutely right to turn her down. He knows his sister is a handful, and probably appreciates someone finally shutting her down. Yeon Kim is frantic now, begging to know why Choi said no. She's flailing her arms, asking if Choi even knows what Paehyeok is. She's having a full-blown identity crisis, stuttering and asking if she doesn't know her. She's so used to being famous that a rejection is physically painful for her. She leans in, trying to convince herself that Choi only refused because she thought the scouting offer was a scam. Her ego just can't handle the idea that someone would actually choose not to work with her. Choi just stands there looking stoic, acknowledging that she knows who they are, the miracle siblings. A little chibi Yeon Kim is crying at the bottom, still trying to understand why she's being rejected. Dongju finally steps in, grabbing his sister by the head to shut her up. He tells her she's embarrassing him, and you can tell he's used to dealing with her tantrums. He starts dragging her away, telling her it's time to go home. He's trying to exit the scene as quickly as possible before things get even more awkward. Choi stays in the shadows while Dongju yells at his sister to get a grip. The dynamic between these two is pure sibling chaos. We get a quick profile on the duo, Yeon Kim and Dongju Kim. Both of them are S-class hunters, which makes Choi's rejection even more legendary. A montage shows them in action, explaining that the media calls them the miracle siblings because having two S-class hunters in one family is basically unheard of. Choi just stares at them with a totally deadpan expression, surrounded by floating question marks. She finally asks the only question that matters, by the way, why did you come to me? Yeon Kim falls to her knees, wailing that she has nowhere else to find party members. It turns out the miracle is that nobody actually wants to work with her because she's so difficult. She's on the ground laughing like a crazy person while Choi and Dongju just watch her from a distance. The gap between her S-rank status and her actual personality is massive. Dongju hoists her up by her shirt, telling Choi it's no big deal that they couldn't find a member. He gives a casual wave and says, "See you later," as he hauls his crying sister away. Yeon Kim is still screaming at the top of her lungs, telling Choi that if she won't dungeon crawl with them, she better stay away from her Dongju. Dongju snaps back, calling her crazy and reminding her that she was the one who suggested meeting Choi in the first place. The sibling bickering is reaching peak levels. The scene cuts to a close-up of Choi's sneakers as she walks. Nora asks if that was what Choi meant earlier, finally catching on to the situation. Dongju is still yelling at his sister, telling Choi she doesn't have to listen to this gorilla. He's officially done with her drama for the day. Choi turns back with a sharp smile and tells Dongju flat out that she doesn't like him. Dongju looks like he just got slapped, and even the sister in the background is stunned. Choi is giggling, finding Dongju's shocked face hilarious. He's fuming, screaming about his pride while Yeon Kim watches the drama unfold with wide eyes. Suddenly, everything goes dark, and Choi's eye glows a terrifying, sharp red. She sensed something in the air that's way more dangerous than these two siblings. She gets a serious look, wondering what this strange feeling is. In the background, Dongju and Yeon Kim are still laughing and joking, totally unaware that the vibe just shifted. Dongju notices Choi staring into space and asks what she is looking at. He's still acting casual, but Choi is on another wavelength right now. He looks at her and asks if she doesn't feel anything. It seems he might be sensing the mana disturbance too, but he's nowhere near as on edge as Choi is. Choi's eye dilates in shock as she sees a massive surge of energy. Something big is about to happen, and it's right on top of them. She screams at them to look behind them. A massive explosion of blue and white light is erupting right in the middle of the street. A giant white crack tears open the sky like broken glass. Choi shouts that they need to get out of here fast as the ground starts to shatter. The trio takes off at a sprint. Dongju was amazed, asking how she knew that was coming, but Choi just yells back that she doesn't know and to run faster. Lightning-like energy arcs out from the crack, smashing into a nearby building and turning the concrete to dust. This isn't just a regular monster attack, it's a dimensional tear. A massive purple sphere of energy expands, vaporizing everything it touches. The street is being consumed by a literal void. Windows shatter and walls crumble as the shockwave hits. The destruction is absolute and immediate. A giant purple vortex opens up in the sky, swirling with dark energy. It looks like a doorway to hell has just opened in the middle of the city. The scale of the disaster is shown as the three hunters look like tiny ants against the backdrop of the massive purple black hole. Dongju looks back in horror, noting that the vortex is devouring everything around it. Choi is just as shook, realizing they were seconds away from being erased from existence. A close-up on Choi's wide, purple-tinted eyes. She lets out a soft sound of disbelief as she realizes the sheer magnitude of the dungeon gate that just appeared. The purple vortex is revealed to be a dungeon entrance, spinning with a menacing power. This is the big one they've been looking for. The police arrive on the scene, setting up tape and screaming for everyone to get back. It's total chaos as they try to manage the panicked crowd. Choi and Dongju stand amidst the ruins, Choi muttering about how every dungeon they find seems to get smashed. It's been a rough day for their search. Dongju looks at the portal and asks when they are going in there. He's ready to jump right back into the danger. Choi gives a dark, confident smirk and says, "Sure." She notes that since it's a new dungeon, they don't need a guild license to enter. It's first come, first served. Dongju looks over at his sister and a female officer who are arguing. They're being told they can't enter until they get some official results, which is clearly annoying him. Yeon Kim is confronting a serious-looking officer named A Kyung-song. The tension between the hunter and the law is obvious. We get an intro for the officer, A Kyung-song, an A-class buffer for Seoul's Hunter Task Force. She greets Dongju, making it clear they have some professional history. The officer asks Dongju if he did something wrong again, which is a total burn. Yeon Kim yells back that they're the ones who found the dungeon and it's unfair they're being blocked. Dongju is complaining about the delay, but the officer just tells him that if he follows the procedure, everything will be fine. She's not moving for anyone, not even an S-class. Yeon Kim is losing her cool, yelling about how long the procedure takes and what might happen if the dungeon breaks. The officer just gives a flat response that it won't happen. A new girl with long, wavy hair arrives and cheers that her guildmate is coming. She wants to get the party started, but the officer reminds her there's a process. The newcomer is introduced, Nam Yan Yan, an A-rank healer from the Pyuk Guild. She's all smiles, apologizing for being late to the party. Yeon Kim looks confused, asking why Yan Yan is alone and where their tank is. It seems their party composition is a total disaster. The healer explains that the tanks didn't show up because they think the two S-classes don't even need them. Yeon Kim is absolutely livid at being ditched by her front line. Yeon Kim turns to Choi, begging her to join since no other tankers are available. She's acting like Choi is her last hope, but then realizes she might already be gone. Dongju and Yeon Kim scream together, wondering where Choi is as they realize she's completely vanished. Dongju is just a white blob of shock in the middle of the frame. A wide shot shows the three of them looking around at the empty street. Choi has pulled a disappearing act right when they needed her most. The final shot shows a massive beam of purple light shooting up from the dungeon vortex into the clouds. The raid is officially starting, whether they're ready or not. The team is gathered outside the dungeon portal, and everyone is losing their minds. They can't believe that Choi actually had the guts to head into that swirling purple vortex all by herself. Dongju looks on, completely baffled by what just happened. He's starting to question Choi's mental state, thinking that for someone who's supposed to be insane, she's actually moving with a lot of purpose. The healer girl is trying to calm Dongju down, but he's not having it. He's worried that if he doesn't step in, the guild leader is going to have his head for letting an unranked hunter wander off like that. Yeon Kim is reaching her limit, screaming that she's just going to charge in without waiting for orders. She's got that look in her eye that says she's about to make everyone's job a whole lot harder. Yeon Kim is having a full-blown meltdown, while Dongju just watches her with a look of pure embarrassment. He calls her a weirdo, but honestly, it seems like being a weirdo might be the family business. Yeon Kim takes off at a sprint, shouting that she's coming for the raid. Dongju can only let out a confused sound as he watches his sister abandon all protocol to chase after Choi. Dongju lunges forward and grabs Yeon Kim, pinning her arms back as she tries to wrestle away. She's screaming at him to let go, asking if he's trying to get killed, but he's just trying to keep some order. Dongju is gritting his teeth, telling his sister that she's the one who's actually out of her mind. He's surrounded by nothing but crazy people, and his patience is officially at 0%. Dongju stops for a second, a look of realization hitting his face. He's starting to put the pieces together, and he doesn't like the picture that's forming. Dongju has Yeon Kim pinned to the ground as Officer A Kyung-sung walks up to investigate the commotion. She asks if that was really Hyun Choi who just entered the dungeon, and Dongju can only sigh and confirm it. Officer A Kyung-sung looks away, deep in thought as she processes the news. She's got that serious investigator look, and you can tell she's suspicious about why a weak tank is acting like a solo boss. Dongju stands over his sister, asking the officer why she's so interested in Choi. She just gives him a mysterious, "It's nothing," which is basically code for, "I'm totally onto something." Dongju watches Choi through the portal, noting that it's getting harder and harder to ignore her strange behavior. He knows they can't enter the dungeon yet, and the wait is clearly killing him. The officer thinks to herself that they absolutely cannot go in together even if they get permission. If Choi is seen fighting like an A rank when everyone thinks she's a C rank, the secret is out. We get a hilarious chibi vision of Choi behind bars in a striped prison uniform. The officer knows that if the truth comes out, Choi will be considered a class fraud and sent straight to jail. Dongju looks away with a sweat bead on his neck, thinking about how Choi has become a massive nuisance. He's realizing that keeping her secret is becoming a full-time job. A forensics guy pops out of a van, announcing that the dungeon results are finally in. Yeon Kim perks up immediately, asking if she can finally go in and start the party. The guy in the glasses looks at his clipboard, his expression turning grave. He reveals that the current dungeon rating has jumped all the way up to a B rank, which is way above what they expected. He explains that the horsepower measurements coming from inside the dungeon are off the charts. It's a classic sign that the dungeon is about to break and spill monsters everywhere. A tiny chibi version of the healer girl pops up, sweating as she realizes that means the monster count inside has probably tripled. The situation just went from search and rescue to survival horror. Yeon Kim is losing her cool, screaming at the officials that they should have entered hours ago. She brings up a disaster from 8 years ago, using it as leverage to finally get them to move. Yeon Kim gets right in Dongju's face, telling him not to talk to her unless he's actually going to help. She's done playing nice and is ready to force her way in. Dongju's face turns pale pink with intensity as he realizes the danger Choi is in. He's not thinking about the rules anymore, he's thinking about saving her. Dongju takes off at a dead sprint toward the gate, shouting that he's going in first. Everyone else is left shouting after him as he decides to take matters into his own hands. We cut inside the dungeon to see the massive purple vortex entrance from the other side. It's a haunting, silent view of the doorway Choi just walked through. Choi's boot crunches down on the dry grass as she walks. She grumbles about the place sucking, clearly not impressed by the welcome committee so far. Choi walks deeper into the woods, noting that there's absolutely nothing here. She was expecting a massive layout with tons of monsters, but it's just a boring forest. A close-up on Choi's eye as it widens in surprise. She's finally spotted something in the distance that breaks the monotony. She looks through a clearing in the trees and spots some ancient stone ruins. It's the first sign that there's more to this dungeon than just trees and dirt. Choi lets out a thoughtful sound as she approaches the towering pillars. She's cautious, but also genuinely curious about what kind of creatures would build something like this. Standing between the massive stone columns, Choi comments on how old everything looks. She finds it interesting to find these kinds of ruins, even though they usually mean a high-level boss is nearby. She wonders where all the builders went, figuring it must have been humans at some point. She realizes she'll never get an answer because the monsters in this place aren't exactly the talkative type. Choi pauses, wondering how she even knew this dungeon would be here. She starts to suspect that the parasite ring is giving her some kind of sixth sense for finding these places. Choi looks up with a confident smile, saying she's been waiting for this. It seems the boss she was looking for has finally decided to show its face. Descending from the sky is a massive, winged eyeball monster. This thing is straight out of a nightmare, looking down at Choi with its single, giant pupil. Choi just gives a disgusted look and calls the thing totally ugly. She mockingly asks if its wings are too heavy, showing zero fear in the face of this winged monstrosity. The monster flaps its huge, feathered wings, creating a powerful gust of wind. It's preparing for an attack, but Choi is just standing her ground. The winged eye dives straight at Choi like a guided missile. It's moving with incredible speed, determined to crush the little human intruder. Up close, the monster's eye is absolutely haunting, focusing all its malice on Choi. It's a creepy shot that really highlights how alien these dungeon bosses are. The monster unleashes multiple beams of purple energy, blasting the ground all around Choi. It's a massive display of magical power that's tearing up the landscape. Choi is in a full-on parkour mode, leaping and dodging between the beams of light. She's moving so fast that she's just a blur against the chaos. She lands with a heavy sound, debris flying everywhere as she stabilizes herself. She's taken the initial assault, and now it's her turn to hit back. The monster's eye flashes with a sharp notification as it realizes Choi dodged everything. It's starting to realize that its easy meal is actually a serious fighter. Choi lunges into the air, aiming her fist right at the monster's eye. She mockingly asks if it has nothing more to write about, ready to end this fight quickly. Choi screams for the ugly bastard to die as she descends for the kill. Her hair is flying wild, and her face is twisted into a manic, bloodthirsty grin. Her attack connects, and a massive fountain of blood erupts from the monster. The impact sound tells you she didn't just hit it, she destroyed it. The monster lets out a high-pitched screech as it's sent spiraling through the air. Choi is left hanging in the sky, looking down at her handiwork. Choi covers her ears and grumbles about the noise. She's annoyed that the monster is screaming so loud when it doesn't even have a mouth. Honestly, that's a fair point. The massive carcass of the winged eye hits the ground with a bone-shattering thud. A huge cloud of dust and blood spray marks the end of the first round. Choi lands safely, letting out a satisfied comment that it's a little quieter now. She looks way too happy to be standing in a puddle of monster blood. The monster is still twitching on the ground, letting out a final, weak sound. It looks like it has a tiny bit of life left in it, but not for long. Choi looks down at the creature, surprised that it's still alive after that hit. She admits it's actually stronger than she thought, which only makes her more excited. Choi lets out a mocking laugh, saying, "It's a shame they all died in one fell swoop." She's disappointed that the challenge ended so quickly. She turns her back to the ruins, wondering why there was only one of them. She starts asking where the rest of the pack is hiding. Suddenly, a massive screech echoes from the clouds above. Choi stops, her expression turning into a sharp, predatory grin. She shouts that here we go, realizing that the first monster was just calling for its teammates. She's thrilled that the real fight is finally about to start. A whole swarm of winged eyes begins to descend from the sky, looking like a literal storm of feathers and eyeballs. Choi just stands there, looking up like it's Christmas morning. Choi giggles and says, "Wow," noting that there are even more than she expected. She's genuinely enjoying the fact that she's about to be outnumbered. The monsters circle her, their wings creating a terrifying whistling sound in the air. They're closing in from every angle, ready to swarm their lone target. Choi stands in the middle of the field, surrounded by dozens of those ugly bird things. She mockingly asks if they're trying to attack her all at once since she's all alone. The swarm unleashes a rain of energy beams, turning the entire area into a strobe light of death. It's a massive barrage of magic meant to vaporize anything in its path. Choi is a blur as she sprints through the ruins, dodging the beams with centimeter precision. She's moving with an agility that shouldn't be possible for a tank class. She skids to a halt, kicking up a cloud of dust as she prepares for her counterattack. She's ready to turn this defensive run into a total slaughter. Choi draws her sword and laughs at the monsters, mocking their terrible aiming skills. She's completely unfazed by the hundreds of eyes watching her every move. She takes off at a full sprint, becoming a streak of blue and gray across the screen. She's closing the distance with the nearest monster before it can even blink. Up close, she realizes that after their first big attack, these birds need a few tens of seconds to reload. She's identified their one weakness, and she's about to exploit it. Choi delivers a brutal horizontal slash, cutting right through the center of a monster's giant eyeball. Blood sprays across the frame as she delivers her first lethal blow of the swarm. She becomes a literal meat grinder, spinning through the air and slicing monsters apart in every direction. The screen is filled with feathers and sprays of red. Feathers drift through the sky as Choi finishes off another group of enemies. She's moving like a force of nature, leaving a trail of destruction behind her. She looks at her blood-soaked hands and grumbles about not having a knife. She thinks it's inconvenient to have to kill everything with her bare hands and a single sword. Choi resets her stance, giving a playful comment that here we go again. She looks like she's ready to do this all night, her energy levels not dropping even for a second. A blue system window pops up with the notification that a stat went up. She's literally leveling up in real time as she wipes out the swarm. Choi is suddenly surrounded by dozens of stat-up notifications, looking confused for a second. She asks if she's seen this before, realizing her power is growing at an insane rate. She stands alone in the wreckage, watching the remaining monsters flee into the sky. She's finally cleared the area, leaving nothing but broken pillars and carcasses behind. Choi wonders if her stats are jumping so fast because these guys are ranked higher than the low-level monsters she was grinding before. She's starting to understand the logic of this world's power system. We get a wide shot of the ruined field, now littered with the bodies of the winged eyes. Choi stands in the center, looking like the tiny but absolute queen of this wasteland. Choi gives a quiet, thoughtful sound as she stares into the distance. She's calculating her next move, and you can bet it's going to be even more violent than the last one. The final shot shows Choi covered in blood, sporting a deranged, toothy grin. She whispers that she still has a lot left, showing she's far from finished with her bloodthirsty crusade. The healer Nam Yan Yan is looking absolutely horrified as Dongju just disappears into the dungeon. She's clutching her staff and sweating buckets, wondering how on earth she's supposed to handle things on her own. The officer in the task force suit tells her to chill because permission to enter is coming any second. Yan Yan isn't buying it though, looking like she's about to have a panic attack right then and there. Someone else approaches, catching Yan Yan by surprise. She lets out a confused sound as she looks up at Kim Yan, the terrifyingly strong sister. Kim Yan is actually blushing and clasping her hands together like she's watching a K-drama. She's totally deluded, thinking Dongju went in just to save his girl and asking if that isn't the most romantic thing ever. Her expression does a complete 100 as a dark shadow falls over her face. She says she's gonna go watch with a look that screams murderous intent, while the officer desperately tries to stop her from breaking more rules. But things are about to get worse. She ignores everyone and just sprints off into the distance, laughing about how much fun this is gonna be. You can tell she's the type of person who lives for chaos and doesn't care about a little thing like government permission. Officer A Kyung-song is losing her mind, screaming that it's not working yet while Yan Yan bows down and apologizes. It's total damage control time as the strongest members of their group just go rogue. Yeon Kim is a literal blur as she leaps away, tossing a "see you later" over her shoulder. She's shifting the blame entirely, claiming Dongju started it first, so she's basically an innocent bystander in all this madness. Inside the dungeon, we get a quick close-up of a hand delivering a brutal strike. The impact lines show there's a serious beatdown happening, and someone's about to have a very bad day. Choi is in absolute demon mode, surrounded by dozens of those weird bird-eye monsters. She's tearing through them like they're made of paper, with stat-up notifications popping up everywhere as she levels up in real time. She's covered in blood and sporting a wild, wide-eyed grin that would make a horror movie villain jealous. She admits she hasn't felt this alive in a long time. Killing things is clearly her therapy. The sky is literally raining dead monsters as Choi continues her rampage. The text says it all as her stats rise. These things just fall to the ground one by one, completely unable to stop her. Choi stands amidst a field of white feathers and monster carcasses, looking like a dark angel of death. She can feel something filling her up, and you know it's not just mana, it's pure bloodlust. She lowers her head, her long hair hiding her expression as she prepares for the next round. The caption just says to do it, like she's giving herself permission to fully give in to her base instincts. A close-up on her eye shows it glowing a menacing red, showing she's completely lost her humanity for a moment. Her only thought right now is that this isn't enough. She's still craving more destruction. She looks up at a massive winged eye monster that's dwarfing everything else in the ruins. She's basically telling the beast it isn't enough to satisfy her need to kill. Choi is a total blur as she lunges straight at the monster, energy trailing behind her. She's closing the distance in a split second, looking like a guided missile aimed right at the boss. She delivers a devastating kick right to the center of the giant eyeball. The impact is so hard it sends shockwaves through the air, but even as she hits it, she's shouting that she needs more. Choi is perched right on top of the monster's head, looking down like she's found a new throne. She's demanding more power, completely obsessed with stacking her stats as high as they can go. She starts ripping the feathers and wings off the monster with her bare hands. A sickening sound tells you she's not holding back at all. She's literally disassembling this thing while it's still alive. What happens next is hard to believe. She leans over the edge of the creature, asking with a creepy calm if it's the last one. She's actually disappointed that she might be running out of things to kill. Looking around at the wreckage, she asks if there are any more targets left. She's completely unhinged, saying she's not enough as she searches for the next source of experience points. The monster lets out a final, agonizing screech as it fades away. You can see the blood splattered across its white feathers, a final testament to the one-sided beatdown it just took. Choi has this absolutely haunting grin as she tells the dying monster to cry louder. She's completely embraced the role of the predator, finding a sick satisfaction in the monster's pain. Choi stands triumphantly on a pile of carcasses, mockingly telling the monsters that their friends will come to their rescue. It's a total villain line, especially coming from someone who used to be a generic party tank. She stands amidst the carnage, her hair flowing in the wind as she assesses the situation. She's completely unfazed by the gore around her, just taking a moment to breathe before the next wave. She commands her status window to appear, her voice cold and empty. She's treating this whole life-or-death situation like a video game grind, and she's not happy with her current score. She looks at the blue screen and sighs, complaining that her stats aren't as high as she expected. She starts wondering if it's because there are fewer locusts in this dungeon compared to the last one. Suddenly, her eye widens as she lets out a confused sound. She sensed something new in the air, and it looks like her wish for more targets is about to be granted. She looks up at the sky and sees an entire fleet of those winged eyes descending. She's actually happy about it, saying as expected since there are still plenty of monsters left to slaughter. We get a close-up of Choi's blood-splattered sneakers as she readies herself for the charge. The contrast between her normal clothes and the carnage she's causing is just wild. She takes off like a rocket, shouting, "Let's go," with a manic energy. She's charging straight into the swarm, looking like she's about to have the time of her life. The scale of the battle is revealed as she runs toward a massive, dark rock formation that's floating in the sky. These monsters are everywhere, but they're clearly just fodder to her. Choi pauses for a split second, let out a surprised sound as she looks up. Something massive is casting a shadow over the entire ruin, and it's way bigger than the bird monsters. A giant, jagged stone object is plummeting from the sky right toward her. She's diving out of the way, showing off those newly boosted agility stats as the debris crashes down. The object is revealed to be a massive stone spike, or maybe the claw of something even bigger. The impact is huge, sending rocks flying as Choi narrowly avoids being flattened. Another one of those giant winged eye monsters descends through the clouds, looking down at Choi with a single, massive pupil. This thing is the real deal, towering over the other monsters in the swarm. The monster gets absolutely obliterated in a massive explosion of fire and blood. A huge impact sound fills the panel, and you can tell something very powerful just hit it. Choi looks back in total shock as the creature she was about to fight gets vaporized. She's completely covered in blood, but she's more surprised by the sudden intervention than the gore. A mysterious figure in a dark cloak is shown lamenting the loss of their hunters. They look absolutely devastated to see their monsters being wiped out like this. We see a cool white sneaker stepping into the frame as Choi stands in the background. Someone new has entered the chat, and they've definitely got an ego to match their gear. Kim Dongju has arrived. He's standing there with his hands in his pockets, looking all suave while telling Choi she's making a big mess. Choi is furious, screaming at him to stop interrupting her. He just stares her down and tells her she's being way too loud, totally killing her battle high. Dongju gets serious, warning her that she's going to end up in jail if she keeps using skills like this outside of an official raid. Choi just snaps back with an angry agreement, clearly not in the mood for a lecture. Dongju looks at the pile of high-rank monster corpses and his jaw practically hits the floor. He asks if she's really just a B grade, while Choi just deadpans that she didn't realize the monsters were even that strong. Dongju literally facepalms, totally exasperated by Choi's lack of awareness. He's realized that the weak tank he was helping is actually a total monster that doesn't know her own strength. Chibi Dongju pops up, telling Choi to let him handle the authorities since he already saved her once today. Chibi Choi just looks confused and asks, "Yeah, but why?" which is honestly a mood. We get a shot of their feet as they stand together in the wreckage. Dongju calls her a leech for relying on his help, but Choi just asks what she's supposed to do next to stay out of trouble. Dongju's plan is for her to pretend she's a Class C who got captured by the monsters. He notes that in a B-rank dungeon like this, the rescue should probably take about 3 days to look realistic. He starts checking out the monster remains, wondering what kind of loot he can craft from the wings. He casually reminds Choi that they have to get out soon so they can cheer on Pa-hyuk for his upcoming test. Dongju tosses her a towel and tells her to wipe herself off because she looks like a literal murderer. He asks if she wants to take a quick look around before they officially get found. Choi is cleaning herself up, noticing that the blood wipes off surprisingly easily. Dongju casually mentions that Officer Song Ae-kyung was asking about her, and he wants to know if she did something wrong. Dongju looks a bit uneasy, asking about the self-defense Choi mentioned earlier. He's starting to realize that her definition of self-defense might be a bit more permanent than most people's. Choi has a dark flashback to the moment she was abandoned, and then she gives a bone-chilling smile. She explains that her boyfriend left her in a den of monsters to die, so she simply got back at him. Chibi Choi is bragging with a cute face that there was only her and she killed everyone else. Chibi Dongju is sweating like crazy, frantically asking if anyone else knows about this confession. Dongju is palm to face crying, saying, "Oh my god, he's so proud," in the most sarcastic way possible. He's also grabbing Choi's head, which is making her scream in pain. It's pure sibling-style annoyance. Dongju is shouting that he doesn't even like her. He reveals he's only faking this whole dating thing to keep his sister from finding out he's hunting for a hidden dungeon. The terrifying sister, Yeon Kim, is standing right behind them, having heard every word. Her eyes are shadowed as she repeats the words self-defense and hidden dungeon. It's over for these two. We see a close-up of a hand reaching out to grab a head with a sharp impact sound. The atmosphere has gone from comedy to straight-up horror in a single panel. Choi is seen walking away into a field of white light, leaving the chaos behind. It seems like she's trying to exit the stage before the real violence starts. The sister, Yeon Kim, looks absolutely terrifying, her eyes glowing with a sinister light behind her messy blonde hair. She is not happy about the lies, and someone is about to pay the price. She slams Dongju's head straight into the stone floor with a massive impact. The ground is literally cratering around his skull. Talk about sibling love. Dongju is face down in the rubble, a single blood drop on the ground as he gives a pained, fake smile. He's trying to act like this is just another Tuesday, but his sister isn't done yet. Yeon Kim looms over him like a final boss, looking at Choi with a gaze that could melt steel. She wants to know exactly what Dongju was talking about earlier regarding those hidden dungeons. A close-up on her face shows her looking unhinged. She gives Choi the ultimatum, asking if she can explain. You can tell if Choi lies, she's the next one whose head is meeting the pavement. The cameras are flashing as everyone prepares to see the Guildmaster of Hwajeon. He's making a big entrance, and the hype from the reporters is through the roof. Reporters are swarming around Park Gi-hyun, asking how it feels to be the first in Korea to clear a hidden dungeon. This dude is basking in the glory while the flashes go off like crazy. A hidden dungeon. Those 3 words are enough to turn the entire hunter world upside down. The crowd is desperate for a word, asking him what kind of treasures and special items he found inside. Gi-hyun just stands there, looking stoic in the middle of all that chaos. The big question remains, where did it come from, and why did it appear out of nowhere? We get a close-up on the ground as reporters keep shouting for info. Someone's standing tall while the pressure from the media builds. Park Gi-hyun looks down, his eyes shadowed and expression intense. He's definitely hiding more than he's letting on to the cameras. But one thing is absolutely certain. The press conference is a total madhouse, with mics being shoved in his face from every direction. Everyone wants a piece of the story about the man who conquered the impossible. The items from that place are special. Yeah, that's an understatement if I've ever heard one. Yeon Kim is screaming her lungs out, demanding answers about whether he really killed them all. She's not playing around, and her face is full of pure rage. The reporters are still focused on the items, but the atmosphere is shifting from a celebration to a confrontation real quick. We get a chilling split shot of Park Gi-hyun's eyes as he stares back. He's cold, calculated, and clearly doesn't appreciate being interrogated like this. He stands tall, his hand glowing with an intense white light as he readies a skill. He asks if it isn't obvious right before the sparks start flying. A blur of movement shows someone lunging forward with insane speed. The fight is officially on, and the reporters are in for much more than an interview. This white-haired guy is looking absolutely sinister, smiling as he calls Gi-hyun a bastard. He tells him to his face that he deserves to die for what he's done. Gi-hyun clenches his fist, his gaze fixed on his opponent as the tension reaches a breaking point. One wrong move, and someone's getting erased. A massive explosion of light and rubble rocks the area. The power being unleashed is way beyond what anyone expected for a press event. The reporters are absolutely hauling it, screaming for everyone to run for their lives. They realize they're caught in the crossfire of 2 S-ranks having a full-blown deathmatch. Someone is slumped over in the middle of the destruction, looking completely broken among the shattered concrete. The aftermath of that clash is looking pretty grim. Park Gi-hyun stands amidst the smoke, looking totally unbothered by the devastation. He's a total monster, and the light behind him makes him look even more menacing. He's actually crying, sweat and tears dripping down his face as he asks why he did it. He looks more like a victim than a victor right now, despite the power. The weak don't deserve to survive. It's a cold-blooded philosophy that explains the pile of bodies he likely left behind. He's sobbing now, wondering if it was all because he left the Hwajeon Guild. The guilt is clearly eating him alive despite his strong eat the weak talk. Gi-hyun closes his eyes, trying to block out the world and the choices he's made. He tells himself he can think whatever he wants, but the silence is deafening. That's all there is to it. He's resigned himself to his path, no matter how much it hurts his conscience. Back at the dungeon, Yeon Kim is still holding Dongju's head down into the dirt. She's demanding an explanation for the situation, and she is definitely not being gentle about it. Choi stands back, watching the sibling drama unfold while Dongju is being completely overpowered. She's probably wondering how she got stuck with these two in the middle of a raid. Choi gives a sharp side-eye, wondering if there really is a massive difference in power even among S ranks. She's realizing that Dongju might be a lightweight compared to his sister's raw strength. Yeon Kim looks absolutely disgusted, calling her own brother a murderer. She's fuming, and Dongju is just forced to take the punishment on the ground. Choi is actually smiling to herself, thinking about how unfair it is for Dongju to be called a murderer. She finds the irony hilarious, given her own history with dungeon survival. She notes that for an S rank, seeing death in a dungeon should be a daily occurrence. She thinks Yeon Kim's reaction is super strange and over the top for a veteran hunter. Yeon Kim is still pinning Dongju to the floor, her hand buried in his messy red hair. She looks like a predator guarding its kill, and Dongju is totally helpless. Choi looks back with a wicked grin, telling Yeon Kim that there must be a reason why someone died in the dungeon. She's practically poking the bear at this point, enjoying the chaos. We get a close-up of Yeon Kim's eye as she turns her gaze toward Choi with lethal intent. She lets out a chilling sound that would make a normal person stop talking immediately. Yeon Kim presses Dongju's face further into the cracks of the stone floor. She asks him how he's planning on handling this mess, her voice dripping with threat. She's towering over him, her hair messy and her expression full of pure rage. Dongju is just groaning under her hand, probably wishing he was anywhere else. Dongju peeks up with one eye, thinking to himself that his sister is seriously mad right now. He's got that I messed up big time face, and he knows it. Choi and Yeon Kim are locked in a silent standoff, staring each other down while Dongju is trapped between them. The air is thick with killing intent from both sides. Choi's red eye is glowing as she gets curious about just how strong Yeon Kim really is. She's judging her opponent, looking for an opening to test her new power. Suddenly, the ground beneath Yeon Kim's feet starts to crumble and lift from her mana pressure. She's releasing a massive amount of energy, and the environment is paying the price. Yeon Kim leaps out of the rubble, her body wreathed in blue energy. She looks like she's about to go on a full-blown rampage against anything in her way. She stands in the crater she just made, looking confused as she asks what this is. She realizes her target has slipped away in the cloud of dust. She stares at the empty hole where Dongju used to be, her eyes wide with shock. He actually pulled a fast one on her and managed to escape. Yeon Kim is absolutely livid, gritting her teeth and screaming that Kim Dongju dared to run away. She is definitely going to make him pay for that humiliation later. We see the rubble shifting as Dongju makes his escape, his movement causing a quiet sound in the ruins. He's definitely faster than he looks when his life is on the line. Dongju is shown elsewhere, panting on all fours while Choi stands casually over him. She asks why he's sitting on people like that, calling the whole scene so embarrassing. Choi gives him a cheery comment that he looks like he crawled out of a grave and a big smile. Dongju just snaps back for her to shut up, clearly not in the mood for jokes after being face-planted. Dongju points back toward his sister, warning Choi that she shouldn't be provoked like that. He flatly states that she's clearly crazy, and you can see Choi just vibing in the background. Choi gets a bit too close, and we get a hilarious chibi reaction as she bites down on Dongju's hand with those sharp shark teeth. He's screaming in pain while she's asking who he's calling crazy. Yeon Kim watches them with a cold stare, her face shadowed and serious once again. She orders Dongju to step away from that woman immediately, sensing the danger. Yeon Kim continues her lecture, asking how he can hang around someone who doesn't care about killing in a dungeon. From where she's standing, she thinks Choi is the crazier one for wanting to hunt hidden dungeons. We get a close-up of Yeon Kim's side profile as she asks what if she's using him for some other purpose. She's convinced Choi is a dangerous manipulator using her brother. Dongju tries to talk some sense into her, calling her Nuna and asking for a second to explain. He admits that he was the one who asked Choi to search for the hidden dungeon with him. Yeon Kim looks away, her expression softening for a tiny second before going hard again. She tells him she doesn't need to hear it and she's already made up her mind about the girl. She goes off on a rant, asking if he knows how many hunters have died just to find those hidden items. She's clearly seen some dark stuff and won't let her brother repeat those mistakes for greed. Her gaze is intense as she tells him to wake up and that there are other ways to get stronger besides hidden dungeons. She's playing the responsible big sister role to the absolute max. We see a close-up of Dongju's mouth as he stays silent under the pressure. He's thinking back to how he was the one who helped Choi become this strong to begin with. Choi looks at Dongju from the side, her internal monologue questioning if there's really another way besides raising stats. She's highly skeptical about this other way talk. Choi's red eyes are fixed on Yeon Kim, wondering if this is what she was taught by Nara. She remembers that Yeon Kim was originally an S rank and starts connecting the dots on her training. A close-up on Yeon Kim's purple eye as it dilates with a sharp notification. Something Choi did or said triggered her, and she's about to snap. Yeon Kim swings her weapon in a massive blue arc, sending a lethal shockwave through the air. She's done talking and is going for a physical reprimand to settle things. A huge blue sound effect appears as her magical attack connects with its target. The sheer force behind it is absolutely ridiculous for a sibling squabble. Choi gets sent flying back from the impact, her hair whipping around as blood splatters across the frame. She took a direct hit from an S rank and it's looking pretty bad. Dongju looks on in absolute shock, his red eyes wide as he yells in panic. He definitely didn't expect his sister to actually go that far and hurt Choi. Yeon Kim stands over the downed Choi with her sword held ready for more. Dongju is cowering in the background as his sister shouts Choi's name, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Yeon Kim looks down with total disgust, calling Choi a mere C-rank, acting all cocky inside a dungeon. She's making it clear where they stand in the hierarchy of power. Outside, the massive purple dungeon vortex is still spinning over the city skyline. The scale of the threat is growing, and time is running out for the hunters inside. Back at the headquarters, Nam Yan is looking absolutely exhausted, sweat dripping from her face. She's clutching her staff with shivering sounds, clearly over the stress. Officer A. Kyung-song is biting her finger nervously, wondering when the authorization is coming. The tension outside the dungeon is almost as high as it is inside. Yeon is panting, thinking she can't breathe while she asks when they're finally getting the raid authorization. She's officially reaching her breaking point. Officer Song A-kyung is approached by another staff member while Yeon continues to freak out in the background. The logistics of the raid are a total mess right now. A close-up of Officer Song shows her looking determined as she finally gets the news. She announces that the raid authorization has been issued, and the mission is a go. Kim Dongju holds on to the badly injured Choi, his eyes showing a rare moment of genuine worry. Standing over them like an executioner, his sister Yeon Kim coldly commands them to move out and clear the dungeon instead of worrying about a casualty. Dongju looks up at his sister in pure disbelief, his voice shaking as he asks what the hell she means by ignoring Choi's condition. He's beginning to see the true depth of her callous nature. Yeon Kim stares down with eyes like ice, stating that if a hunter is weak enough to die from a single hit, they'd be weeded out by the world sooner or later anyway. She mocks the idea of weak people like Choi chasing after hidden dungeons as if they deserve the power they find there. While Dongju stares at the bleeding, unconscious girl in his arms, his sister continues to lecture him on the harsh reality of their world. He can only mutter a stunned question as the cruelty of her logic sinks in. A wider shot shows the grim trio surrounded by the remains of the monsters Choi single-handedly slaughtered. Dongju tells her that her words are incredibly harsh, but Yeon Kim just shrugs it off, claiming she's only stating the facts. Yeon Kim leans in with a look of predatory authority, reminding Dongju that she is the only one who can provide the strength and status he desires. She asks him if he truly understands his place and his debt to her. Dongju's face is shadowed as he reflects on his sister's influence over his entire life. He remembers all too clearly that she is the reason he reached his current level of power, and that memory feels heavier than ever. A close-up on Dongju's narrowed gaze shows him internally acknowledging the truth of her words. He admits to himself that her brutal mindset is the exact reason he eventually felt the need to leave the Hwajeon Guild. A traumatic flashback takes us back 12 years to the first devastating dungeon break in Korea. The city is a burning hellscape filled with monsters, while the narration notes that the government was completely overwhelmed and unable to respond. Text on a dark, ominous background reveals the staggering human cost of that failure. The casualties from the initial break reached a horrifying 10,000 people. We see a young Yeon Kim and Dongju kneeling at a funeral service, surrounded by a mountain of memorial flowers. The cold text confirms the personal tragedy that their parents were among the victims. The narration explains that with their parents gone, the teenage Yeon Kim was suddenly forced into the role of head of the family. A young, tearful Dongju looks to her for any kind of hope, asking what they are going to do. Young Yeon Kim stands in her mourning clothes, her expression completely hollow. The text notes that she was far too young to be carrying that kind of life-altering grief alone. A close-up of her 16-year-old face at the funeral shows her looking absolutely traumatized. This was the moment her childhood ended and her obsession with strength began. The narration describes how the world began to transform rapidly after the emergence of the Awakened. Society's focus shifted from mourning the dead to celebrating the rise of new heroes. A montage shows a young Yeon Kim being swarmed by aggressive reporters and flashing cameras. They shout questions about her new S-rank status and her personal life, showing how she was immediately commodified by the public. News reports celebrate the appearance of Korea's fourth ever S-rank, Yeon Kim. While she underwent rigorous hunter training, every major guild was already fighting over who would get to sign her first. The public's attention shifted away from the tragedy of the past and onto the promise of the future. Yeon Kim became a symbol of hope and power for a nation in shock. The spotlight then turned toward her younger brother, Dongju. People began to speculate if the miracle would repeat itself, and if he would also awaken as a top-tier hunter. Two observers discussed the siblings with greedy smiles, already branding them as the miracle siblings. They care more about the spectacle of their power than the children themselves. The text explains how the public's obsession started with the older sister and inevitably spread to the younger brother. Dongju was being groomed for greatness before he even understood what it meant. Flash forward to Dongju as a teenager playing soccer at school, showing he was always naturally athletic. He outplays his classmates with ease, already showing signs at his hidden potential. A teammate cheers as Dongju charges toward the goal, encouraging him to take the shot. He looks like a normal, happy kid for a brief moment in time. Dongju unleashes a kick with such unnatural force that a massive impact sound fills the air. He has clearly overshot the power needed for a simple game of soccer. The ball is shown embedded deep into a jagged rock wall, having missed the net entirely. His classmates can only stare in stunned silence at the sheer destruction. Teenage Dongju looks at the shattered wall in disbelief. Sweat beads on his face as he realizes something has changed inside him. A friend shouts in amazement that the ball actually got stuck in the wall. The cold reality hits as the narration reveals that he awakened too, as a C rank. The gap between his sister's legendary status and his own mediocre rank was established early on. The flashback shifts to a later argument where Dongju is yelling at his sister about her leaving the Hwajeon Guild. He looks frustrated, demanding to know what happened and why she made such a sudden move. He asks why she would join the Paehyak Guild instead, but Yeon Kim remains calm and unbothered. She treats his outburst like a child's tantrum. Instead of answering, she simply offers him something in a small box, telling him to eat it. Dongju looks confused, asking what it is as he stares at the gift. The box reveals a glowing, faceted red mana stone. Dongju is stunned, asking why on earth she is giving him something so incredibly valuable. Yeon Kim smiles warmly, explaining that it's a rare stone that can boost his stats if he consumes it. She warns him to keep it a total secret from everyone. Dongju is hesitant, asking if he can really take something so precious for himself. She assures him it's fine and that she obtained it specifically for his benefit. A close-up on Yeon Kim's smiling mouth shows her adding a chilling condition to her gift. She promises him as many of these stones as she can provide, but for a price. She tells him she will keep fueling his growth until he finally reaches S-rank status. Dongju looks at her in utter shock, knowing how impossible that goal sounds for a natural C rank. Dongju becomes frustrated, asking why she even brought him this and how much longer he is expected to hide his true self. He's tired of being her secret project and living in her shadow. Yeon Kim's smile turns sharp and manipulative as she reveals her new plan. She wants him to start training and taking official missions properly, stating that this is the non-negotiable condition for staying in Paehyak. She explains that these rare mana stones are only found in hidden dungeons controlled by their guild. They must keep his growth secret so the world doesn't realize how they are cheating the system. She dangles the promise of S-rank status in front of him, asking if that isn't a good thing. She's using his desire for respect and power to keep him under her thumb. Dongju stubbornly rejects the offer, saying he doesn't need that crap to become a real hunter. He declares that he will go and report his awakening to the authorities right now. Yeon Kim's mask of kindness slips, her eyes narrowing as she tells him he'll be too weak and die immediately in the field. She claims she's only stopping him because hunters simply cannot afford the luxury of being weak. She hits him with the most painful truth possible. That's why mom and dad died, because they were weak. She is ruthlessly using their parents' death as a tool to control him. A close-up on her face shows her looking completely unhinged, her eyes wide with a terrifying intensity. She screams at him that he must become stronger than he is now if he has any hope of surviving this world. She asks a cold question, wondering if he got it, as he stands in the background, a small silhouette in a world of shadows. He looks completely defeated by her logic. A close-up on the back of Dongju's head shows him remaining silent, the weight of her trauma-fueled ideology crushing his spirit. He has no response to her brutal honesty. His internal monologue reveals the despair of his situation. He realizes that whether she is right or wrong, he has no choice but to follow her lead to survive. The training begins, and it's clearly excruciating. A pillar of blood erupts from his mouth with a painful sound as his body struggles to process the power she's forcing into him. Dongju is shown collapsed on the floor, panting for air as he vomits blood. He looks completely broken by the gifts his sister is giving him. Yeon Kim reaches down and places a hand on the shoulder of her broken, bleeding brother. She shows no mercy for his physical pain, only focus on the result. She crouches down and lifts his chin, staring into his bloodshot eyes with a look of calm satisfaction. She's finally molding him into the strong person she needs him to be. She holds his face while he cries from the agony and the trauma. It's a twisted scene of comfort from the very person responsible for his suffering. A blue system window pops up, showing his new rank as B. His stats for strength, intelligence, stamina, and agility are all soaring with countless stats up notifications. Yeon Kim smiles with a cold, triumphant expression. Her experiment is working perfectly. She hugs her broken brother, telling him that it worked and now they just need to keep pushing further. She's treating his life like a leveling grind in a video game. Dongju stares into the distance with hollow, dead eyes. He repeats her words to himself, believing he truly needs to get stronger at any cost. He closes his eyes in weary resignation. He has officially given up on fighting against her will. His final internal thought is that if he can't handle this, he'll keep getting dragged around. He's accepted his role as her tool in exchange for survival. The flashback ends, and we are back in the present. Yeon Kim says she's glad he understands, then heartlessly suggests they leave the injured Choi behind to move on with the raid. Dongju looks down with a grim, shadowed expression. He's back to being the person he hates, following her brutal orders. Yeon Kim turns away, suggesting they clear out the underlings before facing the boss. She says she wants to go all out since it's been a while since she's been in a real dungeon. Yeon Kim stands in the middle of the ruins, stretching her arms and looking ready for a bloodbath. Dongju interrupts her, asking if she even knows why he was looking for hidden dungeons in the first place. She turns around with a dismissive question, asking if it's simply because he got tricked by that girl. She continues to treat Choi like a mere nuisance rather than a person. Dongju looks down, his face full of resentment. He asks why she is stopping him from getting stronger through hidden dungeons when that's all she's ever wanted for him. He calls her out for messing with someone she doesn't even know. Yeon Kim's expression goes cold as she tells him that hidden dungeons are not the right place for growth. She asks him what kind of sister would just stand by and watch her brother walk into such a death trap. Dongju gives a bitter, knowing smile. He points out that her constant preaching about strength means she still views him as a weakling who can't handle himself. A wider shot shows Dongju kneeling by the bleeding Choi. He declares with a firm voice that he is done caring about her rules and her view of him. Yeon Kim looks down with an expression of pure, unadulterated coldness. She tells him that if he's going to act like that, he should just butt out of her life and her guild. Dongju looks back at her with a defiant smirk, asking if she even cares whether he dies or not. He's finally directly challenging the care she claims to have for him. His sword is shown stabbed into the stone floor with a sharp impact sound. He is making his final stand against her control. Yeon Kim looks surprised as she sees him preparing for a real fight. She asks in disbelief if he's really going to the hidden dungeon. Dongju gives a confident, dangerous smirk. He asks her mockingly if she wants him to give her a full report on how it went when he returns. Yeon Kim snaps, leaping into the air with her massive sword raised high above her head. She is no longer acting like a sister. She is now a combatant ready to strike. Dongju looks back at her incoming attack with a look of absolute calm. He is no longer afraid of her violence. Yeon Kim screams as she descends that if he doesn't mind, then he can die here. The result is the same anyway. She is willing to kill him to prove her point about his weakness. Dongju slams his hand onto the ground with a massive sound effect. He asks with a defiant grin who said he'd just let himself die. A massive surge of earth magic erupts as giant rock spikes burst from the floor with a powerful sound. Dongju and Choi are protected as the jagged rocks rise up to intercept Yeon Kim's strike. Yeon Kim swings her sword through the air, her strike easily slicing through the stone pillars. The sound of clashing magic and rock fills the entire dungeon chamber. Yeon Kim jumps between the falling rock debris with incredible agility. She scoffs at his attempt to stop her, calling his earth magic this crap. She continues her aerial assault, slicing through more rock with a massive blue energy wave. The impact sound shows she is outputting an incredible amount of raw power. Dongju is shown holding the bleeding Choi as they are surrounded by crumbling stone. He grits his teeth, thinking that all his sister has is brute strength and no brains, and that he just has to hold on. Suddenly, the injured Choi says casually that she's fine though. Dongju looks at the girl in his arms and sees her grinning widely despite the blood on her face. He looks completely baffled, still insisting they need a healer. Dongju gives her a deadpan look, muttering that she's fine before noticing something odd. He lets out a confused sound as he realizes she truly is unfazed. Choi has a creepy, deranged smile as she tells him she's gonna get up now. Her wounds seem to mean absolutely nothing to her. Choi stands up and stretches like she just woke up from a nap. A speechless Dongju can only look on with confused bubbles as she thanks him for the rest and notes how angry his sister is. Dongju is flustered and confused, stuttering and asking how she is. He can't understand how a C rank took an S rank strike and is now acting like it was a massage. Choi stretches her arms behind her head with a loud, sickening cracking sound. She looks completely energized and ready for more. A close-up of Choi's hand shows her touching the ring on her finger. A small white line indicates that the cursed item is reacting to her excitement. Choi looks at the enraged Yeon Kim with a wide, blood-stained, and absolutely psychotic smile. She asks with a terrifying playfulness if they shall get started, and you know the real fight is finally about to begin. Dongju calls out to Choi with a shaky voice, and she just gives him a casual response over her shoulder. She's looking way too relaxed for a girl who just survived an S-rank siblings' domestic dispute. Dongju is sweating buckets, looking like he wants the ground to swallow him whole. He stammers out, asking how much she caught, probably praying she didn't hear him calling his sister a gorilla. Choi hits him with a cheerful smile despite the blood dripping down her face. She lets him know she heard everything, starting right from the part where he called his sister crazy and, honestly, she found the whole show entertaining. We get a quick recap of the argument, showing the exact moments Dongju was running his mouth. He looks completely horrified in the bottom panel as he realizes he's been caught red-handed. Dongju has a full-blown mental breakdown, clutching his head and screaming. He's officially reached the peak embarrassment stage of his life. The text box doesn't even hold back, stating plainly that Kim Dongju is utterly embarrassed. Yeah, no kidding, buddy. Your life is basically a comedy special right now. The comedy hour is cut short as massive, jagged rock shards start flying through the air. The dungeon environment is getting hostile again, or maybe his sister is just that mad. Huge stone spikes rain down from the sky like a divine punishment. The scale of the destruction is massive, and it's clear someone is putting out a lot of mana. Dongju immediately switches back to hunter mode, grabbing Choi and shielding her as the ground explodes around them. He might be embarrassed, but he's still a top-tier protector when things go south. Yeon Kim is shown leaping high above the chaos, looking down at the ruins like an angry goddess. She's the one responsible for the terraforming, and she looks like she's just getting started. Yeon Kim dives through the air, her face set in a look of grim determination. She's moving with a speed that turns her into a blur of blonde and white. A wide shot shows the crater where Choi and Dongju are pinned down. They look tiny compared to the massive shards of earth that have risen up to trap them. A close-up on Dongju shows him looking absolutely serious, staring down the threat while keeping Choi close. He's done being the butt of the joke and is ready to fight for real. Yeon Kim unleashes a massive, high-speed charge that turns her into a streak of blue light. She's not holding back anymore, aiming to settle this sibling rivalry with raw power. A bright, blinding slash of energy cuts through the smoke and rubble. A sharp impact sound tells you something very sharp and very powerful just connected with the floor. A massive column of white mana erupts from the impact point, vaporizing the surrounding rocks. This isn't a training exercise. This is an S rank going for the kill. The light trail from the strike lingers in the air, showing the insane trajectory of Yeon Kim's attack. She's a literal force of nature when she's fuming. Suddenly, a bone-chilling scream echoes through the dungeon. Yeon Kim stops in her tracks, her eyes wide with shock as she realizes that sound came from Dongju. Yeon Kim stares into the thick cloud of dust, her face pale with regret. She's terrified that she might have actually seriously hurt her brother in her rage. She sprints through the smoke, screaming for Kim Dongju and asking what's happening over there. The tough sister act has completely crumbled now that she thinks her brother is in danger. She stops dead as the smoke clears, her eye wide and sweat dripping down her face. She's looking at something that should be impossible, letting out a stunned exclamation. Choi is standing there perfectly fine, nonchalantly leaning against a rock while Dongju is on the ground next to her. She looks totally unbothered by the fact that she just took an S-rank strike. Choi has this terrifying, bloody smirk as she stares Yeon Kim down. She casually mentions she was just thinking of how to make Yeon do that again. She's literally treating an S-rank's killing move like a game. Yeon Kim is losing her mind, thinking that hit should have been lethal even for a high rank, let alone a C rank. She's staring at Choi's stats, trying to make sense of the anomaly in front of her. A system window tries to scan Choi, but all it can find is her name and a bunch of question marks for her rank. Her earring is working perfectly, keeping her true power a total mystery even to a top-tier hunter. Yeon Kim is internally panicking, noting that the pressure Choi is putting off isn't the kind of power an S rank usually wields. She's finally realizing she might be outclassed. She guesses that Choi is using an item to hide her stats and figures she's probably an A rank or higher. She's looking at the girl with a whole new level of caution and suspicion. Yeon Kim turns her glare to Dongju, asking why he would tell such a lazy lie about Choi's rank. She hates being kept in the dark, especially when it involves her own brother and a potential monster. Dongju tells Choi to take off while she still can, but Choi just gives him a blank look and asks why. She's clearly not interested in running away from a good fight. Dongju snaps, yelling that this is his fight and telling her to get out of here. Choi just sighs and calls him annoying, completely unimpressed by his attempt to be a hero. Yeon Kim's gaze goes ice cold as she realizes Choi has a clear reason for wanting the hidden dungeon. She tells her she's going already, and you can tell she's ready for a real showdown. A close-up of a sneaker hitting the ground with a sharp sound marks the start of the engagement. The speed is so intense it creates a shockwave before the runner even finishes their step. Choi is a total blur as she lunges at Yeon Kim, moving with a speed that leaves Dongju yelling her name in shock. She's closing the distance like a predator on its prey. Choi is sporting a wild, manic grin as she closes in, taunting Yeon to come at her like she actually means it. She's officially having a battle-high moment. Choi throws a heavy punch, but Yeon Kim catches it with one hand, looking bored but intense. The two are locked in a struggle of pure physical stat checking. Yeon Kim is analyzing her in real time, noting that it's impossible for this woman to have been a C rank. She's seeing Choi's stats skyrocket right in front of her eyes. Choi's eyes are glowing a terrifying red as she revels in the fight. Yeon Kim realizes that Choi's regeneration is healing her wounds as fast as they happen. This is way beyond a normal hunter's ability. Yeon Kim is trembling with the effort of holding Choi back, her face contorted in a mix of rage and effort. The power struggle is actually starting to tilt in the C rank's favor. The force of their clashing mana is so strong, it's cracking the very air around them with a loud sound. They're locked in a dead heat, neither willing to give an inch. The standoff breaks in a massive surge of movement as Choi gets sent flying backwards. The scale of the impact lines shows that Yeon Kim finally put some real weight into her counter. A massive pillar of white energy slams down on the spot where Choi landed, causing a huge explosion. Dongju can only scream Choi's name as he watches the destruction. Choi is shown at the bottom of a massive, spider-webbed crater, coughing and gasping for air. Even with her regeneration, taking a direct gravity-based hit from an S rank is taking its toll. She looks up with a dazed expression, wondering what kind of ability she just got hit with. She admits she didn't even notice the attack coming until she was already on the ground. Choi sits in the middle of the wreckage, her purple hair messy and eyes glowing with a feral intensity. She's finally realizing that she's up against someone who has more than just raw stats. Suddenly, her face goes into shock. She feels something massive grabbing her from behind. It's an invisible force that she can't even see to dodge. A massive spectral claw or force is shown crushing everything in its path with a loud, heavy sound. Yeon Kim is using her gravity manipulation to its full potential here. Choi is being flattened against the floor, and she notes in horror that the force can even change direction on a whim. She's being tossed around like a ragdoll. A close-up on Choi's face shows her clearly struggling, her eye wide as she gasps that she can't breathe. The pressure is literally trying to cave in her chest. She's pinned to the ground, her hand clawing at the stone. She thinks to herself that it feels like her entire skeleton is being dragged straight down to hell. A massive weight is shown crushing her, with the text stating it feels like a mountain is crushing her. This is the peak power of a top-tier S-rank hunter. Yeon Kim looks down from her high ground with a cold, disappointed expression. She flatly tells Choi that she expected more from her. She continues to mock her, noting that even those special dungeon items aren't anything to brag about if this is the best she can do. She's completely written Choi off as a threat. Choi is still pinned, but her aura starts flaring with a violent blue light. She's gritting her teeth and cursing this damn thing as her spite starts to override the gravity. She starts to push herself up with a threat to watch her tongue. The ground is cracking even further as she tries to overcome the invisible weight through sheer willpower. Choi is wreathed in blue energy, yelling that she just has to bust out of it. Her stats are continuing to climb in response to the stress. Yeon Kim just looks on with a calm, almost bored face, telling Choi to just stay down, and that if she pushes herself, it'll be too late. A massive impact rocks the scene as something happens to Choi's body. The green and white motion lines suggest she's pushed her physical limit to the breaking point. A close-up of a blood-soaked arm and hand shows the price she's paying to move. Her muscle and bone are literally fighting against the gravity trap. Yeon Kim looks genuinely shocked as Choi manages to stand up despite her wounds. She asks how she regenerates that fast, finally seeing the true insanity of Choi's power. Yeon Kim's face goes cold again as she tells Choi to go ahead and keep healing. She's ready to test exactly how many times the girl can come back from the brink. Dongju screams for Choi again, but Yeon Kim stops him with a command not to go near her. She's keeping her brother out of the mercy kill she's about to perform. Yeon Kim offers a final ultimatum: forget the hidden dungeon and she'll let her live. She's trying to use Choi as leverage to control her brother one last time. We get a chilling shot of Choi in the shadows, her red eye glowing like a demon. She's listening to the whole conversation with a look of pure, unadulterated hatred. Yeon Kim puts her hand to her head and tells Dongju to stop worrying about that. She's back to her manipulative ways, reminding him that she's the one who made him strong. She hammers it home, telling him he would have died long ago without her guidance. She's trying to make him feel small and dependent again. Yeon Kim looks him in the eye and flatly says that he's weak, Dongju. She's completely tearing down his confidence to bring him back under her thumb. She asks if he doesn't have what it takes to beat her, with a cold smirk. Dongju is looking down, his face full of resentment and despair. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the tension, asking if she's finished running her mouth. The angle shows Choi standing up with a sinister look, her face partially hidden in shadow. Choi lets out a dry laugh, finding Yeon Kim's little speech absolutely hilarious. She mocks her for saying it's all for Dongju's sake, recognizing the same manipulation she used to face. A dark flashback shows Choi's toxic ex, Hyun-chan, smiling creepily while telling her he's doing all this for her. It's a perfect parallel to the control Yeon Kim is trying to exert. The flashback continues, showing the moment Hyun-chan abandoned her in the dungeon while telling her she'd be dead without him. The trauma is flooding back, but this time it's fueling Choi's rage. Back in the present, Choi is wreathed in dark, shadowy energy as she tells Yeon Kim to save the lies. She's officially done with manipulative people. Choi looks toward the siblings, her voice full of spite as she says no one believes that garbage. She's breaking the spell Yeon Kim had over the situation. Choi's face is a mask of pure psychotic joy as she calls out Yeon Kim for just wanting to control people however she pleases. She tells her she's the last person who should say stuff like that. Choi looks at Dongju and reminds him of his own words, asking if he didn't say he wanted to get stronger on his own this time. She's pushing him to finally break free from his sister's shadow. Choi has this wide, sinister grin as she tells Dongju that she's helping him because they're the same. She recognizes another weak person who was used and tossed aside by those they trusted. The final legendary shot shows Choi covered in blood, her eyes glowing a vibrant, manic pink. She invites Dongju to come with her, promising to show him exactly how it's done. She's officially taken control of the stage. Officer Song Ae-kyung is looking pretty lost in this forest, letting out a heavy sigh. She's wondering where everyone disappeared to and knows they need to find the rest of the group fast before things get even messier. She's talking to the healer, Nam Yanyan, who's clutching her staff and looking equally concerned. Yanyan notes that Dongju just charged right into the dungeon without a second thought to save that woman, which is a total hero move if you ask her. Yanyan starts gushing about how Hunter Dongju is a total heartthrob and super popular with all the ladies. Officer Ae-kyung is just trying to do her job, giving a deadpan acknowledgement, while probably wondering why she's stuck with a fangirl. Suddenly, Yeonyun's eyes widen as she stops mid-sentence. She's caught a glimpse of something that's definitely not part of the standard dungeon scenery, letting out a confused sound. The entire sky has turned a terrifying shade of blood red, and Yeonyeon is frantically asking if it's always been like this. Ae-kyung is officially on high alert, noting that everything was perfectly fine until just a few seconds ago. Ae-kyung stares up at the ominous clouds, stating that there's a high possibility this is a massive disaster in the making. Yeonyeon looks like she's about to have a panic attack, whispering that this can't be happening to them. Inside the ruins, things are literally falling apart as massive chunks of stone rain down from the sky. This gravity-manipulating earth skill is turning the whole area into a death trap for anyone caught in the middle. A close-up on Choi shows her gritting her teeth in absolute agony. She's being crushed by the weight of the skill, and you can see the sheer effort it's taking just to keep her eyes open under that pressure. Dongju is losing his mind, screaming at Choi to stop what she's doing before she gets herself killed. He's reaching out while being buffeted by the mana storm, realizing that Choi is trying to push through a force that's meant to be unstoppable. Yeon Kim is watching from a distance, looking totally confused by Dongju's behavior. She thinks Choi should be completely paralyzed by now and wonders what on earth her brother is trying to accomplish by helping her. Yeon Kim's eyes dilate as she senses a sudden, massive surge of mana coming from the girl she thought she'd already defeated. She's getting a bad feeling about this, and for once, her S-rank confidence is starting to waver. Choi lets out a guttural shout skill, and a colossal shockwave of blue energy explodes outwards. It's a literal wall of force that's blowing back the rubble and completely shattering Yeon Kim's control over the area. The blast from the shout is so intense, it's ripping up the ground and turning the surrounding forest into splinters. Choi is making a loud statement that she's far from finished with this fight. Yeon Kim covers her ears, her face contorted in annoyance at the nasty sound. She compares it to the roar of a wild beast tearing its own throat out, showing just how raw and primal Choi's power has become. Within the swirling blue mana, we see a terrifying silhouette that looks more monster than human. Choi's inner beast is coming out to play, and it's wreathed in blue lightning. Choi is sporting a sinister smirk as she stares down Dongju, who's clutching his head in pain. He lets out a strained groan, realizing that the shockwave from her skill was enough to stagger even a hunter of his level. Dongju is staring at Choi in total disbelief, his face a mask of shock and realization. He notes that she's way stronger now than when they first met at the black market, and it's actually starting to scare him. He can't wrap his head around the fact that she wasn't this powerful even right before they stepped into the dungeon. He's doing the math on her stat gains and realizing that her growth rate is absolutely impossible by normal standards. Yeon Kim looks up with a look of pure shock as a massive red energy wave looms over her like a tsunami. She's completely caught off guard by the scale of the counterattack Choi just unleashed. A huge swarm of those bird-eye monsters has gathered in the sky, circling Yeon Kim like vultures. Yeon Kim is amazed that Choi managed to draw in that many enemies with just a single aggro skill. Yeon Kim thinks to herself that it's a real shame to let a talent like Choi go, admitting she could have had a good relationship with her if it weren't for the mess involving Dongju. She's finally acknowledging Choi as a peer, but it's probably too late for apologies. She looks up at the darkening sky, her expression turning serious as she realizes there are way too many monsters to handle easily. The small fry swarm is becoming a genuine threat even for an S rank. Judging by their sheer numbers, Yeon Kim realizes the monsters are planning to swarm her all at once to give Choi an opening to escape her skill. She's finally seeing through the tactical play Choi is making. A close-up on Yeon Kim's face shows her looking bored again, calling the swarm a bunch of C-rank small fries. She dismissively wonders if she has to go find the boss herself since these minions are such a disappointment. Yeon Kim watches from the ruins, noting that Choi seems to be getting impatient by trying to stop her with these low-level monsters. She's still underestimating her opponent, which is a classic mistake. Yeon Kim gives a confident smirk, saying she's all for it since it means she can hunt as much as she wants. She's treating this life or death situation like a relaxing weekend hobby. The bird monsters start their attack, diving from the sky with streaks of red light trailing behind them. They're moving with a new level of aggression that Yeon Kim definitely wasn't expecting. Yeon Kim notices something weird. The feathers on the monsters are glowing with a strange energy. She mockingly asks if those are their weapons, still acting like she's untouchable. One of the monsters dives toward the camera, its giant eye focusing with a lethal blue light. It's clear these bird eyes have a trick up their sleeves that Yeon Kim hasn't seen yet. The bird monster is in a full dive, its wings tucked back for maximum speed. This isn't just a random swarm, they're moving with a purpose. The monster charges up a powerful blue laser from its central eye. It's about to unleash a massive amount of firepower, and Yeon Kim is right in the crosshairs. Yeon Kim is laughing like a total maniac as she runs through the ruins, shouting that it's been way too long since she's had a fight this exciting. She's officially entered a battle-high state. A wide shot shows the scale of the carnage, with energy beams raining down from the swarm and turning the ruins into a strobe light of death. Dongju and Yeon Kim look like tiny ants in the middle of a magical hurricane. Yeon Kim stops in her tracks, letting out a confused sound as she notices something very strange about the monster's behavior. Her predator instincts are telling her that something is off. A close-up of a dark boot slamming into the ground with a sharp impact sound. Someone is making the move, and they're doing it with incredible speed and force. Yeon Kim is fuming, calling the monsters bastards and realizing their eyes aren't just for decoration. She's finally realizing that these small fries are more intelligent than they look. Multiple blue lasers are fired from the sky, crossing paths and turning the ruins into a lethal grid. The sheer volume of fire is enough to vaporize anything that isn't moving at S-rank speeds. A close-up of Yeon Kim's eye as it dilates with realization. She's finally figured out where the real attack is headed, and it's not towards her. She looks toward the side and screams, asking why they are attacking over there. She's genuinely baffled by the change in target, which is never a good sign for a strategist. The realization hits her like a truck. No way. Did she lure the attack with her own body? She's finally seeing the terrifying extent of Choi's self-destructive tactical mind. We get a close-up of Choi, who is wreathed in blue light and surrounded by rubble. She has a manic grin on her face as she becomes the lightning rod for the entire swarm's firepower. A massive barrage of energy spears rains down on Choi's position with a deafening impact sound. She's literally being hammered into the dirt by her own summons. The impact is absolute chaos, with rock shards and energy beams flying everywhere. It's a scene of pure destruction, and Choi is right at the epicenter of it. Yeon Kim is looking on in horror, realizing that this was Choi's plan all along. It's the only way Choi could find to escape the gravity skill, even if it means getting skewered in the process. The spears are shown piercing right through Choi's body, with blood splattering everywhere. She lets out a blood-curdling scream that shows just how much this insane gamble is costing her. A massive explosion of blood and debris fills the frame. Choi has been completely overwhelmed by the attack she lured in, and it looks like it's game over. A close-up on a hand clutching an energy spear shows blood dripping from the fingers. Dongju is letting out a pained sound, having been caught in the fringe of the attack meant for Choi. Yeon Kim is staring at the carnage with wide eyes, genuinely shaken. She asks herself what kind of life Choi lived to be able to make such a decision without a single second of hesitation. Yeon Kim is internally praising Choi's resolve, wondering how someone can be that cold-blooded with their own life. She's realizing that she's not fighting a hunter, she's fighting a survivor. Yeon Kim notes that despite the gamble, those small fries won't be enough to destroy her gravity skill. She's still confident that a C rank is still just a C rank, no matter how many numbers they have. A close-up on Yeon Kim's eye shows it widening in shock once again. The air is starting to hum with a new, even more dangerous energy that she doesn't recognize. She asks herself if she's mistaken, feeling the ground tremble. Something is changing in the ruins, and it's way beyond her control now. A massive explosion of blue mana erupts from the crater. Choi is pushing back against the gravity skill with everything she's got, and the earth itself is being pulverized by the clashing powers. Choi's hand is shown clawing at the ground with a trembling motion. She's literally tearing up the stone as she forces herself back onto her feet, despite being skewered by energy spears. Choi is still taking a beating from the raining beams, shouting that it's still not enough. She's craving more power, even as her body is being torn apart by the very monsters she's controlling. A close-up on Choi's face, half hidden by her hair and covered in blood, shows her sneering that with this much power, she can't do anything, showing that her standards for strength have become completely warped. Choi looks up with a terrifyingly bloodshot eye, screaming at the monsters to do more. She bellows, asking what they are doing, you bastards, demanding even more carnage from her swarm. One of the bird monsters looks down with its single, glowing eye, focusing on Choi. A new command is about to be issued, and you know it's going to be bad for everyone else. A blue system window pops up with a sharp alert. The target of control has been confirmed, it states, signaling that Choi has finally locked onto her objective. The monster unleashes a massive blast of blue energy that's 10 times stronger than anything we've seen so far. The power scaling is going off the charts right now. A new notification appears, saying the blessing of UI is applied to the target of control. Whatever this UI blessing is, it's turning the C-rank monsters into literal gods. Choi is shown from behind, looking like a tiny silhouette against a background of massive magical explosions. She's in the middle of a war zone of her own making. A close-up of a demonic, red-eyed bird monster is shown, looking absolutely sinister. This is the new target of control that's been buffed by Choi's mysterious skill. A colossal beam of red and white energy erupts into the sky with a massive impact. The sheer force behind it is enough to level the entire dungeon floor. The explosion is shown from a distance, decimation, everything in its path. It looks like a nuclear bomb just went off in the middle of the ruins. Yeon Kim is staring at the destruction with a look of pure, unadulterated shock. She notes that this attack power is stronger, not mistaken, finally admitting that Choi has surpassed her expectations. One of the bird monsters has a new status window hovering over it, One-Eyed Angel, an A-rank watcher. Choi has literally force-evolved a C-rank monster into an A-rank threat. A close-up on Yeon Kim's eye shows her stuttering, asking if its rank suddenly went up. She's finally realized that she's dealing with someone who can rewrite the rules of the dungeon. White feathers and gray smoke fill the sky as more explosions rock the area. The battle has escalated into a full-blown war between an S-rank and an army of buffed monsters. Choi is shown crouching in the middle of the smoke, her silhouette looking like a total final boss. She's waiting for the perfect moment to strike while Yeon Kim is still in shock. A massive fountain of mana and debris erupts from the ground. Choi is launching her final assault, and she's not planning on holding anything back. Choi dives from the sky like a dark angel of death, her hands outstretched and a terrifying grin on her face. She's about to collide with Yeon Kim, and the impact is going to be legendary. Choi has pinned Yeon Kim against the ground, their faces inches apart. Choi is bleeding and breathless, whispering with a chilling glee that she actually thought she was going to die because of Yeon Kim. Yeon Kim is staring back with a look of pure horror, realizing that Choi was the one who raised the monster's rank. She calls her a bastard and asks just what kind of woman she is, finally seeing Choi as the monster she truly is. Choi just lets out a manic laugh and admits she doesn't really know herself either. She looks absolutely thrilled to be in this position of power over an S-rank. Choi looms over the defeated Yeon Kim, telling her she's going to die right here. She mockingly asks if Yeon really thinks her measly S-rank body can withstand the hundreds of spears waiting for her. A forest of glowing red and white energy spears is gathered in the sky, all aimed directly at Yeon Kim. The crackling sound shows they're ready to fire on command. The chapter ends with a total barrage of spears raining down on the ruins, bathing everything in a lethal red glow. Choi and Yeon Kim are both caught in the center of a magical execution. A close-up on Dongju's face shows him looking absolutely shook, sweat dripping down his face. He's staring at something that's clearly breaking his brain, his eyes wide with pure disbelief. Dongju is still frozen in place as the mana storm continues to rage in the background. He's asking the question we're all thinking, what the hell is going on? The bird-eye monsters are shown hovering in the sky as the energy levels go off the charts. Dongju's narration is full of shock as he realizes his powerful S-rank sister is actually in trouble. The scale of the carnage is revealed as energy spears rain down from the sky, turning the ruins into a literal pincushion. Dongju is looking on from the side as his sister, Yeon Kim, is forced into a defensive position. Yeon Kim is shown struggling as she's getting pushed back by Choi's relentless assault. Dongju is having a total internal meltdown, unable to believe his sister is actually being overpowered. A massive burst of red mana fills the frame, crackling with a dangerous energy. The battle has reached a point where raw power is the only thing that matters anymore. A close-up of a monster's wing shows it being shredded by the mana pressure. Yeon Kim is shown in a small bubble of shock, screaming that there's no way as she realizes she's been baited into a trap. Yeon Kim's face is a mask of pure terror as a red light nears her. She's finally realized that Choi used her own body as a lure to pull in the entire swarm attack right onto Yeon Kim's head. Choi is shown with a terrifying, bloody grin while her eye glows a piercing red. Yeon Kim is completely baffled, asking herself if this is even a way a normal human is supposed to fight. The two are absolute blurs of movement as they clash midair, with pained sound effects echoing through the ruins. Choi is pushing her advantage, moving with a speed that shouldn't be possible after taking that much damage. Yeon Kim is shown gritting her teeth in absolute agony, her shoulders and face covered in blood. She's letting out a frustrated groan as her defense starts to crumble under the pressure. Choi is a streak of blue energy as she descends for another strike, while Yeon Kim is left panting on the ground. The tables have been completely turned, and the predator has become the prey. Choi is laughing like a total psychopath, her face splattered with blood and eyes wide with a manic glee. She's officially entered a battle-high state where pain is just another form of entertainment. She becomes a whirlwind of steel and blood, her movements turning her into a literal blender of violence. The laughing text shows she's genuinely having the time of her life in the middle of a deathmatch. Yeon Kim is shown looking completely battered, blood dripping into her eyes as she curses Choi. She's reached her breaking point, calling her a bitch while her own gaze goes cold and lethal. A massive energy beam tears through the air with a loud cracking sound, creating a sonic boom effect. Yeon Kim is finally unleashing her most dangerous skills to end this once and for all. A close-up of a fist clenched tight shows blood dripping from the fingers. Someone is putting everything they have into this next exchange, and it's going to be brutal. Choi is shown taking a massive hit, her body being sent flying backwards as blood splatters across the frame. Yeon Kim has finally landed a clean blow, letting out a triumphant groan. Choi is shown gasping for air, her mouth overflowing with blood as she takes the full force of the impact. It looks like the S-Rank's power has finally found its mark. Choi is shown kneeling in a pool of her own blood, letting out a sound of pain. Yeon Kim stands over her with her sword held high, looking ready to deliver the final killing blow. Yeon Kim has this absolutely arrogant, wide-eyed look as she declares she got her. She really thinks she's finally finished the job against the immortal tank. Choi's head hangs low, her hair covering her face as she stays completely silent. It's a moment of heavy tension as everyone waits to see if she'll actually stay down this time. Suddenly, Choi looks up with those glowing red eyes and a sinister smile, a large exclamation appearing next to her head. She mockingly tells Yeon Kim that it looks like she's still hanging on, showing she's far from defeated. A massive column of blue mana erupts from Choi, glowing with an intense, blinding light. She's activating another high-level skill, and the ruins are literally vibrating from the pressure. One of the winged bird monsters is shown letting out a pained screech as it's buffeted by the mana storm. The sheer presence of Choi's energy is enough to kill the low-ranked creatures nearby. Yeon Kim is in total shock, cursing herself for letting her guard down against such a freak. She asks how Choi can possibly use a skill in that condition, her face pale with realization. Massive streaks of blue energy tear through the ruins, creating a strobe light effect in the smoke. Yeon Kim is screaming that this never ends, as Choi's regeneration continues to defy all logic. Yeon Kim is shown fuming, her eyes narrowed with pure, unadulterated rage. She admits she'd normally enjoy a hunt like this, but right now, it's just making her incredibly mad. Choi is shown casually lunging through the air, asking if they waited long. She's treating this life-or-death struggle like a casual afternoon walk, which is just peak disrespect. A close-up on Choi's face shows her looking almost bored, even with blood on her face. Yeon Kim is staring in horror, noting that even that kind of wound healed, finally understanding the nightmare she's in. Choi is shown with an absolutely chilling smile, her eye glowing a piercing red. She looks like a literal demon in the shadows, reveling in the fact that her opponent is finally starting to feel fear. The text about the monster of a bitch flashes across the screen as a fountain of blood erupts from a massive impact. The fight has devolved into pure, unbridled savagery. A close-up on the floor shows several puddles of blood spreading across the cracked stone. Choi is panting heavily, her face half hidden by her hair as she lets out a strained breath. Yeon Kim is shown from behind, leaning on her sword and panting. She's in total disbelief, unable to wrap her head around how Choi managed to land a hit from that position. A close-up on Yeon Kim's eyes shows them full of pure, cold hatred. She's officially lost all respect for her opponent, calling her a cowardly bitch as she prepares to settle things for good. Choi is shown walking calmly through the wreckage, her clothes torn and bloodied but a smug smile on her face. She asks Yeon Kim if she's still alive, showing she's fully in control of the rhythm now. Yeon Kim is shown looking totally drained, muttering about how crazy it is while wondering what kind of freak she's actually fighting. Her worldview as an S-rank is being completely demolished. A close-up of Choi's smiling face shows her thought bubble confirming that Yeon Kim has a genuine S-rank body. She's judging her opponent like a scientist, studying an interesting specimen. Choi is wreathed in green mana as her regeneration keeps working overtime. She mockingly tells Yeon Kim that she took so many hits and still hasn't died, which is the ultimate backhanded compliment. The two are shown staring each other down across the ruins, a silent contest of wills. Yeon Kim asks when the hell she's actually gonna die, while Choi just gives a playful sound in response. Choi has this wide, psychotic grin as she drops the bombshell that she already died once. She's officially revealed her cursed nature, and it's terrifying. A close-up of Yeon Kim's mouth shows her finally putting the pieces together. She lets out a quiet realization that it's immortality. Choi is shown with a bright, fake smile, asking if those items are really used to avoid dying. She's playing the clueless card again, but her eyes tell a much darker story. Yeon Kim gives a grim look, noting that even if you know you won't die, not everyone would throw their life away like Choi does. She's starting to see the deep trauma beneath the violence. Choi just gives a blank, dead-eyed stare and asks, "So what?" She's completely disconnected from the value of life, including her own. We see a shot of Yeon Kim's blood-soaked leg, her hand trembling as she realizes she can't even move her body anymore. She tells Choi that she's far too dangerous to be allowed around her brother. Choi gives a casual shrug, claiming she doesn't care if Dongju dates or not. She's completely unfazed by Yeon Kim's attempts to play the protective sister role. Yeon Kim gets serious, her face shadowed as she warns Choi that because of her, Dongju's life is now at risk. She's placing the ultimate blame on the woman who won't stay dead. Yeon Kim is shown clutching her chest, struggling to even breathe under the strain. She tells herself that right now, the only thing she can do is... She raises her hand and a massive surge of orange gravitational energy erupts from her palm. This is her absolute final stand, a move that's shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. Yeon Kim stands bathed in the light of her own power, declaring that they're both going to die right here. She's gone full kamikaze, ready to sacrifice herself to take down the monster. The ground is shown turning to dust as the skill activates, with crackling sound effects highlighting the sheer destructive force. This is an absolute zero gravitational void. A close-up on Yeon Kim's eye shows her telling her brother to stay away from her. She's accepted her fate and is ready to erase everything within her range. She declares that Choi will vanish without a trace as the orange energy beams fill the entire frame. The zero-point void is reaching its peak power. Choi has this smug, mocking look as she tells Yeon Kim to stop with the tough act. She points out that Yeon Kim looks like she can't even lift an arm, which is just cold as hell. The bird-eye monsters are shown in close-up, their feathers drifting through the air as they're sucked into the void. The sound effects show they're being erased from existence. Choi stands with her arms wide open, laughing and telling Yeon Kim that it's not her problem. She's promising that this time she's really going to finish the job. A close-up on Choi's face shows her looking absolutely deranged. She's got this wide, toothy grin and massive bags under her eyes. She's officially lost all touch with reality. A close-up of a sneaker hitting the ground with a sharp sound marks the start of her final charge. She's a blur of blue energy as she lunges straight into the gravitational void. Choi is shown from behind, a tiny silhouette leaping toward the massive explosion of light. She's literally diving into a black hole with a smile on her face. Yeon Kim stands at the center of a literal mana nuclear bomb, calling it a gravitational void that erases existence itself. She's officially unleashed the Zero Point. The skill name is revealed, Zero Point. It's an ultimate move designed to delete anything it touches from reality, regardless of rank or power. Yeon Kim admits she really didn't want to use this skill, but since Choi refuses to stay dead, she has no choice. It's the ultimate trade-off for a guaranteed kill. Yeon Kim is shown from behind as she shouts that she'll erase her very existence with this. She's pouring every last drop of her mana into the void. A close-up on Yeon Kim shows her gritting her teeth in agony, her face covered in blood. She's letting out a pained groan as the side effects of her own ultimate move tear her apart. A close-up on Yeon Kim's eye shows her sweating buckets, noting that her wounds are too severe. She realizes the risk is way too high, but there's no turning back now. We see her hand glowing with that intense orange light, trembling as the void continues to grow. She's barely holding on to the thread of control she has left. Yeon Kim stands in the middle of a literal sun, her silhouette barely visible through the flames. She declares she's going to take everyone down with her. The bird-eye monsters are shown being vaporized in the sky, letting out screams of terror. The zero-point void is pulling everything in like a cosmic vacuum. Choi is shown from a distance, a tiny figure leaping through the air with an alert above her. She's caught in the gravitational pull, and things are looking very dangerous. Choi is laughing her head off, shouting and asking if she's trying to suck in everything. She thinks the skill is flashy as hell, showing she's officially gone beyond the point of caring about survival. The scene pulls back to show the massive scale of the zero-point explosion, with jagged energy streaks tearing across the frame. The ruins are being turned into dust. Choi is sporting a huge, psychotic smile as she taunts Yeon Kim for overdoing it. She mockingly asks if she's really going to die like that, finding the whole scene hilarious. Yeon Kim is shown reaching for the sky, her body glowing with an intense golden light. She's accepted her fate, saying she'll leave a special gift for someone who won't die. A close-up of a foot hitting the ground with a sharp sound marks the next phase of Choi's assault. She's using the momentum of the pull to increase her own speed. Choi is a blur of movement as she leaps through the air, screaming for them to see. She's ready to unwrap the present Yeon Kim is so eager to give her. Choi has this absolutely deranged, wide-eyed look as she shouts that she's so excited. She's officially a lost cause, reveling in the middle of a gravitational collapse. Yeon Kim stares at her with cold, shadowed eyes, calling her a crazy bitch and asking what she's so excited for. She tells Choi to go ahead and laugh while she still can. A monster's eye is shown in extreme close-up, focusing all its malice on the struggle below. The world is narrowing down to this one singular moment of deletion. The The text box declaration, "Soon you'll vanish without a trace," as the orange light fills the entire frame. The 0 point is reaching its climax. We cut to a close-up of hands typing frantically on a keyboard with sharp sound effects. The situation back at the guild headquarters is going from bad to worst. A female staff member is staring at her monitor in a dark room, screaming and asking what's happening. The alarm bells are literally ringing off the walls. The forensics guy in glasses is looking at a laptop, his face pale with fear. He points out that this was supposed to be a B rank dungeon, so why is the magic level now way above A rank? He slams his hand on the desk, declaring that the dungeon is going to break at this rate. The entire city is now at risk of being swallowed by the fallout. A massive black hole with a glowing white rim is shown in the middle of the red-tinted sky. It's an ominous, silent image of the 0 point skill fully activated. The view from the street shows the scale of the disaster, with a giant purple vortex looming over the apartment buildings. A tiny person on the ground is screaming in terror as they watch the sky shatter. Dongju is shown looking up at the sky with a look of pure, unadulterated dread. He realizes his sister has finally done it. She's broken the world just to win a fight. A close-up of the cracking sky shows massive energy waves rippling outwards like water. The reality of the dungeon is literally being pulled apart. A blinding blast of purple and white light fills the entire screen, washing out all the details. It's a massive explosion that signals the final collapse of the 0 point void. The screen goes black with a final, haunting line that it can't withstand his sister's magic. It's a chilling conclusion to the most intense fight of the series so far. Officer Song Ae-kyung is moving through the dungeon, but something feels off. The mana is so turbulent it's actually becoming hard for her to breathe, which is a bad sign for any hunter. She looks up and sees monsters swarming together in one direction. It looks like they're being pulled by some massive, invisible force, like a drain opening up in the sky. The bird monsters are everywhere, even though this is only supposed to be a B-rank dungeon. Normally, anything other than the boss should just be a bunch of C-rank small fries, but the numbers here are insane. Song Ae-kyung stops and realizes her A-rank perception can't even gauge the levels of the fighters up ahead. She wonders if having 2 S-ranks inside is causing this, but there's never been a recorded case of hunters just breaking the dungeon logic like this. The pressure continues to build, and she's left wondering if the dungeon itself is just fundamentally broken. Big mistake coming in here without a full raid team. She reaches a clearing and sees the absolute chaos unfolding. Someone lets out a shocked exclamation at the sheer scale of the destruction. Looking from a distance, the ruins are bathed in a terrifying orange light. Monsters are being vaporized by the shockwaves, and Ae-kyung can only stand there asking what is even happening. She watches as Choi, a supposed C-rank hunter, somehow holds her own against Kim Yeon-han. It's a sight that defies everything she knows about the hunter ranking system. Choi is wreathed in light and blood, sporting that deranged smile as she fights. Ae-kyung wonders if she's actually dealing with an unregistered high-ranker who's been hiding her power all along. The situation is getting critical. They need to arrest Choi, but the dungeon is literally falling apart. The clash of magical powers between the two women is more than the environment can handle. The air turns a violent shade of pink as the sky begins to crack. Ae-kyung realizes that if this keeps up, they're going to trigger a dungeon break that will kill thousands of innocent people outside. She decides she has to stop the fight right now, no matter what. The screen goes red as she prepares her most powerful and most dangerous trump card. She shouts even if it kills her, reaching her hand out toward the center of the mana storm. She's willing to sacrifice her own safety to keep the dungeon from exploding. Dongju looks back in absolute shock, his red hair illuminated by the magical flares. He didn't expect the police to actually make it this far into the blast zone. He recognizes the officer, screaming her name in disbelief. Song Ae-kyung is officially on the scene, and she's not happy about the mess they've made. Dongju tries to warn her that whatever she's doing is going too far, but he's already too late. The sheer intensity of her mana is starting to drown out everything else. She calls out the names of Yeon-han, Dongju, and Choi, telling them they're destabilizing the entire dungeon. She's acting like a teacher breaking up a fight that turned into a riot. Ae-kyung's hand glows with a brilliant, blinding blue light. She's initiating a skill that's meant to shut down everything in its path. The skill Rank Reduction activates, pulsing through the room with a heavy pressure. She's forcibly lowering everyone's power level down to C rank to regain control. Dongju gets hit by the wave first, clutching his chest and gritting his teeth as his strength is stripped away. It looks like someone just pulled the plug on his magical battery. Choi and Yeon-han are caught in the crossfire too, the pink energy forcing them apart. The battle high is suddenly replaced by a cold sense of weakness. Yeon-han takes it the hardest, blood splatting from her mouth as her S-rank body fails to handle the sudden drop in mana. Her sisterly pride is taking a physical beating right now. She screams in agony as her power is shredded, clutching at her head. This isn't just a debuff, it's a total physical overhaul that's tearing her apart from the inside. She looks down at her hands in shock, asking why she's suddenly getting injured. She's forgotten what it's like to be weak, and the reality is hitting her like a freight train. Yonhan stares at a holographic system window in utter disbelief. She can't believe a mere officer had a skill that could actually suppress her. The window confirms the nightmare. Forced rank reduction from S to C. Her stats are slashed, her skill effectiveness is down by 50%, and the effect is going to last for 30 long days. A close-up on her face shows her sweating buckets, looking like she's about to pass out. She realizes exactly what kind of skill she just got hit with, and she knows she's in deep trouble. A massive burst of orange and white light signals the dungeon stabilizing as the excess mana is sucked away. The immediate threat of a dungeon break is gone, but the fallout is just beginning. Choi is seen descending from the air, looking like a silhouette against the fading magic. The fight is over, and now it's time to deal with the consequences. Yonhan is left lying in a pile of rubble, blood staining the floor beneath her. She looks completely defeated, her S-rank armor and ego shattered into a million pieces. The orange clouds above begin to fade back to a normal, gloomy sky. A heavy impact sound echoes one last time as the magical pressure finally dissipates. The narration explains that this is a unique ability only Song A-kyung can use. It's a last resort measure meant for when hunters go totally out of control, and it carries a heavy price for the caster. Officer A-kyung is shown panting with blood on her lips. A blue system window reveals the severe side effects. Her internal mana circuits are permanently damaged, and she's lost her combat abilities for an entire year. She leans against a tree, wiping the blood from her mouth with a tired sigh. She's glad the dungeon stabilized, but she's paying a life-altering price for her sense of duty. She calls out for the healer, Nam Yeon-soo, to come and treat Kim Yonhan immediately. She knows that even though they were fighting, Yonhan's body is currently in a state of total collapse from the forced rank drop. Nam Yeon-soo runs onto the scene with her staff, looking horrified. She notes that Yonhan looks terrible even from a distance, and she's clearly worried if the S rank will even survive the trip back. Yeon-soo reaches the fallen hunter and lets out a frantic exclamation. She's terrified by the amount of blood and the depth of the injuries covering the blonde woman. The diagnosis is grim: stab wounds everywhere, limbs torn apart, and severe internal damage to the heart, lungs, and liver. It's a miracle she's still breathing at all. Nam Yeon-soo notes that any normal hunter would already be dead, but Yonhan is barely holding on with what's left of her C-rank body. She's fighting for every breath in that puddle of blood. The healer's staff glows with a brilliant green light as she prepares to cast. She knows she has to move fast if she wants to keep the S rank from bleeding out right there in the dirt. She declares she'll do emergency treatment for now. She knows repairing the internal organs is going to take a lot of time and mana she might not have. Green energy flows into Yonhan's body, starting the slow process of stitching her back together. It's a desperate battle against time to keep her heart beating. Yeon-soo stays focused, hoping that if she keeps this up, she can manage to stabilize the internal organs. She's doing her absolute best in a nightmare scenario. Suddenly, she senses someone nearby and lets out a confused sound. Her concentration is broken as she realizes someone else is standing right there in the smoke. She looks up and sees Choi standing just a few feet away. She remembers Choi was the one fighting Yonhan earlier, and she's immediately on guard. She stares at Choi in disbelief, wondering why she's the only one who looks relatively unharmed after that explosion. Choi is covered in blood, but she's standing tall while everyone else is on the ground. Yeon-soo screams that she got hurt because of her, blaming Choi for the state Yonhan is in. She's furious and scared, lashing out at the only person still standing. Choi just gives her a cold, empty stare, staying completely silent. She looks like a statue of death, totally unmoved by the healer's accusations. Choi walks closer, her gaze fixed on the broken Yonhan. She mockingly notes that she's still breathing, showing zero empathy for her defeated opponent. Yonhan's face is shown in close-up. She's pale and looks like a literal corpse. She's totally unconscious, unaware that her life is currently being debated. Nam Yeon-soo screams no as Choi gets too close. She's terrified that Choi is going to finish what she started and kill the S rank while she's defenseless. Suddenly, a massive impact rocks the ground with a powerful sound. Debris flies everywhere, and someone has clearly just made a very aggressive entrance. Choi looks over at the new crater, letting out a confused sound. Even she was surprised by the sudden intervention. Nam Yeon-soo and Choi are left standing in the dust, looking around. Yeon-soo frantically asks where she went, realizing that Yonhan has been snatched right from under her nose. Choi looks away with a bored expression, muttering that none of this makes any sense. She's already losing interest in the drama now that the main fight is over. Choi's red eye glows with a dangerous light as she asks why she let her go. She's talking to someone hidden in the shadows, questioning their choice to spare the sister. She asks the hidden person if they weren't trying to escape from their sister's shadow. She's trying to manipulate their insecurities to get them back on her side. The person is revealed to be Kim Dongju, who is shown carrying his broken sister away. Choi watches him from a distance, her expression full of cold disappointment. Dongju ignores Choi and tells Nam Yeon-soo to take care of his sister. He's chosen family over whatever twisted deal he had with Choi, and he's not looking back. Choi asks why he's choosing her after all, her voice dripping with spite. She can't understand why anyone would return to a situation that made them miserable. A close-up on her eyes shows her continuing to needle him. She tells him that if his sister was gone, he'd finally have the freedom he wanted, so why bother going back to her? He stands firm, holding Yeonhan close to his chest. He says he can't do that with a conviction that actually seems to surprise Choi for a split second. Choi hits back, asking why he's being so heroic now when he should have stepped in earlier if he cared so much. She claims she was actually trying to free him from his chain. Dongju looks at her like she's grown a second head, asking what on earth she's talking about. He's finally realizing that Choi's worldview is totally broken. Choi stares him down, asking if he's not sick of his situation. She's trying to sell him on the idea that his sister is just a burden he's better off without. She looks at the siblings together, reflecting on how people always say they're doing things for your sake. She's speaking from her own experience of being controlled and manipulated. She says, but the worst part is how they make you believe it, her face shadowed and hollow. She's finally revealing the deep-seated trauma that drives her hatred of others. A flashback montage shows Choi being eaten by monsters and then standing victorious. She says she only realized the truth about freedom after dying and killing over and over again. She looks completely empty, stating that freedom only comes by stepping on someone else. It's a bleak, zero-sum philosophy that shows she's completely lost her humanity in that hidden dungeon. The flashback shows Choi standing triumphantly on top of a massive dead deer monster. She says that's why she wanted Dongju to feel the same thing she did. A close-up of a younger Choi looking terrified while blood sprays in the background. She's obsessing over the freedom she felt that day, which was likely the moment she finally killed her abusers. Back in the present, she tells Dongju that he's still trapped by his sister. She urges him to break the chain so his real freedom can finally begin. She leans in close, telling him it's hard at first, but once you do it, it only gets easier. She's trying to mentor him in the art of being a cold-blooded killer. A close-up on her sneaker as she stands on the cracked floor. She whispers that this is his chance. He can break free, sounding like a devil offering a deal. A wide shot shows the massive scale of the ruins as Choi reaches out to Dongju. She tells him he can do it, putting all the pressure on him to abandon his sister. The final shot of the chapter shows Choi with a dark, predatory smile. She says she'll help him, and you know that her help is the last thing anyone in their right mind should want. Dongju remains silent, his face shadowed by a grim realization. He's caught between his sister's brutal authority and the chaotic force of nature standing right in front of him. Holding his unconscious sister close, Dongju finally speaks up, telling Choi that he simply can't let her kill Yeon Kim. He's chosen family over whatever deal they had, even after everything his sister put him through. Choi looks at him with wide, confused eyes, letting out a stunned question. She genuinely can't wrap her head around why he'd save the person who's been holding him back his entire life. Dongju looks down at his sister's battered face, noting that she actually ended up in this state. Despite her harshness, seeing her defeated like this is clearly hitting him hard. He admits to Choi that he couldn't move because it felt like he was agreeing with her decision to kill his sister. He's struggling with the logic, telling Choi he doesn't even know why she's being so desperate for blood. Dongju grits his teeth, looking determined as he carries Yeon Kim. He flatly states that even if she's a grumpy gorilla, she's still his family, and he wasn't okay with the thought of her actually dying. Choi's expression goes cold as she asks a biting question. She's fuming, asking if she's just been doing all this crap for nothing while she stands in the middle of the wreckage. She calls Dongju a bastard to his face, her red eyes glowing with pure spite. She's livid that he suddenly changed his mind and ruined her chance to finish the fight. A massive, jagged rock shard rises from the ground with a cracking sound effect. The tension is reaching a boiling point as Choi prepares to force the issue. Choi stands her ground, her silhouette framed by the rising debris. She's done talking and looks ready to take on Dongju himself if he stays in her way. A close-up profile shows Choi looking down with a dangerous intensity. Her blood-soaked clothes and cold gaze make her look like the true boss monster of this dungeon. A wide shot shows Dongju and his sister perched high on a rock formation, while Choi stares them down from below. The power dynamic has shifted, and the siblings are now the ones cornered. Choi lets out a dry, mocking laugh, calling Dongju's family talk a total joke. She asks if this is really coming from the guy who's been sitting on his ass until now while she did all the heavy lifting. Dongju hits back with a cold stare, reminding her that they're currently both technically C rank. He's confident he has more combat experience and claims he can at least handle her. Dongju prepares to jump away with his sister, telling Choi to talk all she wants. Choi just snarls back, reminding him that his sister already got wrecked by her once. Choi gives him a psychotic, go ahead, try it look, daring him to make a move. She mocks him for acting tough just because she was ranked up and then immediately pulled back down by the debuff. Suddenly, a massive, screen-shaking command to stop echoes through the ruins. Choi lets out a surprised sound as someone finally interrupts the two before they start another world war. Healer Nam Yan Yan is at the end of her rope, screaming for them to stop fighting already. She points out the obvious: if they keep this up, Hunter Kim Yan Han is actually going to die from her internal injuries. Yan Yan is absolutely fuming, her face red as she warns them that if Yan Han dies, she won't let any of them off easy. She's demanding they understand the gravity of the situation right now. She orders Dongju to put his sister down immediately so she can provide proper treatment. She tells them they can fight later if they must, but right now, a life is literally on the line. Dongju looks down at his bleeding sister and mutters a quiet apology. Yan snaps at him, asking if he feels anything looking at her like that, her staff glowing with healing magic. Yan turns her rage toward the others, asking why they all have such short fuses. She's lecturing them like children, telling them they need to learn how to hold their tempers in a crisis. In a hilarious chibi panel, Yan shouts that they're C ranks now and need to act accordingly. Choi is caught in a bubble saying she's sorry while looking totally deflated by the lecture. Chibi Dongju and Choi are left floating in a void of shame, with Dongju begging her to stop hitting him with facts. It's a great comedic break after all that S-rank drama. Choi has a sudden realization, thinking, he's that type. As she watches Dongju being a protective brother, it seems she's found a new way to tease him. She walks up and starts poking Dongju on the shoulder, giving him a cheeky greeting. He just gives her a side eye and asks a tired question. Dongju is back to being red-faced and angry, asking Choi if she's nuts. She's demanding he apologize to her, and he's not having any of that bullshit. Choi offers a deal. If he apologizes, she'll forgive him for stopping the fight. Dongju screams back that she should apologize first, while Yun yells at them both to be quiet so she can focus on the healing. Officer A. Young-song approaches Yan-su, asking for an update on Yan-han. The healer confirms she's past the worst of it, which is a massive relief for everyone except Choi. A-kyung looks troubled, admitting that because of her skill, Hunter Yan-han was put in a critical situation. She's taking responsibility for the fallout of her rank reduction move. A-kyung explains that she can't give a definite answer on the stabilization yet. She only fixed the mana temporarily and warns they need to finish this raid fast before things break again. She notes that normally they'd get backup, but with the mana being this unstable, no one from the outside can enter. They're officially on their own in a high-stakes dungeon with a handicapped team. Choi and Dongju look totally clueless, as A-kyung complains that the A ranks present aren't even offensive types. Dongju's chibi bubble says basically that we're useless, capturing the mood perfectly. Choi notes that her rank hasn't changed despite the debuff, while Dongju's chibi head tells her to stop lying already. They're still bickering even when the world is about to collapse. Dongju suggests they just go take down the boss now, noting that his sister already wiped out most of the small fries. He's confident that even as a C rank, he can clear the dungeon if he uses his skills well. The group starts their march toward the final boss area, a desolate wasteland with a blood-red sky. Dongju shouts a final insult at Choi as they head into the unknown. A close-up on Choi shows her looking toward the center of the mana storm. Her red eye is glowing, sensing that the main threat is finally about to show itself. A wide shot shows Choi standing alone, as the earth beneath the 0-point void starts to swirl and crack. The energy remaining from Yan Kim's move is starting to behave very strangely. Choi has a blank expression, noting that Yan Kim isn't dead either. She seems almost disappointed that she has to deal with more immortals today. Dongju calls out to her, asking what she's doing over there. Choi just lets out a confused sound as she watches the energy sphere in front of her. Dongju's face is a mask of pure panic as he yells in disbelief, asking why that is still not gone yet. He realizes that his sister's ultimate move hasn't dissipated like it should have. A massive, glowing orange orb of condensed mana is hovering in the air, pulsing with power. It looks like a miniature sun that's waiting to explode. The narration points out that normally, this kind of skill left over should have disappeared on its own by now. The fact that it's still here is a bad sign for everyone's survival. Dongju is sweating, wondering if the mana is too condensed to even dissipate naturally. He's finally realizing that his sister's 0 point might have created a permanent disaster zone. A-kyung is still attending to Yunhan in the background, who is still completely unconscious. The team is in a terrible spot, trapped next to a ticking mana bomb. Dongju yells for them to get as far away as they can while he tries to hold the orb off. He tells A-kyung to finish the treatment as quickly as possible so they can move. Officer Song A-kyung asks if there's anything she can do to help, but Dongju shut that down immediately with a loud no. He tells her not to even think about it and just save his sister. Dongju is in a full panic, screaming that this is all Choi's fault while A-kyung looks at him with worry. He's terrified that he's about to be left alone to face a C-rank suicide mission. Choi's hand reaches out toward the glowing light. She says she has to stop that thing before it grows anymore, showing she's the only one willing to touch the danger. Dongju stands his ground, his hands glowing as he tries to contain the energy. He's shouting for everyone to just sit tight and wait while he tries to manage the overflow. A massive stone barrier rises from the ground with a cracking sound. It's a huge defensive wall meant to shield the rest of the team from the upcoming blast. Ia Kyung and Yan Su look up in awe as the massive stone structure looms over them. They're realizing that even at C rank, Dongju is capable of some serious architecture. The scale of the barrier is revealed. It's absolutely colossal, dwarfing the hunters below. Yan Su is shocked, asking if that way too big for a single skill. Dongju looks exhausted but determined, noting that it has to be that big to even barely contain the energy. He's pushing his limits to keep the groove alive. Joy looks up with a blank stare as Dongju screams her name. He's looking for her in the chaos, probably worried she's about to do something stupid again. Dongju is still yelling, warning her that it's dangerous and to come over here now. Joy just gives him a cheeky look, acting like they're at a park instead of a collapsing dungeon. The team is gathered under the barrier, with Dongju telling Choi she's dead meat, seriously, for her reckless behavior. Choi just thinks it's impressive that he made that wall as a C rank. A close-up of a foot stepping into the dirt marks the next phase of the plan. Someone says first, preparing for a high-level mana manipulation. Dongju shouts that he's got to set up the barrier properly. A huge surge of energy explodes from the ground with a powerful sound, reinforcing the stone wall. A close-up of a sneaker hitting the ground with a sharp sound signifies the final step. Dongju is going all in on this defense. Dongju is shown as a tiny figure standing on a ledge above the main area. He notes that he made it pretty thick and declares that now all that's left is two. He prepares to stick this into the center of the mana orb. A blinding explosion of light erupts as he makes contact, and the process of dissipation finally begins. A massive stone spike descends toward a glowing magic circle on the floor. Dongju is shown watching from a nearby platform, looking like a master puppeteer controlling the environment. Dongju has a triumphant smile, shouting that everything's ready. He's finally found a way to use his skills to save the day instead of just causing destruction. The massive, jagged rock falls through the air with a heavy sound effect, headed straight for the heart of the mana orb. It's an epic, high-stakes moment of dungeon clearing. The impact is shown as a massive spiral of white light and dust. The ground is shattering, and the air is filled with the sound of clashing magical forces. The stone spike slams into the crater with a deafening impact sound. The mana orb is officially being contained and crushed by the sheer weight of the Earth's skill. Rubble is flying everywhere as the barrier takes the full force of the collision. It's a chaotic scene of stone and mana fighting for dominance in the ruins. A long shot shows the stone pillar embedded deep into the ground, surrounded by a ring of magical flares. Dongju has successfully managed to anchor the out-of-control energy. Dongju is panting but has a huge grin, shouting that he got it. He's officially managed to prevent a catastrophic explosion through pure skill and timing. We get a wide shot of the massive stone structure he just built, which is now cracking from the internal pressure. The cracking sound effects show that even this won't hold forever. Choi is watching from below, giving a deadpan comment that it almost collapsed. Dongju is walking back toward her, asking what she's even doing just standing there watching. Choi mockingly asks what he even did, completely unimpressed. Dongju is fuming, explaining that the thing is like a black hole of mana that he just managed to ground. Dongju explains the situation. His sister lost control of the skill, so the mana went wild and became a ball of ownerless energy. He's giving a mini lecture on high-rank skill failures. He tells them to think of that stone pillar like a lightning rod used to channel the wild mana into the ground safely. He's taking a lot of pride in his technical solution to the problem. Choi admits that's pretty neat as they watch the energy subside. Dongju says they just need to wait for the condensed mana to completely disappear before they can safely move on. Choi is skeptical, asking if that is really trustable. Dongju just laughs it off, bragging that he stopped his sister's techniques before and her face back then was hilarious. Aekyung asks if it was always glowing like that, her face full of worry. Dongju stops laughing, looking back in confusion as he asks why on earth it would be glowing at all. The final legendary shot shows the stone pillar literally exploding from the inside with a massive sound. A fountain of red energy and jagged rocks is blasting toward the sky. It seems the lightning rod just became a detonator. A blinding column of red-hot mana explodes through the dungeon's ceiling, shattering the environment into pieces. Amidst the carnage, a tiny sound of disbelief is all that can be heard as the sheer power catches everyone off guard. Dongju is absolutely losing it, clutching his head and screaming about what the hell is happening as the ground literally falls apart. Meanwhile, Choi is just vibing in the back, laughing at the chaos and calling it a total fail. This girl is officially unhinged. The plan has officially gone south, and Dongju is screaming for help from the ledge of the ruins. He's yelling that their little lightning rod trick failed and demanding they wake up his sister right now, while Officer Song watches from below in pure panic. Healer Nam Yansu is just staring blankly into the distance, a weirdly calm smile on her face that definitely doesn't match the "we're all gonna die" vibe. It looks like she's reached a state of total mental shock. Yeonsu is doing her best to heal the fallen S rank, but the news is grim. Yeonhan is recovering at a snail's pace. Since her rank was forcibly dropped to C, her body just doesn't have the natural resilience to bounce back from those injuries quickly. The team is reaching a breaking point, with Akyung straight up asking if this is where they die after seeing the explosion. Dongju refuses to quit though, shouting that he's going to try his earth skill one more time to stabilize the mess. Dongju is sweating buckets, trying to act like a leader and promising everyone they aren't going to die despite the mounting disaster. Choi is just standing there watching him struggle, probably thinking about what she's going to kill next. Suddenly, Choi stops her laughing and gets a serious look, sensing a sharp shift in the air. A little question mark pops up, showing that even our resident psychopath didn't see this coming. A massive, swirling void opens up in the center of the ruins, pulling in debris like a black hole. Choi stares into the abyss, her internal monologue revealing that this feeling is hauntingly familiar. It's the exact same energy from the hidden dungeon that changed her. Choi's face lights up with a deranged joy as she realizes what's happening. She cheers that it's those things, recognizing the swarm of winged eye monsters returning for round 2 and clapping her hands like a kid on Christmas. She looks over the cliff edge and sees a literal army of those bird-eye creatures waiting in the dark pit. There are hundreds of them, and for anyone else this would be a nightmare, but for Choi, it's just target practice. To Choi, this isn't a death trap, it's a total gold mine. She's already counting the stats she's going to stack up by slaughtering every single one of those monsters, looking out at the red sky with anticipation. She realizes there's a slight problem. At their current pace, the team would be overwhelmed by the sheer numbers before reaching the final boss. She stands before the swirling mana orb, weighing her options like she's picking out a meal. She considers just ignoring them and heading for the boss, but decides that's too much work. She thinks option 2 is to stop them, which in Choi speak usually means a total, messy massacre. She goes quiet for a second, her silhouette framed against the blood-red sky as her hair blows in the wind. You can almost feel the killing intent radiating off her as she makes her final decision. Choi calls out to Dongju, who looks completely caught off guard by the sudden call. He has no idea that the girl he was trying to protect is about to do something absolutely insane. Choi hits him with the ultimate low blow, calling him a C-rank virgin loser with the most savage smirk ever. She's really leaning into her role as the team's resident bully now. She keeps the insults coming, mocking his tough guy act since he couldn't even manage to fix his sister's mess. She dares him to try and stop her if he's so strong, basically inviting him to a fight he can't win. Dongju is just standing there with a blank stare, asking what on earth she's doing. He's completely outmatched by her sudden shift in personality and can't even process the roast he just took. Choi takes a confident step forward, her boot crunching into the rock as she readies herself. She asks what he thinks, and you know whatever comes next is going to be loud and violent. Choi dives headfirst into the abyss, declaring she's going to clean up the mess his sister made. She's a blur of energy and bloodlust as she descends toward the monster army below. She tells the group to just sit back and follow her once she's finished clearing the way. She's acting like she's just taking out the trash instead of facing a world-ending swarm of monsters. A haunting close-up of her eyes as she plummets toward the swarm. They're glowing with a feral, predatory light that would make even the strongest S-rank hunters tremble. Choi is wreathed in a terrifying vortex of magical energy that's literally devouring the surrounding air. She's compressing her mana into a single point, looking like a tiny beast ready to swallow the entire dungeon whole to kill the threat. We see Yeonhan unconscious on the floor, still receiving treatment in a pool of green light. The narration wonders if she went through all this agony just to keep her little brother safe, a stark contrast to Choi's cold-blooded violence. Dongju stands firm, clutching his battered sister. His one focus is protecting his family, even if that family is a grumpy gorilla who used him as a tool for years. Choi stays silent as she nears the bottom of the pit, the world around her turning into a blur of red and white energy. The time for talking is officially over, and the time for killing has begun. Choi's cold internal monologue cuts through the chaos, revealing her true state of mind. She thinks that she doesn't have anyone to protect, she doesn't have a reason to, highlighting just how empty her world has become. We get a glimpse into her past as she remembers the day she finally walked out on her old life. She says in her memory that she's leaving this house, severing the last tie she had to her humanity. She was done with the lies and the labels of her former life. She thinks that she's sick of being called her sister or family, showing that her deep resentment toward family started long before the dungeon incident. Tears stream down her face in the flashback as she whispers a name, Hyori. It's a rare moment of vulnerability for a woman who now only knows how to find freedom through slaughter. The cold, hard truth of her life is spelled out. Everyone she ever loved left her. She's been abandoned by everyone she ever trusted, which explains why she finds the sibling bond between Dongju and Yeonhan so repulsive. Despite knowing she has no one, she's still out here putting her life on the line. She notes that she's still doing this crap, almost annoyed by her own survival instinct as she falls toward the orb. She clenches her fist, the magical power pulsing through her veins in a white-hot flare. She believes it's all meaningless, yet she keeps pushing forward with a terrifying intensity. She reaches toward the light, admitting that, for once, it felt like someone was actually listening to her. Dongju's concern, however fake she might think it is, seems to have touched a nerve in her cold heart. She resolves to end the fight right here, wreathed in gold energy with her hair flying wild. She declares that she won't fail even if it means sacrificing herself, showing the level of commitment that borders on suicidal. She lets out one last, haunting laugh, a final laugh before the storm breaks. The girl who lost everything is ready to take it all out on the world. Her face is washed in a brilliant, blinding light as she reaches the epicenter of the mana orb. The transformation is nearly complete, and she looks ready to explode. We get a glimpse of the ring of Parasite glowing in a purple magical nebula. It's the source of her power and her curse, pulsing with a life of its own in the middle of the void. Her body begins to break down or perhaps evolve, wreathed in a golden aura as she falls. She's becoming a literal weapon of mass destruction. The central mana orb is shown in all its terrifying glory, a giant sun of unstable power at the bottom of the crater. It's the eye of the storm that's about to be shattered. A single, energy-charged foot descends toward the orb like a meteor. Choi is delivering a kick with the force of a nuclear bomb right into the heart of the mana. The moment of impact, a tiny sound effect as her foot connects. It's the calm before the world literally ends for everything nearby. A colossal explosion of white and gold mana levels the entire area. The shockwave is so intense it's vaporizing the very ground and turning the sky white. Choi is shown in the middle of the blast, screaming as her body is torn apart again. The system window mockingly reminds her that she cannot die until her resurrection is finished. She's trapped in a loop of death and rebirth as she falls through a sea of status notifications. Each one is a cold reminder of her eternal prison. Her silhouette is tiny against the blinding white light of the explosion. The ring is working overtime to keep her soul anchored to her broken body while everything else is erased. The screen is literally filled with dozens of the same warning over and over again. It's a visual representation of her endless cycle of pain. There is no escape from immortality for Choi. The system stands firm with its final judgment against a black background. Choi is an immortal, a monster that refused to stay dead. Dongju and Kyung can only stare into the massive, smoking crater in absolute silence. The destruction is so absolute they can't even tell if anything survived. Officer Song is completely baffled, whispering and asking why she isn't dying as the smoke clears. She's witnessed a force of power that shouldn't exist in a human. Dongju is just as shook, asking the question everyone's thinking, is she even human? He's starting to realize the girl he met is something much more terrifying than a regular hunter. Dongju stays silent, his eyes fixed on the bottom of the pit. He's reevaluating everything he thought he knew about the world and power after seeing that explosion. From the depths of the smoking crater, a single silhouette emerges. Choi is still standing, looking like a ghost in the ruins of her own destruction. She looks up at the sky, her long hair messy and clothes shredded from the blast. She's alone again in the wreckage of a world she just leveled. Suddenly, she's all smiles again, throwing her arms up and cheering that the cleanup is complete. The mood shift is enough to give anyone whiplash. Choi is literally laughing like a maniac, shouting about how amazing it was. Officer Song can only stare in horror, unable to believe someone actually survived and stopped that level of mana. Dongju is covering his eyes, complaining that it's distracting, probably because her clothes were vaporized in the blast. Choi just gives a casual agreement and goes, totally unbothered by her state. She strolls away from the epicenter of the blast like she just finished a morning jog. Her casual attitude toward the carnage is truly her scariest feature. She's somehow gotten her hands on some fresh clothes, likely from Dongju's bag, and comments on how a loser like him has decent style. Even after almost dying, she's still finding ways to roast him. Back to the chibi bickering as Dongju loses his mind after being called a loser again. Choi just laughs and calls him a weakling, while poor Kyung is just a silent witness to their dysfunctional dynamic. Before anyone can breathe, Choi is already leaping into another dark hole. She asks if they shall get going again, while a stunned Dongju asks where on earth she's headed now. Her foot hits the ground with a heavy thud, signaling the start of the next phase. She's never satisfied with just one victory and wants to keep hunting. She unleashes another massive burst of power, letting out a wild scream as she clears yet another path through the dungeon. Dongju is screaming after her, finally realizing what she meant by clearing the path. She's literally blasting her way through the entire dungeon floor like a human bulldozer. A screen-filling blast of energy vaporizes a giant section of the dungeon forest. Choi is literally nuking her way to the final boss. The team is left coughing in the dust, wondering what the hell is happening as they struggle to keep up. Choi's cheerful voice drifts back through the smoke, asking if everyone is keeping up with her. Dongju is screaming about the lack of warning, reminding her that they have an injured person to carry. Choi just gives a dismissive agreement and tells them to turn on the lights, calling them annoying children. We get a look at the team from the perspective of a group of snarling goblins in the dark. They're surrounded, but with Choi on their side. The monsters are the ones who should be afraid. Choi spots something in the dark and shouts that it's a jackpot. She's found exactly what she was looking for, and you know she's about to have a lot of fun. Two gargoyle-like monsters are lurking in the shadows, their eyes glowing with a sinister hunger. One is perched on a high ledge, while the other snarls right in our faces with drool dripping from its jagged teeth. Dongju is panicking as he holds up a small light, realizing he's completely surrounded in this dark cave. He screams, asking what kind of damn dungeon is set up like this, clearly not ready for a monster mosh pit. A high-angle shot shows the whole group, Dongju, Yeonsu, Aekyung, and the injured Yeonhan, totally pinned against a wall by a sea of monsters. The realization hits them all at once. They're trapped in a literal kill zone. Healer Yeonsu lets out a high-pitched scream as the shadows of the monsters loom over her. She's clutching her staff tight, looking absolutely terrified since she's definitely not built for frontline brawling. We get an extreme close-up of Yeonsu looking completely horrified, her eyes wide with shock. She spotted something that's pushed her right over the edge of a total meltdown. Yeonhan is still unconscious, but things have gotten weird because she's literally using a monster's leg as a pillow. Dongju is screaming in disbelief, wondering why on earth his sister is cuddling with the enemy. Yeonsu is apologizing profusely to the unconscious Yeonhan while the monsters stand right over them. She's feeling massive guilt for not being able to protect her friend better during this mess. A monster lunges forward with a loud screech right at Yeonsu, who can only scream in terror. Dongju is just a step behind, frantically trying to figure out how to stop the imminent shredding. Dongju reaches his hand out, blue mana swirling around his palm as he prepares a desperate skill. He knows he has to act fast or they're all going to be monster food in seconds. A massive surge of energy and sharp rock shards erupts from the ground, slamming into the monster horde. Dongju is putting every last drop of his mana into this one defensive strike to push them back. Dongju looks back, totally confused, asking why someone is suddenly jumping into the middle of the blast zone. He's panicking because Yeonhan was lying right where he just unleashed that massive attack. Dongju grits his teeth, fuming at the monsters for their never-ending assault. He calls them bastards as the frustration of the situation finally starts to boil over. Dongju delivers a brutal horizontal slash that cleaves right through a gargoyle's chest with a sharp sound. Blood splatters everywhere as he finally starts to carve out some breathing room for the group. The action intensifies as invisible strikes start slicing through the monsters from every angle. The sharp sound effects show the team is finally getting their act together and fighting back for real. Another monster gets a lethal hit through the neck, green blood spraying against the dark stone walls. They might be outnumbered, but they're definitely starting to thin the herd. Choi is seen leaping through the air, her silhouette looking like a dark angel of death amidst the chaos. The monsters are screeching in agony as she begins her solo massacre of the swarm. Dongju tells the group they need to find the boss monster immediately to open the exit and get out. He's done playing defense and wants to end this raid before another wave shows up. Dongju declares they'll find the boss's room first and leave the rest for whoever comes in next. He's using his tracking skills, his feet glowing with blue mana as he searches for the strongest signature. Dongju activates his detect skill, sending a massive grid of blue energy pulses through the entire dungeon. He's scanning every inch of the cave to find where the boss is hiding. A close-up of Dongju with glowing white eyes shows him focusing intensely on the detection web. He's searching for the boss, demanding it show itself so they can end this fight. Two panels show the detection grid catching a glimpse of a huge, multi-winged shape lurking in the darkness. It looks like he's finally locked onto the target. Dongju senses a sudden shift in the air and quickly turns his head, sweat dripping down his face. He's on high alert, sensing that the boss might be closer than he expected. His eyes glow blue again as he tracks a fast-moving energy signature through the cave. The tension is through the roof as the hunt finally reaches its climax. A sharp alert marks the exact moment he confirms the target. Dongju shouts that he found it, having finally pinned down the location of the hidden boss chamber. A wide shot shows a massive, energy-shrouded stone gateway looming in the distance. That's the boss's room, and from the looks of it, it's going to be a total nightmare to clear. Dongju turns back and tells Choi he's going to finish off the remaining monsters, but she's already walking away. He yells at her totally casual attitude in the middle of a war zone. Chibi Choi looks at the boss's room and gives a bored, yeah, totally unimpressed by the looming threat. In the background, a whole new army of gargoyles is already waiting for them. Dongju draws out a diagram of the plan. He'll break through the front while Choi stays back to protect the non-combatants. He tries to sound like a leader, saying that's the only way we all make it out alive. Dongju tells Choi to just hold the rear for 5 minutes while he does the heavy lifting. Choi just gives a distracted sound as she looks away, clearly having zero interest in his tactical advice. Chibi Choi asks if the plan is really just to take out the boss first. Dongju gives a confident, yeah, thinking that a direct assault is their best shot at survival. Choi just takes off running at full speed in the opposite direction, shouting that she doesn't want to. Dongju is left yelling after her, completely losing it as she abandons the plan yet again. Dongju is absolutely fuming, calling Choi a total psycho as she charges straight into a swarm of monsters. He can't believe she's being this reckless when their lives are on the line. Choi is a blur of movement as she dives toward the gargoyles, laughing and calling him crazy for thinking she'd listen. She's officially entered her battle-high state and is loving every second of it. A monster gets cleanly cut in half by a sudden white stripe before it can even react. Choi shouts that there's prey right in front of her and she's not letting any of it go. Choi declares that there's no way she's letting all this XP go to waste. She's wreathed in blue energy, looking like she's ready to clear the entire dungeon floor on her own. She leaps high above the ruins, looking down at the gargoyles like they're just walking stat points for her to harvest. Her power level is clearly on a whole different planet compared to these mobs. Choi delivers a massive, mana-charged punch that creates a huge pink explosion on impact. She's shouting until she starts to steamroll through the monster horde. She lands another brutal strike on the last one of these bastards, blood splattering everywhere. The sheer raw force she's putting out is enough to turn these gargoyles into paste. Choi becomes a whirlwind of purple and red energy, slicing through dozens of monsters in a vertical column of violence. She's moving way too fast for anything in this dungeon to keep up with. She stands tall, wreathed in a blinding white light, and shouts that no one's going into that boss room. Chibi Dongju is just facepalming in the corner, bewildered by her insane logic. A whole mob of monsters is shown rushing toward her with glowing eyes and open mouths. They have no idea they're just fodder for Choi's next massive stat boost. Choi is a total blur as she shreds through the gargoyles, blood and limbs flying in every direction. She looks like a literal meat grinder in a white hoodie, taking out entire groups with every swing. A screen full of blue system notifications pops up, showing her stats have increased over and over again. Choi is literally leveling up in real time as she wipes out the monster swarm. Choi stands alone amidst the wreckage, more stat notifications pinging all around her. She's looking incredibly satisfied with her farming session, even with the blood splatters. She leans over with a tired but happy breath, noting that her stats just keep going up endlessly. She's found her personal paradise in the middle of this nightmare dungeon. The text on screen confirms her thoughts. As expected, this dungeon is the best. She's officially found the perfect place to stack her power before facing the boss. Choi has this manic, wide-eyed grin as even more stat pings show up on her screen. She looks completely drunk on power, finding a sick joy in this endless cycle of violence. A close-up on Choi's face shows those red eyes glowing with an intense light. She looks more like a villain than a hero right now, her mind solely focused on getting stronger. Choi looks toward the massive stone gateway in the distance, a tiny figure standing against the dark architecture. She knows the boss is waiting there, but she's not ready for the finale yet. She gives a sinister smirk, deciding she's not going in just yet. She wants to milk this dungeon for every single stat point she can get before finishing it. We get a close-up profile of Choi exhaling a long, satisfied breath. She's covered in blood and sweat, but her focus has never been sharper. A monster suddenly lunges at her from the shadows with a surprise sound. These gargoyles just don't know when to quit, even after seeing her wipe out their entire squad. A massive burst of blue energy erupts in the distance as Dongju unleashes a powerful earth skill. He's busy clearing his own path while Choi plays her own dangerous game. Dongju is shown standing amidst a sea of monster corpses with a shocked look on his face. He's struggling to hold his ground as more enemies start screaming from the shadows above. Dongju is in the thick of it, dodging a monster swipe while shouting that Choi is luring them all in. He's terrified as he realizes she's making the situation 10 times worse for everyone else. Officer A-kyung is looking on with a confused exclamation. She's completely baffled by Choi's reckless tactics and can't understand what the girl is trying to achieve. Choi is seen from behind, a tiny figure leaping into a literal wall of snarling monsters. The narration asks the big question, is she seriously taking them all on by herself? Officer Song Aik-young is in total shock, remembering she was supposed to have downgraded Choi to C rank. She's questioning if her skill even worked because Choi is out fighting everyone on the field. Dongju is panicking too, asking if Choi was A rank this whole time and noting she feels even stronger than before. He realizes he's been babying a girl who could probably clear this place in her sleep. A monster lets out a massive roar right in Yeonsu's face. She's cowering with a terrified yelp as the front line has been completely bypassed by the swarm. A massive impact rocks the ground right in front of Yeonsu, with a spray of blood splattering across the ruins. Someone has just saved her at the very last possible millisecond. Choi looks back with a look of pure rage, cursing Dongju for stealing her kill again. She's literally more upset about losing the experience points than her teammate almost dying. Choi and Dongju are in a full-blown screaming match while gargoyles lunge in between them. Choi tells him to stop killing them because they're hers, and Dongju yells back asking if she wants everyone to die. Dongju is swinging his sword in a violent blur, shouting and asking if she's insane. He tells Choi she's so dead if his rank ever gets restored, officially reaching his breaking point. Choi is dodging monsters with easy grace, giving a sarcastic reply. She mockingly tells Donju that if he's that strong, then he clearly doesn't need her help to survive. Choi shouts back a loud agreement that she doesn't need his damn help as she stands over another pile of carcasses. She's officially declared her independence from the team. A wave of monsters descends from the ceiling with screeching and heavy sounds. The situation is getting way out of hand, but the two of them are too busy bickering to notice. A monster's giant mouth and sharp tongue are shown in extreme close-up. Dongju is yelling at Choi to get over here and help, but she's still giving him the cold shoulder. Choi is laughing at the group, mockingly saying she can't really hear them and asking if it's because they're being rude. Dongju is screaming for her to please help him while being pinned by a jagged rock. Suddenly, Choi's playful smirk vanishes as she senses a new, dangerous mana signature. She stops mid-laugh, a serious look taking over her face as she focuses on the change in the air. Choi looks toward the group with a look of pure shock and confusion. A dark speech bubble appears over Dongju telling him to block it now, which has Choi completely rattled. A close-up of Choi's eye as the words that voice flash across the screen. That voice from the past has just triggered a massive wave of trauma for her right in the middle of the fight. Dongju is shown in the middle of a monster swarm, screaming for help while gargoyles snap at his face. He's yelling for her to hurry and looks like he's actually about to be ripped apart. An extreme close-up on a purple eye shows her looking on with total, cold indifference. Choi is just watching the struggle, her internal ghosts making her hesitate to save the person she was just bickering with. A monster lets out a final screech and lunges right for Dongju's throat. A huge exclamation marks the moment of what looks like an unavoidable killing blow. At the very last millisecond, a mana-charged foot slams into the monster's face with a massive impact. Choi has finally snapped out of it and stepped in to save Dongju. Choi delivers a wide, vertical slash that cleaves several monsters in half at once. She's a blur of energy, finally taking the fight seriously and showing off her true power. Dongju looks up with a huge, relieved smile and says he knew she had some loyalty in her. Thanks. He's genuinely grateful, not realizing the storm that's still brewing inside Choi's head. Dongju tells Choi to form up and get this done like they planned, but she's just standing there looking down. He asks if she's listening, finally sensing that the vibe has gone south again. Choi is shown half hidden in shadow, looking absolutely hollow and broken. She whispers that he's already dead, before asking why he's still bossing her around. A close-up on Choi shows her asking the chilling question, and why am I still following your orders? She's finally reached the point where her new power is completely colliding with her old trauma. Choi's eye glows a terrifying, sharp red as she starts to have a full-blown mental episode. She's seeing a spectral image of herself in a white light, her mind unraveling in real time. The name An Hyun-chan is shown in a black bubble over the crumbling ruins of a massive ancient building. The trauma from her toxic ex is officially back to haunt the raid. A credits panel is showing off some art. The text at the bottom hits hard, stating that she killed An Hyun-chan. A massive monster hoof slams into the ground with a bone-crushing impact. Blood splatters everywhere, turning the battlefield into a gruesome mess. Choi stands there with a giant shield, looking like she's in a daze. Her inner thoughts reveal she's struggling, wondering why she's still following Hyun-chan's orders even after everything. Dongju is catching his breath, thanking her for the save just as things were getting risky. He looks confused, asking why she's putting her shield away when the fight isn't over. Choi just ignores him and takes off at a sprint toward a massive stone archway. Dongju is left yelling after her, wondering where on earth she's going in such a hurry. Choi stands before the towering ruins of a massive building. Someone is shouting a curse from the shadows, and the vibe is getting super intense. A huge swarm of green gargoyle-like monsters starts to surround Choi. She looks totally unbothered, just ready to start another round of monster farming. She charges into the middle of the horde with a determined look. She yells at these bastards, letting her bloodlust take over. Choi leaps into action with a massive energy slash. She's screaming for them to get out of the way as she carves a path through the monsters. We see a close-up of her delivering a devastating, glowing pink strike. The raw power she's putting out is just on another level now. A vertical panel of pure carnage shows monsters being shredded into pieces. Blood and limbs are flying everywhere in a messy explosion of violence. Choi becomes a literal whirlwind of mana and blood. She's spinning through the crowd, turning everything in her range into a fine red mist. A close-up of a sneaker hitting the stone floor with a sharp sound. Choi has officially entered the hall. The scale of the place is revealed as Choi stands alone in the middle of a dimly lit cathedral-like room. The shadows are long and the atmosphere is heavy with mana. We get a close-up of Choi looking focused and alert. Her eyes are glowing red as she senses something powerful lurking in the dark. The architecture is ancient and crumbling, with jagged stone pillars reaching up into the darkness. This definitely looks like a final boss arena. Choi walks deeper into the shadows of the hall. She's tiny compared to the massive surroundings, looking for whatever called her here. She stops and looks around, letting out a confused exclamation. She asks if this is the thing that's been calling her the whole time. She looks up in absolute shock at the fleshy walls around her. She mutters that it's unbelievable, realizing the entire room is part of a living monster. A giant, pulsating eye opens up in the fleshy ceiling, staring directly down at her. This is one of the most grotesque boss reveals I've ever seen. A system window confirms the threat. Boss of the ruler of the fallen heaven, a B-class monster. It's a terrifying entity that seems to be part of the building itself. The giant eye focuses on her, surrounded by weird speech bubbles with alien text. It's trying to communicate, but Choi has zero interest in talking. Choi just stares back, giving a flat question as the monster blabbers on. She's clearly not intimidated by its size or its creepy eye. The monster's eye starts glowing with an intense, pinkish red light. It's charging up an attack, and the air is practically vibrating with mana. The massive, fleshy mass looms over Choi as she stands there looking like a tiny target. The scale of the boss is just ridiculous. A close-up on the monster's skin. It's making a low, rumbling sound that's probably supposed to be speech. Choi is literally cleaning her ear with a finger, asking the boss what it's saying. She tells it it's loud as hell, showing zero respect for its status. The giant eye monster keeps staring, clearly offended by her casual attitude. It's still making those weird alien noises. Choi looks bored as hell, letting out an annoyed sound. She's really over the whole boss monologue thing. Choi leaps high into the air, reaching toward a brilliant light. She calls the boss so frustrating and prepares to end the conversation with a fist. An extreme close-up on the giant eyeball shows it looking absolutely horrifying with all those bulging veins and that glowing purple pupil. Suddenly, Choi finds herself in a weird, pink-lit dreamscape. She's on high alert, with a notification wondering what kind of menti trick this boss is pulling. Her eyes widen in surprise as she hears a familiar sound. She can feel someone approaching her from the shadows behind her. A man in a blue sweater walks toward her, saying, "It's been a while." Choi is frozen in place, her past finally catching up to her. It's An Hyun-chan. He's standing there with a charming, fake smile, holding his hand out and saying he missed her. Total psycho move. Hyun-chan's face is suddenly split by a jagged red line of mana. He looks like a glitch in reality, staring with those hollow, creepy eyes. The giant eye boss watches as Choi stands her ground. She screams at it, asking what the hell it's saying at the hallucination that's trying to mess with her head. Back in the hall, Choi makes it clear she's over her past. She states firmly that, in case it didn't know, she didn't want to see him. Choi looks down at the defeated Hyun-chan, calling him a worthless piece of something. She's officially done letting him live rent-free in her mind. Suddenly, a blue system window snaps into existence right in front of her. She's caught off guard, letting out a confused sound. The notification says her stat went up by 1. Choi's tiny chibi head is baffled, wondering why her stats increased just from killing a memory of Hyun-chan. She watches a monster corpse dissolve on the floor. She realizes the trick, wondering if he must have been a monster then. The pieces fall into place for Choi. She thinks that there's no wonder, finally understanding how the boss knew about her trauma in Hyun-chan. She points up at the giant eye, identifying its skill. It's using her own memories as a weapon against her. Choi explains the ability, reading people's memories and turning their trauma into physical reality to attack them. It's a nasty way to fight, honestly. Choi notes that the trick was pretty effective, admitting she even reacted to Hyun-chan's orders for a split second earlier. Old habits die hard. We see a long line of figures, all representations of people from her past. The boss really put a lot of effort into this mental trap. A whole crowd of people is revealed in the shadows of the hall. Choi notes that it even made this much. Choi clenches her hand, looking determined. She tells the boss she doesn't care why it tried to lure her here. The reason doesn't matter anymore. She gives a chilling, beautiful smile, saying killing Hyun-chan once wasn't enough. She says she'd need to kill him thousands of times to truly even the score. Cut back to the other side of the dungeon where Donju is fuming. He's yelling at Choi, calling her a brat and reminding her he asked for help. Donju is completely surrounded by a massive sea of monsters. He looks like he's about to be eaten alive, asking how he is supposed to deal with all these by himself. He's sprinting for his life, sweating and yelling in frustration. He's definitely having a much worse day than Choi is. A close-up of a snarling gargoyle monster shows its tongue sticking out. These things look persistent and very, very hungry. The horde lets out a massive, unified roar as they charge through a stone archway. It's a tidal wave of green flesh and claws. Donju stands in the middle of the hall, looking totally confused. He asks what is going on as the monsters suddenly ignore him and run past. A dark silhouette of Choi is seen moving at insane speeds toward the archway. A close-up profile of Choi shows her looking cold and focused. She's done playing nice and is ready to get serious. A vertical panel showing a blur of energy shredding through the gargoyle swarm. She's becoming a literal blender of mana and steel. A memory flashes of two men arguing about a guild and a brother leaving. It's another projection from the boss trying to distract her. Hyun-chan's voice returns in the projection, telling her that what she's doing now isn't how someone in love behaves. The manipulation just doesn't quit. He continues his speech, saying he's doing this because he cares about her, for her sake. He's still trying to frame himself as the victim. The boss keeps pushing the family angle, saying that if she does this, her parents won't like her either. It's a low blow intended to shake her confidence. Present-day Choi is shown from behind. The memory repeats, asking if she knows that he loves her. She yells at the memory to go away while she stands amidst a spray of blood. She's officially chosen herself over the lies of her past. A blue system window pops up with the notification, "You became an S-class." She's finally reached the peak of hunter power. Joy is in the hall, system window in front. She's screaming in joy, asking if she became an S-class and telling Hyeon-chan she loves him, mocking the very trauma that was meant to kill her. We get a close-up of her wicked, triumphant smile. She says okay then, and you can tell the boss is about to have a very bad time. She unleashes a jagged energy strike that tears through the air. The speed of her attack is way beyond anything a normal hunter could track. Choi leaps into the air, diving straight toward the giant eye of the boss. She's a blur of speed and lethal intent. She readies a glowing, mana-charged punch right at the boss's pupil. She sneers goodbye. It was fun as she delivers the finishing blow. A massive explosion of blue and white mana rocks the entire ruins. The impact sound tells you the boss just got absolutely deleted. The dust and smoke begin to settle as Choi exhales a long, satisfied breath. The battle is finally over. A vertical shot of the hall shows the giant eye closed and dead, wreathed in smoke. Choi cheers that the dungeon raid is complete, looking victorious. Choi stretches her arms over her head, looking relaxed after the fight. She's covered in gore but looks happier than she's been in years. Dongju walks up and stares at her from below, letting out a stunned sound. He still hasn't processed that his C-rank teammate just soloed a boss. The final shot shows Choi standing tall, looking down with those piercing red eyes. She looks like a beautiful, blood-soaked goddess of war. She's officially the strongest person in the room.